2023 wasn't a good year for the Carolina Panthers, but I'm trying to make 2024 a better one for myself. Get started on your resolutions with Factor so you're ready for the new year. Factor's ready-to-eat meal delivery takes the stress out of meal planning and sets you up for success in the new year. Skip the grocery stores, prep work, and cooking fatigue. Instead, get chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals delivered right to your door. With over 35 meals to choose from per week, including keto options, calorie smart, vegan plus veggie, and more, plus over 55 weekly add-ons, you'll have a ton of nutritious and flavorful options to kickstart your resolutions. Skip that overpriced takeout trap. Factor is cheaper and way more delicious than takeout. Get chef-crafted, restaurant-quality meals delivered right to your door, and they're ready to heat and eat in just 2 minutes, which means more time for you. Head to factormeals.com/C350 and use the promo code C350 to get 50% off. That's code C350 at factormeals.com/C350 to get 50% off.
In a world where Carolina Panthers fans have an insatiable thirst for Panthers and opinions, only one podcast roars ferociously. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast.
And it is perfect. The day is here, folks.
Yep.
Long awaited. The NFL 2022 NFL draft round 1 starts at 8:00 technically. Heaven forbid, after all of the booing of Roger Goodell and the waiting for the Jacksonville Jaguars to make their decision on a pick that they should have decided already, we'll probably get a pick in around 8:15, 8:20 or something to that effect. Carolina Panthers are on the clock at 6. So I'm forecasting. In fact, actually, this would be fun. Let's do some squares and some bets in the chat. And among us, what time will the Carolina Panthers pick be at? I'm going to say 9:38. 9:38 is mine. 9:38 is mine. We're going to start writing them down. If we can get people in the chat to write theirs down, not only put them in, but write theirs in. Tony's 9:39.
Are you thinking they're trading back?
No, I think that's how long it will. It will be. Each team gets 10 minutes. 50. So if this starts at no, you're right. I'm gonna say 9:19. 9:19 is mine.
That's still like if we're picking number that if we get trade back, I could see that. But like if we're number 6 on the board, like that, the maximum amount of time we can wait from when the clock starts is 60 minutes.
Yeah. And I feel like it's not going to start right at 8:00. So anyway, look, this is the C3 draft party, the 9th annual draft party, folks. 9th. We did the first one we did on this, kind of slapped together as just a watch along party, and Kelvin Benjamin was drafted. Was a very fun time for a long time in the C3 draft party because we were picking in the 20s, in the late 20s, and that meant our team was good. But now we are picking in the last few years, we've been picking in the top 10. So look, we don't have to stay up till midnight to wait for the pick, but we do have to stay up till midnight to see if the Panthers trade back into the first. That's probably one of the things. So fun times ahead as the Carolina Panthers try to find their way in a new direction. Greg sent me an email message today is how important this draft is about setting the tone in the future. So I think that we are all on eggshells waiting for this pick. My name's Tony Dunn. You can follow me at @_Chronicles on Twitter. We'd love for you to be a part of the show by subscribing, being a part of the chat. Also, you can call in at 252-228-5098. We'll be opening the show up after the draft pick and cycling in some fans to talk about this. Big thanks already to 89J Stubbs for the super chat. Appreciate that. So look, we want you to be part of the fam. We're going to do this next year and the year after. And we're all excited. And I'm excited. My wheelman, Cody Lashley's in the house.
Tony Dunn, it's draft night. We've been building toward this moment. who knows what the Panthers are going to do, man? I've pretty much resigned myself to a bunch of different options. Who knows, man? It is going to be a fantastic night. But as always, we're going to do it with some of the best Panther fans in all of YouTube. My man Hampton Howie, Jay Issue, JP Boston, Karen Choi, Lawrence Trevette, Maddie Matt, Panther Pickle, Rockhead, Supreme Lita, Tony Dunn. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother. Let's roll.
Cody, what time will the Carolina Panthers pick be announced?
I'm imagining it'll probably be like 8:20 something.
No, it starts at 8. I mean, like they don't pick right. Okay, you got.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, who knows? I don't think
8:20. Why are they going to do 5 picks in 5 minutes? They get 10 minutes of selection.
And it's funny, they usually go to the last 2 minutes.
All right, fuck it. I amend it. I'm going 8:40 then. I'm going 8:40.
Oh. Man, you got a lot of faith in this sucker going along, man. I was saying, what was my original time?
Yours is like 9:38.
9:38. Welcome to the show, CK, the voice that makes a voice.
Hey, yeah. So listen, it's the draft night is always an interesting evening because I think there is a lot of optimism, but also a lot of fear about how your team, whether it be the Panthers or any other team, handles the draft, the potential that is coming up. But I think most people believe that their team is going to do the right things. I for one will say that this pick is more important than any pick that we've had in probably the last 5 years. And that's not an exaggeration. That has more to do with the fact we don't have a second and third round pick this year. And that we have some pretty major positions that need to be upgraded to an elite status if we can make it happen. So this is going to be a pretty interesting evening. I'm super excited. As Greg has said prior to joining the show, this has been something that's been on my mind all day through work. It's been hard to concentrate about anything other than this draft. So I think let's go, guys. Let's get this draft going, and let's actually let's have some conversations prior to it because I think there's a lot to talk about before the draft hits.
So much.
Greg, welcome to the party.
What's up, man? I've been thinking about this all damn day. I'm so glad today is finally here. And like CK was saying, man, this feels like the most important draft. I feel I can't remember the last time I was this invested and felt like so much was riding on it, and 8:52 time.
Oh, Greg's got 8:52.
First 3 or 4 are going to go fairly quickly.
I was going to say 8:55.
It is 8:55. Hold on, I'm writing all of these down. We're going to give out a prize for this for the person that's closest to the pin on this, and we'll do the tiebreaker will be if it's a tie just by a minute or something, we'll do the team that didn't go over, right? Or the pick that didn't go over. C3 Panthers draft party, the 9th annual. Right now, I've got Tony Khaled, JP Boston, Tim Estes, Sideshow Rob, Cody, Y Big Jordan, 89 J Steps, 10 Tizzy, Panthers Rule, JP Boston, Panthers Pickle, Greg and CK in the Pick'em. If I missed your number, say, hey, you missed me, Tony. This is my time. If you want to get in it, folks, you can tell me. AJ Lindsay got it here at 9:06. So
Kyle too.
I'll keep writing these down as we go. I'll try to keep up with them as much as possible. I'll update it right now. We've got one
too.
Thank you. Right now, I guess is this. Let's just go ahead and jump into immediate draft talk. We've been here. I'm so glad the night is here. I'm so glad the night is here because I have every year that I've done this podcast become less and less enamored by the lead up to the draft. It's daunting. It's overwhelming. There's so much. I know people love it because there's endless possibilities. It represents hope. It represents the future. But so much time is invested into an absurd amount of speculation that hardly ever becomes true. And I think this draft right here could bust the bubble when it comes to what the hell just happened. I mean, there is, or for some strange reason, we might have a very vanilla beginning to this draft, and you kind of just Aiden Hutchinson, this, right? And then all of a sudden, we are talking about Malik Willis maybe at 6. So on Tuesday night, we convened on the longest running Panthers podcast, the C3 Panthers Podcast, and talked about our thoughts when it comes to going into this draft. I'll start with this. Has really anything changed since Tuesday when it comes to draft talk? Left tackle, quarterback, and an absurd thing happened to me on the Tuesday night show where I became more and more open to taking some crazy defensive end player and seeing how that could not be the most unwise decision. Prior to Tuesday night, I said, if it's not a left tackle or quarterback, miss me. Catch me outside, as that girl would say. Guys, anything changed since Tuesday night according to the draft news for the Carolina Panthers?
I mean, no, not much has changed. I mean, really, the story of this draft is going to be who goes with the first 3 picks, because that's going to determine what happens with the Carolina Panthers.
Huge
now,
implication.
yeah, and for sure, and we don't know. We've heard reports on Twitter that if we're talking offensive tackles, that Ikem Ekwonu and Charles Cross are probably the 2 highest rated tackles on the Panthers board. We don't know how much validity there is to this, but I mean, that's going to determine a lot. Again, so many rumors that are just unsubstantiated. Carolina Blitz reported that if the Panthers do trade, if the Panthers do take a quarterback, that's more likely to be Kenny Pickett at 6 rather than Malik Willis. Again, I don't know what's true. Hugh Freeze's head coach has said that he has spoken with the Panthers on multiple different occasions. And he said that he's never coached a player where they got drafted and the team that drafted them didn't call him a ton before. So, I mean, really, it's just going to depend on how many offensive tackles go in the top 5 picks. Because if one of those defensive ends, like Trayvon Walker or Kayvon Thibodeau, falls to the Panthers, I don't know. Maybe they might consider those 2 to be a player worth drafting right now instead of trading back. And last but not least, I do think the Panthers are going to be on the phone to try and trade back. Specifically, I think the Houston Texans at number 13 reportedly are wanting to move up back into the top 10. And depending on how the Panthers have their board arranged, the Panthers could see 13 as a prime spot to be able to move back, recoup some second and third round picks, and get some more darts to throw at the board. But right now, Tony, it is anyone's guess as to what's going to happen.
Like this comment, Tony has the hair that makes him stare. We got the voice that makes him moist, the hair that makes him stare, the howl that makes him growl. Look, man, we got all kinds of rhymes in this thing. Look, as there has been talk of the Carolina Panthers trading back, I do feel like Scott Fitter's been pretty emphatic, though, that
he wants to pick at 6.
At 6, yeah, they want to take it. They don't want to just get picks. So, all right, next question. A little housekeeping just on general draft overview. In the history of us as fans following the draft, I know that varies for people, and really, I don't think people followed the draft as closely until the internet went crazy, right? I mean, like, that's when we really start doing stuff like this. I don't think draft coverage before 2010 was really that robust to a certain degree. You probably knew a couple of players that were going in the top 10 or the first round.
Right.
That was about it. But it is now the NFL has done a fantastic job of owning the news cycle all year long. Even in the boringest times, they somehow can release the schedule at the right moment to get people talking.
Right.
They've spaced the OTAs and the training camp. There's a couple of times in the season, maybe a week or 2 here or there, where we are dying for something. But my question to you guys is, in this draft, the Carolina Panthers, this is a different draft than we've had in the 9 years that we've done the draft party, is we've never had this gap in picks to this degree. We've had a first round pick every year. At least we got that this year. But I don't think we've not had a second round pick in any of those 9 years. And I feel like we've had a pick almost in every round, maybe albeit like the 4th or the 5th at times. How has that changed your focus on this draft as a fan? Because for me, I almost don't even know what the back picks would, could, or should be. Like I have this whole environment has just forced me to think only about pick number 6. I've not thought beyond that. Has that gap changed the way you have followed or look at this draft?
I don't know if it's changed. I mean, especially knowing Fitterer, the fact that, looking at what he did last year, he traded back a ton and he wanted to be able to make more picks and more selections. That's why I think most people feel that it's a good chance that he will try and trade back and get some more players. I don't know. Like, you know me, Tony. I'm the fucking draft nerd. That's why this is my time of year. I love this type of shit. I know a lot of these guys that are going to be available on day 2 and 3, and I am interested in seeing where they go. Another thing I wanted to point out why that is very important that we're not picking again until 137 is there are still a lot of holes on this roster that need to be filled. I maintain that middle linebacker is one of our biggest positions of need on this roster right now. And by the way, there is a ton of top-tier linebacking talent to be had in this very draft. Troy Anderson out of Montana State, a lot of the Georgia guys like Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean, but then guys like Devin Lloyd out of Utah. Like, there is a ton of talent to be had from the middle linebacker position, and I think that the Panthers would be wise to try and recoup some of that in the 2nd and 3rd round.
Right now, well, first shout out to Khaled159 for the super chat, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much for your support of the show. Also, it looks like I can just tell from the icon. I know that. I don't even have to look.
Yeah, that's my man.
Carl
Van.
Man. What up, Carl?
Carl Van, what's up? My shit talking brethren.
$9.99 super chat donation to the show. Tremendous. Love thank you for the generosity. This is, we do this just to build this community. I've always been, I think, very vocal that the donations are welcomed and thankful for it. But we really have been trying to think of this in a very long-term format of building community and discussion. Right. And I think this draft show really encapsulates that. As over the last 9 years, we've had people stay up. My boy Jay Cryer will stay up when he was living in England, he had to stay up till like 4 a.m. to wait for us to get the pick. He was so happy the one year that we picked at 6 and we got Christian McCaffrey. He was like, I only had to stay up till 1 this year or something like that. So I think that this is a testament of each week how our show has grown, the loyalty of people coming back. Yep. And that shows really what we're trying to do. Right now, guys, I'm looking at the draft odds for the overall number 1 pick. Trayvon Walker has the best odds at -450. Aiden Hutchinson +400. Then you get Akim Ekwonu +750. Evan Neal +2,000. Right now, man, is according to this site, and who is this? VegasInsider.com. When was this published? Updated. I hope this is current. Trayvon Walker, the favorite to be the number 1 overall pick. Kevin Thibodeau is next. Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah.
Kayvon. Derek Stingley. I mean, these are you're getting to the +1000s. Really, they think it's going to be Walker, Hutchinson, Ekwonu, and that's pretty much it. The numbers jump up after that from 750 to 2000. So, fantastic stuff. Thank you guys for the super chats, the donations, the support. Make sure you smash the thumbs up button, subscribe to the show, tell a friend about it. We're here every Tuesday night, and this week is going to be a little different, guys. Is the Friday free-for-all. Since we don't have those mid picks, Cody has decided to shift the Friday free-for-all to the Saturday.
Saturday sit-in.
Yeah, the Saturday sit-in. Yes.
Saturday sit-in, y'all. So tomorrow, we normally go live Friday at 7 p.m. I'll be doing some work for Draft Tech, but also we don't have any picks, at least as of the moment. However, Saturday, we will be doing another live show where everybody's going to be able to join in, come and hang out, talk about the draft thus far. So be on the lookout for that this Saturday.
Dexter Henderson in the house all the way from across the pond with the 449 pound. Oh, I got my Keep Pounding shirt underneath this jersey. You know, today is, and we'll move on. We've got some cool things, some cool features to you. We got about 8 or 9 team previews I've got with writers or podcasters from the teams around the league that I think are going to be relevant to our understanding of the draft. But for me, the jersey selection on draft night is always an important. By the way, I got my draft hat. This is this year's draft hat, and I know a lot of people. This is one good one for us. Finally,
last year was garbage, dude.
Oh my god, I hated it. And it was so funny, man. The comments when I put this up on Twitter about this one, I said, "God, was that really the hat? It looks terrible." When JC Horn put it on, I had people. It was like a trucker hat. Some people like it. My boy Chad Moore, who is a Titans fan, likes that snapback netted style. That's not my style personally, but I had people saying, "Man, it looks like he's about to jump in 18-wheeler and deliver a truckload of Little Debbie's to Ohio or something." Like, I mean, there was so many. Twitter is such a fun place. So like and subscribe, like the chat is saying. Let's go ahead and. Before we get into the previews, let's start with a couple of calls that people have been dropping. There's an excitement surrounding draft day. The number's 252-228-5098. That's 252-228-5098. Let's see what you guys got to say.
What's up, C3 family?
Ooh, 89. J Stubbs.
It's 89 J Stubbs. How's everybody doing today? Draft day. Woo-hoo. Just want to touch base on David Tepper's little giggle press conference that he just fucking so funny, bro. You know what I mean? But anyway, one thing he said that I think has been the biggest indictment on the Panthers franchise since he bought it is, you know, he says last year was last year, and this year is this year, and every year in my other world that every year is different, and that's our biggest problem. That's not how football works. You don't go year to year. You have a plan, you have stepping stones, and it seems like every year they're just taking the piece of paper, writing a bunch of shit down, throwing it away because it don't work. This is not stocks. This is not whatever the hell the point I'm trying to make is you got to build stepping stones for each year, and it's a plan, not, well, last year's last year, this year's this year. Anyway, looking forward to the draft tonight. I'll see y'all later on at 7 o'clock or whenever it is. Keep pounding.
My hair is the topic of discussion among the chat. Also, 89 J Stubbs brought up some good things. What about the continuity from year to year when it comes to the vision, the plan of a team? The other I got sidetracked on the hat discussion. The jersey selection on draft night's important for me each year. I decided not to wear. I'm not wearing that Shaq jersey this year. I'm tired of that mess. Hope he continues on the trajectory he's had over the last couple of days or couple of seasons. I've thought about bringing out the Cam Newton jersey this year because I feel like we could be in a similar situation of trying to grab a player that means that much to the organization. But I decided, it's time to put Cam to rest in my mind for a little while. New era, new time for me. I love Cam more than anything, but it's time for the future at this point for me. So I went into the past. I went deeper and I got the Steve Smith jersey on for a guy who represents someone who overcomes expectations. And that's who I think if we draft Malik Willis, that could be a guy who people didn't believe in that proves them wrong.
Yep.
Let's jump into J Stubbs' comment real quick. Because what I did, you brought it up before we went live, CK, and that is this press conference held by the owner. The owner comes out. A lot of people have been upset they're saying, man, you were so up in our face when you bought this team and you were dancing on the sidelines and you were talking about how we're about winning. You're making this. You seem to be a very active and engaged owner in the wake of a team that had just had an owner that it was hard to get a complete sentence out of them. Right. So there was an excitement level. But then as things started to go bad, people started to go, wait a minute, Tepper, maybe you ain't as cool as we thought you were. Maybe you ain't that cool. And why are you a billionaire and you wearing an $8 shirt? I don't get that part. I still don't get that part. I hired Matt Rule because we were both short order cooks at one time. This press conference, guys, I got to say, it was a tough one. It was a tough one for a lot of people involved. And I might say that I don't expect David Tepper to address the media again until he either fires Matt Rule or wins the Super Bowl at this point. Guys, this press conference got hijacked by the Rock Hill, South Carolina media and the South Carolina media. I actually thought that for the first time, this is the craziest thing, guys, is that I've always been kind of maybe not critical, but observant that Charlotte media is kind of vanilla. They're very cordial.
Right.
They never go, it's like they're not like going after people. They've tried to always just be nice for Jerry Richardson. And a lot of people said that if you were too critical to Jerry Richardson, he'd close the door on you and he'd like excommunicate you. So people were like, very cautious about criticism, but we just don't have that aggressive media of the North. We've got that country Southern gentility type approach when it comes to the media, but they were coming after him a little bit in these questions. And I thought, man, crazy. This is like who body snatched the Charlotte media, and what a contentious press conference. Ironically, we had the most contentious press conference in the history of Panthers football, and Matt Rule was not even the focal point. Football wasn't even the focal point. Somehow they would rather argue about football more than football. It was crazy.
Football.
It was crazy. What do you guys think about the Tepper press conference?
I personally feel that it was the worst interview that David Tepper has ever done as the owner of the Panthers. I mean, it was absolutely awful. Jay Stubbs alluded to it in his call. It's just, it's so embarrassing, man. Like that snide little laugh that he has now. I mean, he really is kind of started to reveal himself as an owner. I feel like one of the things that definitely got the most talk was him doubling down on Sam Darnold and said that he believes that Sam Darnold's a good quarterback, which I don't believe he actually believes that. I think he's just saying that so that way
in case that there's
it doesn't mess with the plans of what the Panthers are doing. But I mean, listen, he even doubled down and said that it could take Matt Rule 5 or 6 years to implement the process that he's implementing, which, by the way, since we're talking about it, if you believe that Matt Rule is going to be here for a while longer, and you do think that you have that kind of stability, then and you believe Sam Darnold is a good quarterback, then why should a quarterback be off the table at 6 if you believe that you are a situation that doesn't have to start him right away?
Right.
So
I can't believe you guys are mad about this Tepper and the Sam Darnold comment. That, Adam, for me, is that he's final. For one thing, he's the first person in the brass. I call it front office, but he's the owner, so calling him in the top office. He's the only guy that didn't just shit on Sam Darnold completely. What I think it was just is like he's our quarterback right now. What if we don't pick a quarterback at 6? What if we pick an offensive tackle? We got to go into the room and say, Sam Darnold, hey,
the guy.
Yeah, I just think it was like, all right. So Sam Darnold part threw you off. What else?
I'll tell you, for me, it was the fact that this was his first interview since the season ended. We were already critical by the fact that he did not do a end of the year press conference. Right? We were already pretty again critical of that, and to not have him address any of the things that we really wanted to know that he has ducked and dodged, and now adding on top of the Rock Hill stuff. Like, I mean, he's hiding behind a statement that Rock Hill made. I guarantee you he would have nothing to say if Rock Hill hadn't said what they said. Right? He's hiding behind a statement that was very easy. He basically, if those two didn't watch, David Tepper's claim as to why he didn't want to talk about it is Rock Hill wanted to keep this out of a contentious public debate, like back and forth is what it was. And every time somebody would ask a question about Rock Hill, again, I'm going to respect their wishes. Like, no, they're like, the reality is, like, it's not a matter of Rock Hill's wishes. It's a matter of the people of Rock Hill. They were wanting to know, like, do you plan on is there a chance that you're still going to be here? Right? Is there still a hope, or is there still an intention there for you to be that in this area? And the fact that he's just unwilling to answer the hard questions was what, in my opinion, made him a lot less trustworthy. Because at one point,
did it bother you that he placed it like is the way he framed it? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's because I would talk about it if Rock Hill said, like, it's almost like when you apologize to someone, right? And you don't say I'm sorry for what I did, instead you say I'm sorry you're upset.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
you say I'm sorry you're upset. You don't really care what you did. You're just like, oh, I wish you weren't unhappy. It's kind of
my question is. My question about it is like, do you think it's a little bit about timing too, right? Like, do you really want to be asking him questions about this like day before or day of draft? I mean, come on, like maybe we'll talk about it, but let's focus on the task at hand, and then we'll deal with this situation that has time.
That is what drove me nuts, Greg. That's what drove me nuts. And to me, I know that David Tepper rub people some wrong way on some of these questions, but it was crazy. Like, the media, you're opening it up 2 days before the day before the draft,
right?
And we haven't heard from the one question I thought, like, I didn't like that he kind of dodged the Deshaun Watson question in the very beginning. Right. That was a one football question. Yeah, but is that it was, to me, the media. And it was like different voices than we're used to hearing from the media there. Like, if you follow all of these press conferences, you know, the sports guys, this was like somebody from blah, 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 South Carolina Gazette, somebody from Rock Hill, someone from Charlotte. So they were there for like the public news port, but they were asking him about the soccer team, all of these kind of questions that, maybe they were. I don't think David Tepper was ready for the press conference to be driven in that direction so much. Right. I wish he would have just said no comment on the Rock Hills thing. It's like, hey, they said they don't want to talk about it. And then you can kind of use that as a shield in the beginning, but then as they keep asking, just say no comment, moving on. I was disappointed, like Greg said, is that there was very little football questions, and they could be hard questions, they could have been soft questions, they just really weren't existent, and they got him irritated. That was the thing, is the Rock Hill questions got him irritated, and then he kind of almost went into defensive checkout mode. And so now, to be fair to what CK is saying, when you kind of push back, saying, no, man, like, is like, this is on Tepper a lot, is that he did say, I'm not going to talk about any of those things. But then he also, every time he got a football question, he did say, that's a question for Scott Fitterer.
That's the problem. That's what I was about to say.
Why even talk?
I can understand.
Why even talk to the media at all?
I can understand that.
He had nothing.
What would you have asked him? I have one question. This is what I would have asked. And I would have asked him a question that he is the guy that should be the guy that answers it. That's the thing, is sometimes we know when you ask him a question about who the pick is, of course, that's a question for Scott Fitterer, you know?
Right.
What my question would have been to David Tepper is, how involved last year in the entire season, from the draft period to the trades to and we're talking about the big trades, to personnel management, i.e. bringing in Cam Newton. How involved were you last year? And do you see your role this year increasing or decreasing?
So I'll tell you what I would have asked him. The Panthers haven't had a winning season in 4 years, the longest losing streak in Carolina Panthers history. What about Matt Rule have you seen that justifies him not being on the hot seat this year? And I would ask him that very pointedly. And even if it ruffled his feathers, So fucking what? He's still going to sleep a billionaire. And I think that's what you're talking about, Tony, that Charlotte media, they're very courteous. They're very polite. They don't ask the tough, poignant questions sometimes that fans want answered. And I feel like that's what's infuriating. Not only did David Tepper do his best to dodge very simple questions, but even when he had an opportunity to do so, he wanted to defer to Scott Fitterer than actually answering anything about the football team. You notice that he would say,
why were they asking him about the soccer team, though? Like,
have you noticed that he says Scott Fitterer far sooner now than it does Matt Rule?
Right. He said Matt Rule. He said Matt Rule. He called him by the coach so many times. Like the coach. That's what he would call Matt Rule by. I thought that was so telling to me. But the reason that all of these questions are coming in is because, number one, he was dodging the football questions. Like the reality is that. But the problem is
a ton of them, though. Somebody asked him if he was going to move the team. I thought, man, you guys said I was ridiculous. I said that was I was like, hey, man, listen to our show.
Whose fault is that? Like, how many times did we have an opportunity to ask these questions to David Tepper before? Like, when's the last time there was an actual interview with David Tepper?
Well, here's the thing, though.
I mean, I guess that's the point.
We're talking about him like not answering, or like the reporters asked him kind of softball questions, or like not asking him the questions we want to hear. Look what he just did to Rock Hill. Y'all were talking about that being a power move. If that's a power move and people are looking at that as a power move, are you going to be the person that asks a question that pissed him off?
I thought this press conference was the one that the media asked questions that he didn't want asked for the first time. Like they really came at it, but they were kind of bizarre in some questions. So you guys could go back and watch that press conference. We'd love to. A couple of things that stick out to me is that he has got a salesman who was a great follow on Twitter. And I pull it up in a second, but he was talking about, he looked at this angle somebody put up, and it was like where Tepper leaned down in his head, his bald head. He looked like it was like some cartoon character that is like a villain that has a bald head or something. And he looked to me like he could have been the bad guy from the show Daredevil on Netflix. It's just and that shirt, man. That shirt is like an $8 Panthers shirt. Like, come on, man. I'd be at least, if I was a billionaire, even if I didn't like to dress up, I'd be one of those people that wore a $150 t-shirt, though. I mean, come on. It got to be made out of something nice. The number's 252-228-5098. The draft is kicking off in about 23 minutes. So what we're going to do is have a quick hit right now around the league. Cody, while I pull up some of the comments or some of these initial interviews, I was hoping you might be willing to share your big board with us. If you have that prepared. And I also want to just recap the NFL draft order. It starts with Jacksonville, then it goes to who's next?
Jacksonville, number 1, Detroit Lions, number 2, Houston Texans, number 3. Yeah, the Jets are number 4. The New York Giants are number 5, and Carolina Panthers are picking 6.
All right, well, let's go check in with our boy Scott Mason, from the Play Like a Jet podcast, a longtime friend of the show. See what's going on in New York as they head into the 4th pick.
Hey, boys, it's Scott Mason from the Play Like a Jet podcast, calling in to give you my thoughts about what the Jets may or may not do tonight in the draft. And I'll be honest with you, my head is still spinning because I'm not sure what to believe or what to think at this point. A week ago, Pete Schrager, who knows Kayvon Thibodeau, Robert Saleh, and Woody Johnson, was out there saying that they all had a meeting, and he was pretty sure that the Jets would take Kayvon Thibodeau if he was available at number 4. Then a couple days ago, there were a whole bunch of reporters saying the Jets have zero interest in Kayvon Thibodeau. They wouldn't even take him at number 10. So is he in play at number 4? Is he in play at number 10? Is he in play at no point for the Jets? I have no idea. Then, of course, there's the talk that he may go as high as number 2 or fall out of the top 10. So I have no idea what to think with him. Then there's the talk about Ikem Ekwonu, the offensive tackle from your neck of the woods at NC State. but the Jets already have 2 starting tackles, and then the speculation starts about Mekhi Becton and all this stuff about whether or not the Jets are going to stick with him because maybe the coaching staff doesn't like him. So what's going on there? Are they going to draft a Kwanu to replace Becton? Are they going to add to a strength? So there's talk of that. Then there's, of course, talk that maybe Aiden Hutchinson unexpectedly slips, and maybe somehow he winds up being available at number 4. And then Ahmad Gardner, you talk to some people, they say the Jets really like Ahmad Gardner. Then there are other people that say they wouldn't draft a corner that high. I have no idea. And then on top of all that, there's all the confusion with Deebo Samuel. Is he going to get traded? Will it happen on draft night? Will the Jets be the ones that get him if he does get traded? If he gets traded, would it be for the number 10 pick? Would it be for something else? I have no idea what to think. This is one of the most confusing draft seasons I've ever seen. And then you have the whole situation with the quarterbacks. No one even knows if a quarterback will go in the top 10. There's no real consensus at almost any position as far as who the best players are. You ask 5 to 10 different people, you get 5 to 10 different answers. The whole thing's insane. So all of this is to say that I'm just crossing my fingers and hoping that the Jets do what we're hoping they do and get the players that they really need to jumpstart this team, because they need talent. And quantity is good, but quality is better. So at 4-10, I hope that they get 2 good players that can come in and really make a difference. There's a lot of talk about wide receiver, whether it's Samuel or whether they draft somebody at 10 or even, draft somebody in the second round or trade up from the second round back into the first round, whatever. I think at some point they're going to get a wide receiver within the first 38 picks. I think at some point they're going to get a pass rusher within the 38 picks. That's about all I can really tell you at this point. I don't know what to think. So
that's Scott Mason. He got the 3 minutes. He got the cutoff for the 3 minute. He's a great, very knowledgeable daily podcast, Play Like a Jet, one of the largest Jet podcasts out there. And I got to tell you this, you got to give Jet fans a lot of credit, man. Doing a daily podcast, you think that having the Panthers life is tough. They've been in a rut themselves. That's what we're all kind of trying to get out of. The Jets are trying to get out of this historic rut. We're trying to get out of this rut that we're hoping doesn't become a historic rut, right? Like we're not used to this, is that the Panthers are hitting that point at 5 losing seasons in a row? 6?
Something on the verge of 5. We've accomplished 4 thus far.
Oh, yeah. About to
4.
be a 5th.
What was the one before that? What year was that? 2018? No, 19, 20, 21. Was it 2019? And what did we do that year? How many games we win? Is how long can a fan base stand that? And I think this is I've made a comparison between the Carolina Panthers a lot and my ECU alma mater, right? My college football team.
Right.
And that we're and I know Charlotte doesn't like to say that they're a small market, right? But they used to be, right? Now the landscape is changing in the world over the last decade, so that's becoming less and less of a true part of the narrative. But we didn't have the largest fan base, right? We're a new team, but we had success early and frequently enough in our organizational history that created a kind of strong football culture. East Carolina is kind of like this, is that they didn't ever get the best recruits. They're never going to get the best recruits, right? Is that they're small school. You've got UNC Chapel Hill to your west. You've got NC State to your west. You got these ACC Power 5 programs that are going to just have better facilities, more money, more free agent talent in there, right? What a college. But that success breeds this very strong culture. We don't have generational fans, though, when it comes to Carolina Panthers. We're starting to get them now, finally, because, you're starting to get the Connors and the Noahs that have grown up only as Panther fans. You're starting to get, you'll see on Twitter, people posting pictures of their kids and being born Panther fans, literally like putting little Panther onesies. My kids were like that. So we're creating like a history that teams like Green Bay, New York, and these other teams have had. But I tell you, ECU just made their first bowl appearance in 6 years. And it was that 6 years, I think, tested the strength and the fortitude of the fan base. It was to the point where we used to always show out at games, even if we were like, it's packed, man. And then you were going to the games towards the end, dude, and there'd be like 7,000 people there. You're like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
We don't want to fall into that historic rut. We're looking for a player like the Jets that are trying to turn things around. Let's go to Nick Filato, and see.
Hey, real quick, can I just read this donation real quick? From our man, Nick Montero says, I'll try and hop on before we pay. Hope you guys are doing well. Sending love from Florida. Keep pounding. Let's get that long snapper at 6.
Hell no.
Shout out to Nick. All right, go ahead, Tony.
Thanks for the support, guys. You can support the show like by contributing the super chats. You can check the show notes. You can see the links for PayPal and Cash App. We have those opportunities that circumvent some fees too. So you think about this as YouTube takes like a 30% cut. So, but hey, we don't, I just want to make it easy. But again, you can best support the show by subscribing on YouTube, smashing the thumbs up button. What I really like everybody to do, if you really enjoy the C3 draft party, if you enjoy the content we put forward, I'm not going to beg for donations. What I am going to beg for is you share the show on social media. This link right now, the show we're watching. I'd love to see us as we approach our pick number 6 for us to touch the ceiling of historic viewers. We got 112 right now. We pull those types of numbers on a Tuesday night, though, folks. This is draft night. Let's make this a party. Let's get this party popping, folks. Let's check in with Nick Filato and see what the Giants have got going on.
What's going on, Carolina? Nick Filato of Big Blue View covering the New York Giants here, and I feel like we're in an interesting position. The Giants sandwich Carolina at 5-7 with a pressing need at right tackle. Interestingly enough, Carolina could use an offensive tackle as well. The Giants turned the page on a dilapidated franchise that's now entrusted to be led by Joe Shane and Brian Dable, which are both two Bills disciples. And there are plenty of holes on the Giants roster, which I know Carolina understands as well. They need upgrades at linebacker, wide receiver, safety, some defensive line help, an infusion of young talent along their interior offensive line. But their primary needs are right tackle, cornerback, and edge. New York will be selecting one of the 3 top offensive tackles in this draft. They're linked to Cross and Neal. They could end up with Icky. It's a priority, though, for the Giants to land one of those 3. With Wink Martindale's pressure-heavy press man scheme, they could really target one of the top 2 cornerbacks in Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley Jr. as well. James Bradbury will likely not be a Giant for much longer, so investing in cornerback is paramount. Martindale has made it clear in the past that he needs coverage players on the back end to allow his unique pressure looks to get home. I also think they could go edge if Kayvon Thibodeau falls to them at 7. However, I can also see Carolina trading out of 6 and allowing another team to trade up for a player the Giants hope to land at 7. Carolina, they need picks. And if the offensive tackles are off the board, I can kind of see that happening. I can also see the Giants being in the trade market to acquire future assets and more day 2 selections. All in all, though, I'm excited for the draft, and I expect the Giants to come away from the first round with one of those offensive tackles. Beyond that, probably one of the top 2 cornerbacks or a trade down. Alrighty, thank you so much. This is Nick Filato of Big Blue View and Big Blue Banter signing off.
Go check out our boy Nick Filato. Thanks for the insight. That's interesting that we have so much kind of influence on a team. There's a relationship there because they have picks bracketing our pick. So they got to really be careful of what is going to happen after their initial pick to make sure that they get the guy they want at 7, in case like he's talking about that trade back scenario. So guys, let's focus in on that moment right there in his call. Carolina, what happens? How does the board fall in a way that what's the ideal situation for Carolina to be picking at 6? How does the board fall that could present an opportunity where other teams want to jump in? Cody, tell me that. What needs to happen before us to actually make 6 a destination that other teams want to go for?
Well, so again, a lot of this is going to depend on teams like the Steelers and the Saints and the Ravens, who have been linked to want to be able to trade up in this year's draft class. It's how aggressive are they willing to get? Are they going to potentially, so for example, the Saints, they've been rumored to want an offensive tackle really bad. A lot of the teams in the top 5 might. So if the Saints have their eye on one, they might package 16 and 19 and move up ahead of us. The Ravens are another team that wanted to move up. And then apparently the Pittsburgh Steelers are in love with Malik Willis. And they have been a team that has contacted us about potentially trading up. So if the Steelers are in love with Malik Willis, the Panthers could even go down as far as pick 20, where the Pittsburgh Steelers are picking right now. I don't know if they would be willing to go down that far, but something tells me, based on what we know of Scott Fitterer, that wouldn't be something that he would mind doing too much.
All right. Let's go ahead and keep quick hitting around the league and see what's going on. You mentioned that Atlanta was a team not only part of our division, but one that has some coinciding interest when it comes to Carolina Panthers. Their pick could be relative to ours, and they might be a team that's trying to jump ahead of us, or at least watching what we're doing and seeing how their influence. Let's see what's going on in Atlanta.
Hi, this is Greg Hawes, the Atlanta Falcons correspondent for Draft Tech. Cody asked me to call in. The main chatter on the Falcons is just how many different directions they can go. They're a roster that's clearly in transition that has a lot of basically, aside from place kicker and maybe cornerback, they could add to every position group in the building in any of the first 3 rounds. There's just a tremendous need for an infusion of young talent. They were one of the oldest rosters in the NFL a couple seasons ago, and now they're going to be one of the youngest. In terms of the first round, it's such an uncertain first round, particularly in the top 10. Nobody knows who's going where. And Atlanta's pretty much in a position of wait and see. They have to figure out how it's going to drop to them. I certainly don't see them trying to move up for anyone because, again, anybody who's there at 8 is going to be in a position group that could dramatically help the roster composition. Looking at where they're going to be at 8, the main thing, the 2 main positions that are clearly huge needs, where it's not just they could improve, but they just have nobody there, is wide receiver and edge. And so looking at 8, there's a fair amount of chatter that Kayvon Thibodeau is not going any lower than 8. I can certainly see that. He fits what they're doing as a sort of a 3-4 outside linebacker. Same with Jermaine Johnson. He's another guy I can certainly see them taking at 8. Wide receiver, a lot of mocks have had Garrett Wilson going there. I don't see him as a fit for what Arthur Smith wants to do with his wide receivers. If Thibodeau and Johnson are gone and they want to go wide receiver 8, I think Drake London is probably the guy. He's bigger, 6'4". He's a good blocker. He's got a huge catch radius. That's the sort of player that I think Smith is interested in. Once what they do at 8 will have an impact on, particularly I think the second round. If they wind up with an edge player, I think it's going to push them heavier towards wide receivers in round 2. I think in some ways they're locked in a little more in wide receiver because they do want those bigger guys, but also at edge they need 3-4 linebackers. Like a guy like George Karlaftis is really not going to fit what they're doing unless they think they can bulk him up to a sort of 3-4 defensive end. One of the big questions I think going in is Grady Jarrett's one of the few good players left on the roster. I think if you look at the roster, they have a good left tackle, a good right guard, a cornerback 1, a pretty good slot cornerback, and a veteran QB cornerback 2. But they really have nothing on the defensive front except for Grady Jarrett, and there's
you're muted.
There.
What I love to hear about that call is that the Falcons need a lot. They need a lot. They ain't got nobody on their roster. They ain't got no talent. How about that? Whew, that makes me feel good. Cody, what do you interpret from your boy at Draft Tech? What is going on? What do we need to be thinking about as Panther fans in relation to the Falcons?
I mean, listen, they have a lot of different options as well. I mean, all the teams in the top 10 have a number of different options available to them. I've been saying that I feel like Atlanta could potentially take a quarterback if they like one there.
Right.
I kind of feel they hope one of the defensive ends fall to them. Specifically a player like Kayvon Thibodeau, who is already wearing black and red. He's at the draft tonight. That would be another dynamic pass rusher for them to add. Apparently, they would like to add a receiver pick as well. It'll be very interesting, man. I mean, they picked 2 picks away from us. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do. They really need a lot of help. They need receivers. Yep. They had one of the worst pass rush in the NFL last year. The Falcons need everything. They're in the midst of a rebuild and a brand new era of Falcon football. So let's see what they end up doing.
All right, let's check in Washington with the Washington Commanders, also a team that could be looking for a quarterback like ours. This is Clip Brock from Pirate Radio.
What's up, Panthers fans? Clip Brock here, Pirate Radio. Thanks for Ron Rivera. No thank you for Kyle Allen and Curtis Samuel. Washington on the clock, 11th tonight in the draft, and signs pointing to wide receiver, which makes me have nightmare flashbacks of past receivers drafted in the first round for Washington, dating back to the 90s with Desmond Howard, Michael Westbrook, to the 2000s with Rod Gardner, to Josh Dotson, and everything in between. Washington has sucked when it comes to drafting receivers in the first round. I shouldn't hold that against this year's talented receiver class, but I kind of do, and I'm afraid whoever they do draft is going to be an absolute bust. Could be looking like Chris Olave from Ohio State, Jameson Williams, Alabama, perhaps Drake London. I'm seeing a lot of different names. When it comes to the mocks, and it looks like they're going to go that direction, I'll say before the Carson Wentz move, I was hoping Washington would go Matt Corral. I fell in love with him watching some Ole Miss games in college last year. But they're not going to go QB in the first round. I kind of then fell in love with Kyle Hamilton, the safety, super athletic, freaky guy. We've hit on safety in the draft before with the late, great Sean Taylor. We've also slightly missed with LaRon Landry, the juice freak. So that didn't work out, top 10 safety pick. So I guess that's what I do as a Washington fan. I feel like I'm cursed, so I always look back at our past failures and somehow think history is going to repeat itself. But this year, I do think they go wide receiver to try to help out Terry McLaurin, and I'm not even going to mention Curtis Samuel's name again because until he actually plays, there's no reason to talk about him. He might as well be me with the amount of snaps he got last year. The Panthers draft could affect this pick if they go quarterback at 6 and then say that starts a run on quarterbacks and those really talented offensive linemen slip. I mean, I guess Washington could go tackle there. You can always upgrade on the offensive line. But I do think receiver will be the pick for Washington this year, and I just pray for that man's safety and pro career because history shows it does not work out for first-round draft picks. At the receiver position for the Washington Redskins football team, hey, maybe the Commanders are different. This will be the first ever receiver picked in the first round by the Commanders. Maybe this time it'll work out. If I had to pick one, I guess Jameson Williams would be my pick. I think it'll end up being Chris Olave going to Washington tonight at 11th overall. Hey, tune in to Pirate Radio Fridays at 3. You can hear your very own Tony Dunn join us on the show.
He's lying. It's 4 for me.
Friday. Make
I'm
that
there
4
at
o'clock.
4
Fridays at 4 as we talk NFL. And we'll be doing that this Friday. Good luck to you Panthers folks. Hope you get who you want at number 6. And Clip.
Thank you. Clip Brock, Pirate Radio, my buddy, my pal. Then going on doing NFL talk with him for about 9 years now, since probably we're doing this draft party thing. Really kind of dead set on receivers there. And, it's that time that there could be a run on receivers around that area of the 11th pick. You start to see some some movement like that. You're listening to the C3 Panthers Draft Party. All right, the C3 Panthers Podcast Draft Party. It's the 2022 NFL Draft Party. We're 1 minute away from kickoff time. Let's squeeze in a couple of calls from some fans and see what they're thinking on draft night.
This film, it just amazes me. At the end of every season, we're screaming draft O-line, draft O-line. We've got to fix the line. But then the draft rolls around and everybody wants a quarterback. I mean, Fields was there last year at 8. We didn't take him. Why would we take Willis at 6? Fields the fucking wall. Earmuff kids.
That man right there is from the school of keep it simple, stupid. Build that wall. Build that wall. Look, it's kind of hard to argue with that point there. There are ways that we have tried to justify like the time and the need for a quarterback, but no one on this show is going to say that it would be unwise to select a top level offensive lineman given the history, the poorest history of the Carolina Panthers offensive line. We'll get one more call in and then shame these suckers up.
Hey boys, Baby Rhino here in Jamestown, North Carolina. Giving you guys a call on draft day, round 1. I haven't called in a couple weeks. I'm listening to you guys Tuesday show. Getting really stoked about this whole ordeal. Just wanted to put a comment out there that you guys rock. Thanks for all the draft material and interviews you guys have been doing. It helps kind of ease my mind as well about what we're going to do. My personal thing, offensive tackle, quarterback, trade back, or bust. I hope you guys have a good day. I look forward to listening to the show. I'm not going to be able to participate in the live part of it, but I will be there in spirit. So, boys, keep pounding, keep doing the work you're doing, and we'll catch you on the next broadcast. Take it easy.
All right.
Man, thanks for the support. I appreciate that. We are rocking and rolling through the draft season, the longest running Panthers podcast, the C3 Panthers podcast. And each and every week, we're here breaking things down. Each and every year, we're holding a live draft party. We were holding watch-alongs before watch-alongs were cool. Cody Lashney, each and every week, there are some freaks that got to be dealt with.
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of freaks. And hey, the draft is in Vegas, baby. So tonight, let your inner freak flag fly. You're here for one reason. It's not to see Tony Dunn's new wonderful draft cap, or my hair, or the Bat Daddy's beard. No, you come here for the voice that makes you moist. Codizzle. Talk to him, Big Papa.
Well, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, you have joined in to the C3 Panthers draft party. Come here. Come here a little closer. Come here a little closer. Come on. Right there. Oh, yeah. Hey, we're here to see what the Panthers decide to do with this future that we're hoping is not lost to an ownership that is inept in David Tepper, inept in coaching in Matt Rule, but possibly saved by the mind of Scott Fitterer and the offensive coordinator, Ben McAdoo, as well. But you've come to the show and you haven't hit that thumbs up button yet. I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know what we've got to do. Do I need to strip? Do I need to show you you want my feet? I'm not flexible. I can't do that. But anyway, hit the like, because right now, this moment, right this second, is your motherfucking subscriber shame.
Subscriber shame. 121 thumbs up. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe. Hit that notification bell for every single time we go live, baby. The Panthers, we're going to be drafting a franchise player tonight. Let's hope. The draft is about to start. Hit that thumbs up. You already know what time it is.
How about that? We just shamed these fools, and they love shame so much. We actually have more likes than viewers at this moment. That's probably the first time we've done that segment. Let's check in with Philadelphia, a team that some people believe we should trade back with and see what's going on in Philly. They've got 2 first-round picks. I just saw on the coverage there are 8 teams with 2 first-round picks, and there are 8 teams with no first-round picks this year in the NFL draft. Those guys, I guess, I wonder, it's got to be tough watching the draft and for your team, and you're not draft picking. I mean, look, you got to really love the draft at that point.
It's got to be tough watching the draft, but I don't think it's tough as a fan for your team, because I think generally hopefully if you don't have a draft pick in the first round, it's because your team's set up pretty well and you're doing pretty well.
Right.
But yeah, you definitely got to be dedicated to watch the draft with no picks in the first round.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not staying up till 4 in the morning across the pond.
Right.
I think you're only hoping that your team decides to trade in.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's go to Philly, see what's going on in Philly as they head into round 1.
Yeah, I'm in South Philadelphia here covering the NFL draft from the Eagles complex, and the Eagles have the first pick tonight at number 15. They have another pick at number 18. So that's 2 first-round picks for the Philadelphia Eagles, and what I'm hearing right now is that the Eagles are trying hard to trade up, but that move won't happen until the draft begins to unfold. They are looking to, I think, draft defense should they move up. Some of the targets moving up are the Panthers at 6, maybe even the Giants at 5 or 7. New York wants to come back. A little bit of a tricky deal there because obviously the Giants and Eagles play in the same division, the NFC East. So the team that makes the most sense, if they want to get all the way up to number 6 and have their pick of a sort of a premier defensive player, would be the Carolina Panthers at 6. And, some of those targets for the Eagles, I'm looking at cornerback. I know they missed out last year on J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. That went 8 and 9 respectively to the Panthers and the Broncos. So they kind of missed out. They would have loved to have had one of those guys. The 2 top corners in this draft are Sauce Gardner from Cincinnati and Derek Stingley from LSU. So you'd have to keep an eye on those 2 players, where they go in the top 5, if they go in the top 5. If one of them's sitting there and the Eagles think they can get the 6, I think they're going to do their best to do it and try to draft one of them. Another position you'd have to keep an eye on is the defensive line. The Eagles are going to lose 3 defensive linemen next year. They're going to lose Brandon Graham, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, and probably Derek Barnett. So that's 3 guys. So you have to look at defensive line as a position that the Eagles would like to take. Maybe Jordan Davis from the University of Georgia. If that is the guy they want, then maybe they won't have to move up so far to get him. Maybe they can just try to move up a couple spots to get ahead of the Ravens at 14, who would appear to be a good fit to draft Davis. So the Eagles would have to get ahead of the Ravens if they want Jordan Davis, defensive tackle. They also like Jermaine Johnson a lot, a defensive edge rusher, or Kayvon Thibodeau. That would require probably moving up into the top 10. So, Howie Roseman, he's going to look to wheel and deal like he always does every draft. He's made 6 trades in the first round while the draft is going on. I see, and I'm hearing that tonight, Thursday night, could be a 7th time for Howie Roseman to move around in that first round. So we'll see what happens. This is Ed Kratz reporting with Sports Illustrated, Fan Nation, and the publisher of Eagles Today.
Thanks a lot for that coverage. Oh, very interesting as Roger Goodell takes the podium. The boos are flying, and news about the potential Panthers trading around with the Eagles. You got to love that, right? Well, you're not love that. We might have our dance party, our dance partner.
Idea. Yeah, I love the Eagles trading with us. That's puts us still in a really good position.
Especially if you get both of those first round picks, I think you could get players that you get that quarterback without putting only the pressure of getting the quarterback. You could get the Corral, who people are arguing for, which, by the way, I'm suspicious of his 15 on the Wonderlic. I am not going to lie. That is a little concerning to me. But that also that you could get like that, like another player, maybe a top linebacker or, for instance, an offensive guard, and you're not overpaying. There's already been a conversation right now is like, are you overpaying for Ike Ekwonu if he turns out to be a guard at 6, right? And some of us just believe getting a premier player, despite where the position is worth it. But then maybe you get some. That's a potential. You finally got a dance partner. Maybe that's the key is trading back. We say trade back, but it takes having a dance partner to do that. Look, Ice Cube up in the draft. Love this. How cool is it that the draft is in Las Vegas? What a fun time that would be.
It's interesting because it was in Las Vegas in 2020, and they were going to ferry the draft picks to the through the fountain to the stage in the middle of the fountain. Remember that?
Oh, and wow!
And then the pandemic happened, and they canceled it.
Still, it does not. They haven't started the clock yet. We're at 8:09. Boy, they really like.
It's not looking good.
Aiden Hutchinson is a good-looking fella, and his mom is a smoke show. No wonder the camera keeps panning to them. Let's go to Pittsburgh, another team that needs a quarterback, and see what they are looking for in this draft, and how it might be relevant to the Carolina Panthers.
Hello to the fellas who run the C3 Panthers podcast, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to your 2022 NFL draft coverage. This is Mark Bergen from the Believe in Steelers show on behalf of the Believe Network. The main discussion the Steelers have entering the 2022 draft is how do they move on from the Ben Roethlisberger era? It's no secret Roethlisberger is heading to Canton, but after 18 years, the Steelers will need to figure out what they are going to do at the quarterback position. Now, remember, they brought in Mitch Trubisky on a 2-year deal. Looks like Mason Rudolph will compete for a starting spot too, but the Steelers need a quarterback following the tragic death of Dwayne Haskins. It is also the Steelers' final draft for GM Kevin Colbert, and so he is trying to go out with a bang before he retires following April's draft. And so it really depends on which quarterback might be available with the 20th overall pick. It's no secret that the Steelers absolutely love Malik Willis, and it would be a shock if Kenny Pickett is still on the board at number 20. Steelers typically don't trade up in drafts to go get a guy that they want. They typically stay at the pick that they have. So I'm going to put this out into the universe. Please go on and do the Steelers a favor. Go ahead and pass on a quarterback with the 6th overall pick. I know you might need one, but hey, see what you got in Sam Darnold and PJ Walker and draft the best available player with the 6th overall pick. Leave Malik Willis on the board because we absolutely need him in Pittsburgh. If Georgia's Jordan Davis is still on the board at number 20, he's another player I think the Steelers could target. Reason being, while the Steelers led the league in sacks in the 2021 season, they do need help on their interior of their line, considering they allowed the most rushing yards in the NFL in the 2021 season. That's no knock on Cam Hayward, who was an all-pro defensive tackle, but Tyson Alualu, who is 34 years old, and Stephon Tuitt did not play in the 2021 season. Steelers could use more depth at the defensive tackle position. Thank you again for the opportunity to contribute towards your draft coverage. You can check out the Believe in Steelers show wherever you get your podcasts, or on Apple, Stitcher, Spotify. We are also on YouTube, so you can go on and watch the Believe in Steelers show with Ike Taylor and I each week. You can also check me out on social media. My handle is @MDBergin. That's MDBERGIN. Thanks again for the opportunity to contribute. Excited to hear your response to my preview of the Pittsburgh Steelers with the 20th pick of the 2022 draft. Signing off, this is Mark Bergen.
Thank you for the insight. And again, the two teams that really are interested in a quarterback and vocally interested in a quarterback and vocally interested in Malik Willis. So like he said, they're hoping that we pass on Malik Willis so they get them. I think what's funny to me is that so many people who are critical of us picking Malik Willis think that, well, man, how could you do that? And then on the other hand, it's like a pleasant surprise if he's there at 20 for Pittsburgh fans. So what does that tell you about Malik Willis? It kind of just tells, I mean, I don't know if he's worth it at 20, why isn't he worth it at 6? You could say different teams, different organizations A lot of Aiden Hutchinson still going around in this discussion right now. And that's kind of funny to me as the Jags are on the clock since Trayvon Walker. Why are they not showing Trayvon Walker, who is the favorite to be the first round pick?
Might not be there.
Maybe not. So that might be a good point. All right. So we're going to jump over to Chargers chat real quick and see what's going on in San Diego.
What is up, Cat Chronicles? It is your guy, Kevin from the Charger Chat Podcast. Hope you guys are doing well. Looking forward to talking to you guys again in person. But yeah, I wanted to kind of reach out and let you know what we're at, what we're doing as Charger fans. It's an exciting time for us. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do in the first round because this is the first year for us where we haven't had a very specific idea of what we needed. We went out and got a little crazy in free agency this year. Khalil Mack, J.C. Jackson, a few other guys. So it's kind of an interesting time to see what we're going to do. There's a lot of people in our fan base that want to go offensive line. Makes sense. Justin Herbert's our guy. Want to make sure that he's protected and, we can do our best work. You can bring on some maybe lower level guys as long as Justin is protected and safe. So looking at offensive line, there's a couple guys in the first round, D lineman. There's a big giant dude out of Georgia, and you know who I'm talking about, Jordan Davis. He's going to be an exciting player for whoever gets him. I'm hoping he's still there at 17. We have not been the best last year in run defense, and that is a guy that's going to step in and just clog up 4, 5, 6 holes. Is there more than that? 7, 8, 9 holes? He's just a monster. So that's just me kind of being excited about, our draft. There's also some guys that want to see wide receivers. It's just all over the place for us this year, and it's super bizarre. So we're excited. We're also kind of looking forward to seeing what you guys do. It's going to kind of influence a little bit of what happens later on in the draft. So, kind of pulling for you guys and, excited. And, yeah, man, hopefully we can chat again soon and get it going. So all the best. Have an awesome Thursday night.
All right, on my screen, it just popped up that the pick is in. I do not have a computer right now. Right now on my screen, I'm watching on ESPN. It looks like Mel Kiper is up there. It said pick is in. I do not see the clock. They just panned to
Trayvon Walker,
Uzi Green. So whoever gets the earliest coverage. Cody, a lot of times you have early coverage.
I used to in years past, but now I'm using Fubo TV, and it's like a million years behind everything. So, pretty much just whoever has it first.
You announce it. All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we're thinking Greg might have the earliest lead in, but we'll try to. Hopefully, the chat will not blow it completely on every pick for us. Right, and we'll try to announce this as we watch.
Panther Pickle said Sauce Gardner pushed an old woman into the fountain.
Nuh-uh.
I hope so, dude.
Oh, that's awesome. Actually, that's not awesome because we kind of want Sauce Gardner going 3.
If I find that, I'll definitely put it up.
Okay, the pick is in. It looks like they're singing "Sweet Caroline" for some reason. I love how this is. We got to get rid of that song. Right. That should not be our song. And one of the things is this. So, first, it's Boston's song. It's a Red Sox thing. Second, just because it has Caroline doesn't mean I understand Carolina. I mean, it does get into that. But it's also overused in so many things.
Right.
Yeah. I think it should still be the...
All right.
Sorry. Roger Goodell is up at the podium. I know who it is. Twitter just told me, but
okay, I do not have let me see. I'm behind you guys. It says I'm live too. Oh, here he's just walking out.
Jaguars select Trayvon Walker is the number 1 pick in the draft.
Dog. He's from Georgia, right?
Yep, Georgia Bulldog off the board, number 1 pick in the draft. Trent Baalke, Texas.
Defensive end.
Physical upside freak, which, by the way, I do think Trayvon Walker in the NFL is going to be a much better pass rusher than he was in college. Dude, if I was Jacksonville, I would have picked a tackle for Trevor Lawrence. That's what I would have done, but Hey, man, can't go wrong with the physical upside defensive player. Question is, if you're Detroit, now do you take the Michigan kid and take Aiden Hutchinson right here at number 2? Or,
that's a good point.
I don't know.
Or is this Malik Willis getting ready to go number 2? What do y'all think?
No.
I don't think.
I think Detroit would. I think Detroit would probably. I don't think that they're going to value him as the number 2 pick, but it could be possible they trade back.
Let's point out this: Detroit has the number 32 pick as well.
Pick is in.
So for them, I think that they could. That means it's Aiden Hutchinson.
Hey, that means that we're going to get to number 6 a whole lot faster than we thought we were, because it's only 8:19.
I'm sitting here thinking, Tony got me convinced that it was going to be in the 8:50s. I'm sitting here like originally I was like, I don't think we're going to get past 8:30.
It's about to slow down, dude. Everybody's
My
about
original
to
answer was 8:20, by the way.
That's true. Yeah,
No,
it's
don't
going to
worry.
be in the 8:40s, I think, probably for us.
I don't know,
Well,
man.
maybe,
You think that, that means like Detroit was keyed up and ready to go.
Hey, look, if the next 3 picks take 10 minutes, that's 30 minutes. Of course, their 10 minutes starts right now when the pick is in.
Right.
So that's the thing. So their 10 minutes has already started.
Like it's not like a 10 like after it's been
announced.
After it's been announced, it doesn't start.
Y'all are trying to talk yourselves up, man. It's going to take a long time. It's about to slow down, folks.
Do you want me to just so I'm on Twitter. Do you want me to just tell you the pick as soon as I see it on Twitter? Because I see what the number 2 pick is.
You already
has it been announced already?
Twitter always has it first. So you're going to see it on Twitter before you do anywhere else.
I kind of like the drama of the announcement, man. It's like
all right.
Go super speed it up. I'm gonna try to not look at the comments. It was like, look, Jake wants to. He says, "Tell us, Cody." I kind of want us for a moment to say, who do you think it's gonna be? I think it's Aiden Hutchinson. I think that they're gonna try to grab like potentially a Desmond Ridder at 32.
Yeah.
And
I'm already on my 3rd beer, by the way. I better catch up.
Oh, wow. You're going to be crunk. I decided I'm not going to drink at all until the Panthers pick, or else I would have been loaded by now as it was. So this, though, the important part about this pick right here is that this really this could have been the pick that potentially upsets the kind of order of the draft, right? If Malik Willis goes there, then that puts a lot of pressure on the Panthers if they are so committed to picking a quarterback to maybe force the pick at Pickett or something like that. On the other hand, if this is defensive ends, what this does is this pushes down offensive linemen, which could benefit Carolina, right? So the fact that Jacksonville didn't take that tackle, the fact that, Detroit didn't take that tackle.
Sorry.
Is that what it is?
Aiden Hutchinson, yeah.
All right. With the number
Aiden
2
Hutchinson, number 2 pick.
Yep.
Number 2 pick in the draft. So what this has done for the Carolina Panthers at this point has forced this is keeping our options open, right? And I guess the scarier part for me is that this is also playing into, does this make the Thibodeau a potential option at 6? The Carolina Panthers may have a pick of the litter when it comes to Malik Willis being there at 6, one of the top offensive linemen being there at 6, and one of these kind of freak show defensive players that you have to at least feel the idea of.
Right.
So really getting complicated here for me. It's like our options are, it's not narrowing for us. It would be a lot easier. I don't know if it would be easier if Malik Willis was off the board or not, but now it's going to make it more complicated for us because now we have to really make the decision of upside versus safe. Cody, how are you feeling? 3 beers deep. The board is unfolding in the first 2 picks in a pretty standard way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if the Panthers want one of the top 3 offensive tackles, this is not a bad way for the board to start. I mean, as of right now, one of the big three are going to be there for the Panthers. Either
Not
Charles
necessarily.
Cross, Ekema Kwanu, and
Evan Neal.
Evan Neal. All three are on the board right now. We do not know how Houston is picking. All of the rumors have been that Houston is going to pick Derek Stingley potentially at number 3. So
I saw Sauce Gardner a lot. Fountain Man.
Yep. Sauce and
I think we got our first guest of the night. Content creator Cody, go ahead and bring our man in. What's up, dude?
JD.
Yeah, what's good,
up?
family?
The
What's
draft
good,
is
bro?
here. The draft is here.
Man.
How excited are you finally to get it done?
Dog, this is like, even regardless of the current state of the Panthers, I think this is like my Christmas because I spent all year watching film, doing content, all that good stuff. And we're finally at the day, like tomorrow, I'll probably sleep for the first time, like legitimately. So I'm super stoked if you can't already tell.
One of the things about Christmas to me is that now, as I'm a parent, I have 3 kids. Christmas is a big ordeal. My wife does so much of it. Thank God, she's awesome. But there is an immense amount of buildup, preparation, cooking. You got to get the meal. It's like Thanksgiving. You spend 12 hours cooking, and people are done eating in 15 minutes. Not 15 minutes, but isn't it kind of crazy with all of that? That all the Christmas presents are going to be open in just a day or two, and like there it goes, and then it starts all over again. What is going on with the 4-man rush? I see you guys have
right there.
You guys got a lot of varying opinions on your team. You got people that want to trade for Baker Mayfield on your team, and with the 4-man rush, you've got people that are pounding the table. I feel like I've seen some Malik Willis takes. I've seen guys that have said this is offensive lineman. What's going on with the 4-man rush, and how do you feel about the Panthers heading in at number 6, especially as the way this draft board is unfolded with the first 2 picks being defensive linemen?
We're pretty split in the 4-man rush room right now.
His connection's breaking up, but it's a good time for DJ Short _4 DJ. Holy cow. Big time donation, $50. Man, that's awesome. Thank you so much for your generosity. 3-year anniversary of discovering C3. He's excited for the draft. He writes, and excited to join you guys for the draft party. You guys make my morning commutes awesome. Man, that is great, dude. I appreciate that, man. 3-year anniversary. You've been here now for 3 draft parties then, right? Fantastic. Thank you again for your donation of $50 on the super chats. Again, you can support the show by hitting the subscribe button, by hitting the thumbs up button, and telling a friend like DJ Short has telling his friends about the podcast. Let's see if we can get up. JD's got some connection issues, and it looks like we've got the Houston pick is in. So after the Houston pick, we've still got 2 writers to bring in, but it's the Arizona Cardinals and Tampa Bay. Both of those picks deeper in the draft, so we won't have to work so hard to include them right away. So we'll get to that maybe. Yeah. Looks like the Houston pick is in, and
Stingley,
is it Stingley?
Stingley, yeah.
All right. This is big time. This is good. Keep them coming.
Yeah, that works.
Again, this more it's constantly getting more valuable.
So,
this number 6 pick.
Now the top 3 offensive linemen are guaranteed to be available for the Panthers. Both Evan Neal, Ekema Kwanu, and Charles Cross.
Well, the Giants
are guaranteed to be there for us.
Okay, yeah, one of them are guaranteed to be there. That also implies, well, actually now, wouldn't you say that all quarterback options are guaranteed to be there for us?
Right.
Unless the Giants do something funky. What if the Giants pick Malik Willis?
There's no way.
Yeah, I don't think.
Not Yeah, not
unless they're
6,
doing
or not
a
5.
pick and trade, like they're planning on picking them for somebody. Yeah, the Giants have been known to do that.
Man, actually, draft is moving right along. Maybe I misled a lot of the people saying that it was going to be at the 9 o'clock hour.
You son of a.
I don't think we're gonna make it to.
It's
I don't know, though, man. If we trade back to 13, like, what if we trade back to like 13?
Yeah, the 9 o'clock
You'd be
people
right on
are
the money.
hoping for trade back right now. The 9 o'clock people, and I'm a 9/19er. I'm looking right now. I feel like I'm trying to think here. Greg and CK might be right in the lane.
I think we're going to be a little bit late too.
8:55. Wow. I think Cody then is at 8:40. I don't know if we're going to have the Panthers pick in just 10 minutes, though. I think that's a little too fast.
Yeah.
This is where it starts to slow down. Who's on the board right now? We got
the Jets.
New York Jets.
Yeah, right
I think
now.
of all the
So
picks,
if I had
Panthers
to,
wait the full 10 minutes.
if I had to bet, I would say right here is probably Sauce Gardner, cornerback out of Cincinnati. If I had to bet.
That's another good thing.
Have we had any confirmation about the fountain push?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay. All right. Well, we want you guys to be a part of the show. You can call in at 252-228-5098. Make sure that you get in and you get your voice heard after the Panthers make their selection. And if you want to sneak in a quick call, I might be able to sneak in one or two before our selection if you got any last-minute thoughts. I think I got one more call we need to hit. Let's go check out, see what the fans are saying.
C3,
Oh.
it's our day today.
Noah.
It's our day.
What's up, man?
Our day to keep counting, my boy. Ooh, I've been waiting for this week all my life. No, but hear me out 1 second. All right, so look, a lot of people say we should take a quarterback, right? But look, hear this out. All right, we don't take a quarterback. We take a left guard. It's one of those things that we need. It's like a left tackle. I mean, a left tackle. We take a left tackle. All right, we try to tell we get San Francisco to give us Jimmy G. And we give them Robbie Anderson. Even though Jimmy G's shoulder is banged up, he probably won't be able to throw it. He'll go for a little bit. That's all right. It's a training camp. We take him. We get a left tackle. I think that's all. A quarterback. I mean, a lot of people say, no, why we take Jimmy G? No, I don't take him. Shut up, people. Yeah. Look, Jimmy G is better than, that's it, Sam Darnold and freaking Baker Mayfield. He's better. He will fit much better in our defensive line this year. Our defensive line. All right, but look at this. We take him. We put him on a 2-year, maybe 1-year contract. See how he do, and then we let him extend his contract until we see a quarterback that can fit for us. If we find that quarterback in the next draft, something like that, we grab him. All right. Now, people be like, no, we should take a Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis. But think about this: Malik Willis is going to sit out half of the game. Sam Darnold's going to start. You want to know why? Because they need that time to win a playbook and some rehabilitation time. I mean, every NFL player I think they can get rehabilitation time. We do that, and we going to keep winning. Thank you, guys. Keep people playing up. We about to become great again. No losing seasons no more. One
become
more
great
season
again.
solid. Break that man. Get him out of here. Get
I
Robbie.
love Noah so much.
Yeah.
Keep trying to see 3. Let's go.
Let's go.
Wow, that's some youthful enthusiasm right there.
How do you not love Noah, man? Noah's the man. Noah
Yes,
is the
great
man.
person. Also, the man is in the house. Jay Cryer. Yeah, boy. What's up, my man?
How you doing? It's nice to see you all.
Where are you posted up these days?
Costa Rica.
Ah, man, this dude moves around the planet. and
Hey,
all
guess-
the places are beautiful.
You know, the good thing about this is he doesn't have the same time zone. He is in a better time zone for this now.
Yeah, I mean, normally I was staying up till 1 to start, but yeah, I was living in Ibiza, and then it's amazing what a pretty Latina will make you do. So I moved my whole life to the other side of the world.
I understand that, man. Sucker for the ladies. They can. Do
Hey
that
man,
too.
let me introduce my Friday free for all brethren to the show. My man Drew and my man Kenneth Panther Pickle. What's up, boys?
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Doing good, man.
Hey, so far I'm right. I said the other day on Twitter the top 4 picks would be defense. I've been right almost every one, except for Neil Walker and Hutchinson. I got them kind of messed up. But
Well, looks like the Giants will have to take one of those tackles now because their DBs are gone.
What happened? What was
Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
Oh my God! The pick for the
that
Jets.
yep. I said that
Wow.
the other day because the Giants want a corner too, but see, that's the point though. That's why the Giants have been holding on to Bradbury, because if they get a corner, they could trade Bradbury in the draft. But since the Jets knew that ahead of time, so
I'd have Bradbury back. I liked him.
Yeah, I thought Bradbury's a good player, and it's just the cost of the player that's the thing with not. I mean, James Bradbury got a good deal, but it's like when you sign the big deal with another team, you're the big free agent, and they pay the premium money. You're really the way you look to the fan base is really just going to be more determined not by your play, but like the success of the team at that point. And so unless you are just somehow become a all-pro shutdown guy at that point, it's going to be hard for you to break through to the fan base when the team continues to stink. So James Bradbury kind of probably has done exactly what he did in Carolina in New York, and that is played very well at times, and then at other times blown some assignments and made some kind of boneheaded plays, right? Inconsistent.
Right.
I like Bradbury, though. We asked a lot of him early in a very kind of unfair position. So now what we get are the New York Giants on the board.
Yeah.
Right. Time is clocking down. Good Lord. You know what, Cody?
Hey, Cody, can you rank your top 3 tackles again?
Yeah, so if I'm ranking them, I would have Akem Ekwonu number 1 because of upside. I believe Akem Ekwonu has the highest ceiling of all the tackle prospects in this year's class. And by the way, I would play him at left guard in a heartbeat. I feel like Ekwonu is a Quentin Nelson type of player for the Carolina Panthers. Now, Evan Neal is probably the most refined left tackle prospect in this year's draft class. Does a little bit of everything. A little bit taller than you would like him to be because he's 6'7". So everyone kind of has leverage under him to be able to get underneath him. But overall, a solid prospect. And then the best pure pass protector would be Charles Cross.
I
But
think
Charles Cross doesn't fit what we're trying to do, correct? Because
well, he doesn't, but right, he doesn't. But I don't doubt his ability to be able to do it at a high level because he is a top tier athlete at the offensive tackle position. So
yeah, I think the Giants will take Ekwonu because just what Cody said, because the Giants need help across the offensive line like the Panthers do, and they can play him inside or out depending on how healthy their left tackle was that got hurt last year.
Let's welcome Dexter Henderson, Jay Cryer's mate, bro. How about this? We got somebody from across the pond.
Hey.
You all right, guys?
Sticking it out. What's the time there?
It's 1:38, and I've got work tomorrow. But
oh my god,
worth it. It's worth it, though.
Yeah,
worth it, bro.
I don't miss them days.
I know. And Jay, poor Jay would have to come on this show, and we'd be picking 25th.
Oh yeah, when we picked Big Vern, I think I stayed until about 5:15.
Good Lord, that was tough. I think in one of those shows, I may have fell asleep drunk at one point in the show, and like woke up and been like, "Oh God."
Kick us in.
All right. Who else
We're
we
on the
got? We
clock.
got somebody else in the house jumped in. I thought I saw somebody else coming. Maybe they already left. Hit and run. All right.
Panthers are on the clock.
Here we go.
Panthers are on the clock?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, I guess as soon
Come
as
on, my
the
franchise.
clock
My
starts.
franchise.
At most, I'm going to be off
lineman.
by 3 minutes. Dang.
Cody, if it's Neil, would you play Neil left tackle or left guard?
Oh my God!
What?
I left tackle.
We got all 3 tackles available. They took Kayvon Thibodeau.
Oh my God!
Wow. Did they really
We have to
take
trade
Thibodeau?
back. We have to trade back.
Yeah, I feel the same. We have to trade back.
I guarantee you, Scott Fitterer will take.
But how far did you trade back?
13 or 14.
13, yes, exactly, CK. Yes.
We're picking Malik Willis, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not going to be a ride.
and
They're not going to
14,
be a
I'm right
ride
there
at
with
Bank
you,
of America
CK.
Stadium.
You can get a premium player still if we trade back. Oh my gosh.
You go back to 15?
They're
Dude.
going to take the tackle, though. I just feel that.
But
Hey,
we
my
could.
man
We probably have
Noah,
one of.
Noah joining the show. Noah, what's up, brother?
What's up, C3 Panther Podcast?
What's up? What's
up, man?
up?
Y'all
How you
ready?
feeling,
Who's
man?
next?
This Thibodeau pick is not terribly surprising. You know, they need some help on their defense, even though defense hasn't been their problem.
They haven't been the same team since Strahan left. So.
Yeah, and
This reminds me when Starr fell all the way down to us at 8.
so if you've got your TV on in the background, mute your mic when you're not talking, please. And if you or just turn your television down a hair, that would be great. I'm trying to just limit the ambient noise or whatever that noise is called. On top of that, I'm glad Thibodeau's gone because that takes some of the, for me, the concern that there's a guy that on defense. Is there a defensive player right now, Cody, on the board that could even be in the conversation? Because I thought Thibodeau was the guy that was the upside you had to it, maybe at least field the idea at 6.
At this point, no. My next highest rated edge prospect is Jermaine Johnson. I would not value him this high with the number 6 pick. But, it has to be an offensive lineman at this point. Either that or Malik Willis. And I personally don't know if the Panthers are going to believe in him as much as I do. I would love to take Malik Willis at number 6. I think it would be worth it. I believe he's a franchise quarterback. But I think the Panthers are going to grab one of these tackles, be it Evan Neal or Akem
Ekwonu. I believe it's going to be one of them. I do.
All right. What we're going to do is if you're in the chat, I want you to tell us who the pick is going to be for the Carolina Panthers. Who's the player you want? We'll go around the horn. Kenneth, you said it's going to be who?
Evan Neal.
Evan Neal?
Yes.
Drew, who you got?
I'm hoping Evan Neal.
Jay?
I'll go Evan Neal as well.
Wow, consensus so far. Dexter?
Evan or Malik.
What? I'm the only guy that likes Ekwonu better than Evan Neal.
Cody.
Cody.
No, you're not the only one.
Cody, who you want? Who's the pick?
Yeah, I say Akem Ekwonu, and I play him at left guard. I believe in today's NFL, guard is just as coveted as tackle. You have to provide your quarterback a pocket. I say Akem Ekwonu.
That guy got a bedazzled tuxedo on.
Yes.
Looks like my kid designed it.
I felt like he was going to Atlanta because he was wearing black and red.
My kid has got an art kit that could make that a tux just like that, putting the little plastic gems up there.
Maybe we could get
honestly, I think Ekwonu fits us better, but I think Ekwonu fits Matt Rule better because he's more flexible. But I think Scott Fitterer was going to want Neal.
All right,
what if they would surprise us and get Cross? I think Cross is a smooth prospect.
Hey, by the way, shout out Nick Montiero for the $4.99. better be trading back or O-line. Best tackles
Yeah,
are
I
still
agree.
available.
Well,
Keep pounding, boys.
That's my thought. Right now, there is the top two positions that we believe we need are quarterback and tackle. And all of the top three prospects on those positions are available. So what that tells me, if we trade back to 15, we're going to get one of the top three of the most important pick or most important position that we need right now. So trading back to 15 to the Eagles makes way more sense right now than it ever did.
It's coming across now. They're saying it's either going to be Ike Ekwonu or they're going to trade back.
Yeah, I believe if they trade back, there's going to be a lot of teams trading up to get them tackles. And before we draft, you won't get them tackles.
Drew, who said that?
But you're
let's see, Jonathan Alexander.
yes.
Okay.
All right, let's pop in
4
a quick
minutes
call.
left
We
on
got
my
a
clock.
22-second call in the hole that we can cover before this comes out.
Panther fans, C3 family. It's your boy, Sweet Double J, John B. Jenkins. Let me tell you what we need to do here on our pick. We need to get ourselves a solid offensive tackle. And that way my man, PJ the Walker Wonder, can shine behind that line. Witness a walk.
I hear you. We'll squeeze in one more call, too.
What up, fellas? This is my second time calling in this V. I just want to say, boy, y'all doing an awesome job, man. I love the content.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
I'm definitely sending some donations as soon as I get paid, bro. I got to support the channel. Also, man, I had a question. What are y'all thoughts on if we do go left tackle? What are y'all thoughts on trading CMC to get back into the draft, maybe the second round, to get a quarterback or any other position at that matter? But what about CMC? Maybe him and Robbie Anderson in the package still to get back in the draft. Y'all boys, let me know. All right,
Yeah, I don't know if first I don't want to trade Christian McCaffrey. I just feel like this is that he's such a good player when he is available. That it could work, that could happen. The question though is if we don't trade back that you're bringing up is should trading back in really be a reasonable option, whether that be players and some things like that. So what we got is the Panthers pick is in yet. Don't tell me.
Listen, there's 2 minutes. There's 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock right now.
ESPN.
I have to think that they're listening.
They're listening to calls.
The ESPN is on TV is reporting the Panthers pick is in.
Okay.
All right, let's see who it is.
All right.
Right now, that means that Cody Lashney.
Nothing's across Twitter yet.
I'm telling you, it's going to be tackle if that's the case.
Yep, the pick is in. Yeah.
It's going to be a tackle.
Fowler and Joe Person both says it.
It better be a tackle. If you didn't trade back, it better be a tackle. Oh, man.
All of this talk about quarterbacks for months and months and months, and nobody in here thinks it's going to happen.
But
I was never sold on a quarterback.
If we get a tackle here, which I think we will be, who does Scott Fitterer bring in at quarterback? Because he told Sam Darnold that he was going to have a quarterback this weekend. Does he get one with the fourth pick?
He said it's likely that they'll bring somebody in. He didn't say a guarantee.
Oh well, you're right.
How far you think
he was adding to the room? He did say we're adding to the room. No matter
he
what.
did.
How far do you think Howell drops?
I don't know. I don't know. Lord, this is now I'm on edge. You guys, is this finally the vanilla draft?
I know.
Do we every time our pick's in? Do we go to commercial every year? Do we not go to commercial every year where our pick is in?
They get us every year, man.
This is a conspiracy.
I drive that truck.
JD, who you think the pick is?
I think this was the ideal scenario for a trade back to happen with both while all three top tackles fall into 6. In a normal draft, we would be trading back in this scenario. I think it's either Ike Ekwonu or Charles Cross.
All right. I like Cross, man, as I think because I don't know why he is not. I guess it's because of the problems with tackles coming out of the air raid system that they just maybe historically people got concerns about that.
It's a little bit of that, and it's a little bit of the system he was in. So they were in the spread offense. They didn't use a lot of inline tight ends to help their tackles out. And the other thing with that is the lack of a run scheme for that team. So I think people, when they evaluate tackles, if they don't see a power run scheme that they're coming from, the automatic analysis is that they struggle in run blocking. And I don't think that's the case with Charles Cross at all.
I didn't watch a lot of film on Cross, but some of the analysts were saying, or I heard some folks talking about his hand and reaction time would mean that he wouldn't be a good candidate to start right away.
Well, we know who we got.
It's icky, ain't it?
Cody got his man.
Uh-oh.
Say word. Say word. Say word.
Cody
say
got
word.
his man.
Say word.
No, don't say Malik Willis.
Icky
No.
Icky Ekwonu.
Okay.
Ikem Ekwonu is the Carolina Panthers first round draft pick, man.
Yeah, this still allows Brady Christensen to also compete with him for left tackle. One play left tackle, one play left guard.
Hey, that's good news, you know.
Yep.
I was hearing he was going number 1 yesterday, so
yep.
I'm happy with that. We
Hey,
needed
let
that.
me share something with y'all that was taken right before the draft.
704 for Charlotte. Icky, that's my nickname. You know, I just really get peace. You know, great momentum for this time in my life.
One more time.
Gotcha, you know. 704 for Charlotte. Icky, that's my nickname. You know, I just really get peace. You know, great momentum for this time in my life.
That's the man.
Charlotte kid.
Hometown kid, ain't he?
Yeah.
Which makes also a wonder if Sam Howell later in the draft, another Charlotte kid.
Yeah.
Could be
I'm cool with that.
I'd like for him to trade back in, but I don't know how without trading picks from next year up to get back into the second.
Well, that could have to be the only way.
But
this may be the first draft party in the history of the whole time that I haven't been upset. Maybe DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey.
Let me ask you though, seriously, it's with the pickups we had in free agency on the offensive line, the offensive lineman we just drafted. If we can trade back in and get, say, Sam Howell, even if we have to give up some capital from next year, doesn't that leave us with a good offensive line, a rookie quarterback, a star receiver, a star running back? Like it leaves us in pretty good shape where if we maybe can sacrifice a pick next year if we can still pick up maybe a Sam Howell or a Corral if he falls that far.
Yep, that's a big man right there.
In. So I'm down for it.
Do you think he is going to be like a lockdown day one left guard?
Well, this is the question that I have for everyone. Where do you want Ikem Ekwonu to play? Because if you look at his film when he played left guard, I'm telling you, this dude is a mauler at the point of attack. And I really do think that Brady Christensen, as a player, is better suited to tackle than he is guard. So I'm not upset of making Ikem Ekwonu a day one starter at left guard.
I think Brady Christensen should enter training camp and preseason maybe as the legit starter for left tackle. Because he did it some at the end of last year, looked good. Ekwonu can play guard or tackle. And I don't think – and even last year, I like Christensen better at tackle than guard.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you don't give Icky a chance just in case, you know? That's what I think. I think in my notes for Icky, I had maybe a day one tackle, but an all-pro guard. Like, he is going to kill the game in the league at guard. So why would you not play him at his strength? And then this class is deep enough at tackle to where we can potentially move up, acquire another day two pick, and then get somebody to come compete for the left tackle job with Christensen. So, I mean, if we're all in on fixing the O-line, you can do it in this draft. Right.
Well, I think we might have just done it. Even
I think we're done doing it.
Is that
nah? I don't think so.
Brady Christensen seems to be more naturally inclined at a tackle position. That's all he's ever played. And I know that you talk about his arm length and this and that, but he was. It seemed like he had more success at that position last year than he did when they moved him around at guard all the time. So then if you put this guy beside him and somehow that works out, you got two guys. Well, I would say this is, wouldn't it be kind of wild to force Christensen into the guard position, I think that would be
Very.
kind of banging the square through the round hole.
Very.
Round hole. Now, I don't think we fixed the line, as in, like, you're going to have to need some depth. But we do have some guys that we think could be players at that right guard position. It's certainly filling out more now with Bozeman. We think is going to be starting center. We still have F-line who could maybe play, or he stinks, but.
So, hey, I want to jump in here real quick. And Kemba Quanders just did an interview. He said how pumped he is. He grew up a fan of the Carolina Panthers. He says he loves the Charlotte area. This man had a smile across his face, ear to ear. Look, man, the Panthers have not drafted a first-round offensive tackle since Jeff Otah, y'all. This was very important for us. I love this pick, just like J.C. Horn last year, makes our defensive backfield better. This pick makes our offensive line so much better than it was before. And now you have position versatility. You can decide to play him at left tackle or left guard and expect him to be a day one starter. Our offensive line should be much better for it. I'm loving this pick, man. I think this is a very good pick for us.
That means no Pat Elflein in the starting lineup. Thank God.
Right.
Did this trade just happen?
And he's a North Carolina guy from Charlotte.
I like the. I do agree that later on in the draft, we may add another extra offensive lineman because we've got a few offensive linemen on the roster now that won't be on that are on limiting contracts.
Giants took Evan Neal.
Yeah. That doesn't surprise me with that pick though. You know.
And Evan Neal, they just took the Georgia left tackle year before, so they're probably going to play Evan Neal at right tackle.
This is the ideal situation for the New York Giants.
Yeah,
right. They could have done it in the other order, right? And picked their offensive tackle and had the pick of the litter. Then the Panthers picked their tackle and then get Thibodeau. But they got like two contributors right off the bat, and a lot of people think Evan Neal's the top tackle in this draft.
Right in the trenches,
I wonder if there are teams trying to trade up, but nobody wants to trade back, like there was last year, where nobody wanted to trade back.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. The Panthers wanted to trade back, but couldn't find enough of an offer.
The guest we had, Mike Roberts, on the past Tuesday night show, he was right, is that this guy wears 337 with ease.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of weight in his. I know you guys get mad when I say it, but he got an ass on him. And that's what you want.
He does.
That's what you want in an offensive lineman. You know what I'm saying? That's like where a lot of power. So when you see guys, weight distribution, he is 6'7". He wears that 337 because sometimes you start to worry what's too big. But that looks like he's a well-proportioned man.
Yeah, got some hog mollies, don't we?
Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm going to boost off.
All right, man. Dexter, you have a great
enjoy your evening, dude.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks
for having me. Appreciate you, Dexter.
See you later.
Stay up till 2:00 in the morning, and that was just at the pick. By the way, the winners of the Panthers pick time was both members of the C3 show. Cody and Greg both were going to kind of split between the two. You got 840 and 852, and it was kind of right around 846, 47 when the pick was in. So far, is there anything surprising? We'll go around the horn. Is there anything surprising about this draft right now? Is despite I said for weeks that this is the most unpredictable draft because there's not a consensus number one pick overall. Then there's not a consensus number one among the position groups, whether it be defensive end, offensive tackle. Even when I would think that I thought Sauce Gardner was the hotter name at cornerback. Is this for it being wildly unpredictable? It kind of is shaking out the way it should. It's almost a vanilla. Like we weren't surprised. We didn't know what the milkshake was. and we got a vanilla milkshake, and we're not really even surprised though either.
Yeah, hey, real quick, let me welcome my Supreme leader to the show. Supreme, what's going on, bro?
What's good, my dudes? It's lit in Panther Nation.
Hell yeah, dude.
What's up, man?
I'm sipping on that Greg Hardy right now. That Kraken.
How you feeling about the pick?
Yeah, right.
Yo, are we happy? Honestly, are we happy?
Yeah, I am.
Absolutely.
I'm very happy.
Absolutely, for sure.
It's one of those things we finally get to breathe.
Yeah. It's
right.
I mean,
put the
We feel a
conversation
major
of
need.
quarterbacks behind us for a moment. We finally did what you're supposed to do. We didn't try to get too smart in some way. I felt like J.C. Horn was us trying to get too smart last year. And I'm fine with the J.C. Horn pick, but it was like, dang, why didn't we take a tackle then? Why didn't we get Justin Fields? There were all questions on my mind. I said if we didn't pick an offensive tackle or a quarterback at this pick, I'd be upset. The only thing is now, I guess the question is now what? What does this mean about Matt Rule and the future of the Carolina Panthers? And will Sam Darnold be the quarterback?
Adam Schefter was just talking about that Carolina's going to revisit the whole Baker Mayfield thing soon.
Yeah, I expected that when we took one. You know what? I'm going to agree with that. I really don't want Baker, but you know
I don't
what?
either.
If this test got Fritter, he said he wasn't interested in surrendering next year's picks. So what we going to do? If we give up a 7th round pick for Baker Mayfield, okay, that's all right. But you know what? I'm still up for trading Sam for Baker straight up. I'm real good with that every day, all day, and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, there's no shot they're going to do that.
No, they wanted $18 million off their books.
Yep.
I am more interested. I am more open to the idea. Look, I like Baker Mayfield's name more than I like Jimmy Garoppolo's name, right? I again think that the one thing that fortunately we come into this is that if we add a veteran, i.e. Garoppolo or Baker Mayfield to this QB room, we finally get to do it in a way that doesn't cost us too much. The problem was just about potentially overpaying for those guys. That's the thing. But if you can take a flyer on one of those dudes, then it makes it less of a big deal. But KG 7-3s, I'm pretty sure this is my boy
Falcons
Kevin.
got London.
There is a real point to this, is that while we love to shit on Sam Darnold, right, is that I felt like he was a scapegoat at times for this coaching staff and some of their decisions. Now, I'm not saying that he's good and he's going to be the answer, but I do think he could be better than he was last year. So I think the one problem I've had, the hesitancy for me going with Jimmy Garoppolo or Baker Mayfield, is that kind of represents a lateral move more so than an upward move when it comes to Sam Darnold, vertical move. Now, it might be vertical to a degree, but it's not like tremendously the upside. And I don't know. Do you guys agree with my perspective there?
Well, I look at it like this, Tony. You got to look. Baker Mayfield had one of the top offensive lines in the league in Cleveland. He had one of the best defenses in the league in Cleveland. And he had one of the top wide receiving cores in Cleveland. And he still couldn't get the job done. His stats, if you look at them, aren't much different than Sam Darnold's. And that's why Odell Beckham wanted out. Nobody, when they traded for Deshaun Watson, nobody made a big deal about, Baker Mayfield is this great guy and we want him as our quarterback. You still got guys in San Francisco talking about how much they appreciate it, how much they love having Jimmy Garoppolo on their team. So, I mean,
yeah, that's a good point, is that it's they have moved on from Baker Mayfield. And again, another worry I have with both of these guys is both coming off of injuries.
Right. Right. Which also you got to remember, the Browns want Baker out of there. Regardless, they want him out of there.
Right.
But the 49ers are just happy to keep Jimmy there for the rest of this year. They would be all right with that. So that's something else you got to remember.
If they don't get what they want, they'll keep him.
Yeah.
And Tony, as far as Matt,
who just went? Did Drake London just get selected
by the Falcons? Yeah.
By the Falcons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
They sold.
Yeah.
They sold. They sold.
What do you mean by that, Cody?
So Drake London, he's a bigger receiver. He struggles to get out of his breaks. He's like a contested ball guy. You have Kyle
Kelvin
Pitts.
Benjamin.
You
He's
have
Kelvin Benjamin.
Yeah, he's Kelvin Benjamin, but he probably a little bit better athlete. He don't like honey buns and stuff that much. But but they have Kyle Pitts. It's a similar style wide receiver. You can use him in similar ways. Why would you not go and get a boundary guy like Garrett Wilson or Chris Olave when you have a big body guy on your offense already that you're featuring? They sold, bro. They on that.
The Falcons are a joke.
So the Seahawks right now, they have to take a QB, right? Like there's no two if no
Well,
way
Charles,
they're
I
going to
think
go
they
on
take
board.
Malik. I think they take Malik Willis.
I don't know, dude.
Who's on the clock now?
Seattle.
Seattle.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in with Ed Smith. He a former Falcons tight end and now covers the Arizona Cardinals. Let's see what Arizona's thinking about as they head into the draft tonight.
This is Ed Smith from Believe in the Cardinals podcast. Happy draft day to everybody. I'll give you some thoughts on what I'm thinking about as far as the Cardinals out here in Arizona. Right now, all the current talk kind of around Kyler Murray and his dissatisfaction with his contract issues. The Cardinals did yesterday pick up that fifth-year option, so we'll see how that all plays out. As far as the draft goes, what this will tell me, the first pick, number 23, about the Cardinals is whether they're thinking long-term or short-term in my estimation. So I have three picks, three things they definitely need: defensive lineman or an edge rusher to replace Chandler Jones, who departed from us, or an offensive lineman, in my opinion, to strengthen that offensive line and give Murray more protection, or a cornerback. If they pick any of those three at number 23, I'd be very happy. That would be long-term thinking. If they go out and pick up a wide receiver, that shiny new toy, just to pick it up and maybe keep Kyler Murray happy, I think that's a short-term fix, and I wouldn't be too happy about that. So I'm hoping they shore up that offensive line, do something on the defensive side with either a defensive lineman or an edge or a cornerback. I do have some names to throw out there. If they go with an edge rusher, I love Jermaine Johnson out of Florida State University. If they go D-line, Boye Mafe out of Minnesota. If they decide to go O-line, hopefully someone like a Kenyon Green. Texas A&M would still be available. And cornerback-wise, Trent McDuffie out of University of Washington or Roger McCreary out of Auburn. I'd love either one of those picks. If they do, kind of stay far and upset everybody by going the wrong route in the draft out here and going wide receiver, I think at 22 spot, you hope they would be able to.
Now,
what'd you say?
Scott Fitterer and Matt Rule at the podium talking about the draft pick at Keanu right now.
Y'all want to share it, Tony?
Yeah, if you got it, let's hear it.
All right,
Yeah.
So, hey, before y'all share it, I'm gonna hop out of here.
All right,
Go get
Greg.
some dinner. Skip dinner
All
for the
right,
draft.
Daddy, we'll see you.
Thank you.
I'll catch y'all later. Keep pounding.
So one of the things that I'm interested in hearing from Scott Fitterer and Matt Rule about this selection is what this really means about the intention of the team in 2022. I think this is that right now, this draft pick alone makes us a better team than we were last year.
Right.
A more competitive, an opportunity for our offense to be more competitive. So I think the continued question is going to be is how and when are we going to get that quarterback? Because if we go and win 9 games next year, we're not going to get that quarterback. It's not going to be through the draft. So I'll be curious to see what they have to say about this.
This is going to be a special place for him, and we talked everything from favorite restaurants to blocking the free technique. So he's a person that's going to step into this locker room.
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, a little low.
What players are going to respect the way.
That's on them. That's not on me.
So
yeah,
I think that 30 visit, Joe, was it was one of the best things I've ever been a part of. We walked away like, wow. I mean, that's a great man. I want to echo the sentiment, Scott. I feel like we've added a lot of really good players. We've got a lot of really good players. A lot of players have grown up. over the last couple of years within our systems. So this was about getting an impact player. And we felt like Icky was an impact player. I think Scott and I probably sat there this morning, went through like 50 scenarios, and not very many of them had him still being available. And that's not a discredit to him. That's just a great thing for the Carolina Panthers.
And if I could, first of all, he doesn't live in your neighborhood, does he?
No. I think he's over more by Matt.
That's a Gilmore reference right
I
there.
have a serious one for Scott. Do you anticipate picking at all later today or tomorrow, or do you think you're done until Saturday? And what does getting the tackle now mean for the quarterback position?
Yeah, I think today it's not going to happen today. We'll look at every opportunity tomorrow. There are some ways we can do it, but we just have to figure out, is it the right way? Is this what's best for the Panthers long term? So there's a lot of talks that'll happen with Matt, myself, Mr. Tepper, and our crew, but we have not got to that point yet.
All right, we're finished up with Steve Reed and Jason Brown.
Hey guys, Scott, would you say that this would increase your chances of potentially trading for a veteran quarterback?
I think we'll look at every opportunity out there. There's still some really good players in this draft, and we'll also look at every opportunity outside the organization.
Hey guys, this is for both of you if you'd like to answer it. And I know, Matt, you touched on it briefly, and I know you guys don't draft based on the great storyline. You draft based on who's a great player, but the fact that the added bonus that he's right here from this area, how great is that for just this organization?
Well, I mean, I always think about kids, right? I think about kids, especially coming off of COVID and, youth sports shut down, and to think back-to-back years, we took a first-round draft pick from South Carolina. We just took a first-round draft pick from North Carolina. Now, I know some of my neighbors that their schools weren't represented will be upset with me, but we represented the states well. And these guys are going to come here. It means something to be a Carolina Panther, and these guys are gonna come here and they're gonna play really hard, and they're gonna play in front of family and friends. And when the youth league comes, or the Pop Warner team comes, or when they turn on the game, to see people that grew up where they grew up, I think it's really, really important. And so we're just going to take the best player possible. I can't tell you how highly rated we had Icky on our board. I mean, this is a special day for us right now, and we're trying to be cool, calm, and collected, but we're pretty fired up to get Icky. And but I do think back-to-back years, first-round draft picks coming out of both states, I think that's a pretty cool storyline.
All right, thank you, Coach. Thank you, Scott.
All right, guys, you heard from Coach Rule. Oh, look, we got Blake Bettis in the house.
Conference of Matt Rule and Scott.
What up?
What up, Blake? How are you?
Chilling. Got the Corona and the big mug.
I hear you. You're fired up about the pick.
Yeah. Pronounce his name for me.
We call him Ike Ekwonu because we don't know how to say his first name.
I was thinking Sticky Iguana.
All right. I wonder what this is. We got to figure out. Hold on. I'm going to mute Kenneth for a second. I'm trying to think of, we got to figure out what the theme of this year's shirt gonna be. Like we try to like release a shirt every year, not every year, but like especially when we did the fantasy football draft, is this team icky? Or I mean, like we gotta have some things we can run with. We gotta have something that comes about. And my friend Clip was telling me one that I should have been thinking about more recently. But now the Carolina Panthers, there does seem. How'd you guys feel about Matt Rule's demeanor?
Honestly, not as nervous as I figure he should be, because unless they make a big splash or some sort with a veteran QB, as the question was there. Like, I don't know that this is going to be the needle mover that makes us a winning football team and saves this job. And I think we all kind of agree with that.
But Greg, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it does seem like Tepper voiced even more support for him than I was even expecting.
I disagree. And I say that for the fact that he said Matt Rule's name one time, and the rest of the time it was the coach. And that's a question for Scott. That's a question for Scott. That's a question for the coach. Like, he was so impersonal about who his head coach is. It almost felt intentional that he was trying to keep Matt Rule's name out of his mouth. I was thinking he was afraid Matt Rule's wife might walk up and try to slap him.
I mean, listen, we have to be real, man. Now we're looking at either Sam Darnold being our starting quarterback or Baker Mayfield. And my honest assessment is we are not going to be a contending football team with either of them. And that's just the brass tacks, man. I mean, maybe.
Cody, you don't think there's a chance they bring Cam back instead of trading assets for Baker?
I mean, that's the best case scenario. But, I mean, as Panther fans, we're having to honestly ask ourselves, how much does Cam Newton have left? You know, and I'm the biggest Cam Newton fan there is. I love Cam Newton. I would love for him to come back. But how realistic is it to sign him and expect him to be the starter for the Panthers this year? I would love it, but I don't know that David Tepper and Matt Rule even want that at this point.
He appears to be more durable than Sam Darnold.
Oh, I mean, look, if I'm picking between Cam Newton and Sam Darnold, dude, I'm going Cam Newton all day. And especially with an offseason, I would love that.
Or Cam Newton and Baker Mayfield. I'm still taking Cam.
I just don't think.
But then you have Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield and Cam Newton. I mean, the Browns are going to have to eat most of that money if the Panthers are going to trade for him.
That seems, from what they're saying, that seems to be the biggest sticking point right now. Is the Browns don't want to take on any of his money. They want it all off the books.
Yeah.
And
He may
saying no.
Right.
I think a pick like this makes it more attractive for Cam Newton to come back if there is an interest.
Yeah, very true.
That's very true.
Yeah. The design run packages could be fantastic if Cam does come back with Christian as an option. And that's the best wall we've seen in what, 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
I mean, you think about the additions from the gentleman from the Ravens and the gentleman from the Rams. I mean, those guys are upgrades from what we had last year. Yep. We still have Taylor Moton. Like, I mean, it's not like we're like, honestly, this offensive line is much less a question mark than our quarterback room is.
Yep.
Thanks to Sticky Icky.
I mean, Cam Newton running behind Icky Iguanu. Oh my gosh.
I could like that. My biggest concern though is, and I've said it before, I said it when he was with the Patriots, and I said it last year when we saw him playing. Cam Newton does not have the same rocket that he once had.
No.
Like, it's just not there. Like, I used to love watching Cam Newton's ball come out of his hands because it was a laser to his wide receiver's hands. And it was one of the toughest balls to catch, but if you could catch, like, it was hard to catch up to the ball because it wasn't just floating. Like, and he could get the ball down the field. Like, I don't feel like that's the case. It's not that he can't be a good quarterback and have that be adapted, but I worry that having more time in the pocket isn't going to translate to more deep threat options.
But I don't think McAdoo's offense is predicated on the deep ball is the thing.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
I think
hey, real quick,
adapts his offense.
I'm almost on my 5th beer. Y'all need to catch up. Y'all need to catch up with me. And number 2, we haven't even mentioned who loves this pick the most. And his name is Christian McCaffrey, y'all.
Right.
Can you imagine Christian McCaffrey now running behind an improved offensive line with Austin Corbett and Kim Ekwonu? Bro, like this.
Bradley Bozeman.
Bradley Bozeman, if the Panthers want to run the football and you added Deontay Foreman in the offseason, there is no reason that the Panthers shouldn't have a top 5 rushing attack in the NFL this year.
Well, I'll tell you why. Ben McAdoo has never had a top 5 rushing attack. Now, maybe it's because he didn't have the personnel, but he's known, and this is kind of funny. And that's what I worry about Matt Rule. I feel like Matt Rule just says whatever is most expedient for the moment. So when he goes, remember when we didn't run the ball, we threw the ball that one game?
New Orleans Saints are on the clock, by the way.
He's like, we gotta run. We gotta run. We gotta run. And so then is that he keeps saying that he wants to be this power football team and this needs to be our identity. But that's not really Ben McAdoo's identity. And even McAdoo said, I like to throw the ball. So do you guys think how do you guys think that's going to pan out? I'm really happy that our offensive line could go from one of the bottom in the league to like top 15 now.
Well, if Sam is our quarterback for this season, I think it'll be interesting to see him actually behind a line that can give him some time. We've never seen that at New York, here, wherever it is. But I like the pick because it sets us up for next year too, whether it's a quarterback or a head coach or both. I would love to see Eric Bieniemy here. I would love to see an Eric Bieniemy and Malik Willis combo because that seems like his lane as quarterback. But hey, did you guys get to see Sticky Icky's post conference or after they interviewed him when he got picked?
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. The dude is so humble already. He was already talking about. I'm a massive Tar Heels fan, so it's a little bittersweet. But he seemed so kind already, talking about wanting to go ahead and get involved in the community. How he grew up a lifelong Panthers fan, and how it was a dream for him. They said he was shaking when he was getting his draft hat, walking up. But it was impressive. He seems very well spoken, pretty intelligent. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
I like to hear that, and then when I see the little bit when I watch the tape, let's be cautious of what I mean by that. Like when I watch a couple YouTube videos, is what I mean by that. I see him finish it. One of the things that kind of stuck out to me though is he finishes the block.
He's nasty.
It seems like a mean streak.
There's a reason for that.
And that's good to hear that that's part of his game, because I think wasn't that you said, Cody, about Greg Little? It's kind of like soft.
Yeah, it was very soft. Wasn't aggressive. Not the person I would want to man down the left tackle position.
Yep.
They were saying that Icky was a wrestler, and that's why all of his tackles or his blocks were so thorough, because he was I think he was a state championship wrestler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me, man. A lot of these offensive tackles are more into MMA and martial arts and wrestling than they ever have been because of the position battles in the trenches. I think this is by the way, one thing I want to point out is the position versatility, man. The Panthers now have the option where they can put Brady Christensen at left guard or left tackle and, still be able to run a legitimate offensive line. I wonder where Deontay Brown now fits into this offensive line, or if he does at all anymore.
Floater.
He should be
Is Brady strictly left side?
So what?
Is Brady strictly on the left side?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I would put most of his film is at left tackle.
The Saints are taking Chris Olave.
Olave.
Oh,
really? Olave, yes.
Wide receiver from Ohio State.
Oh man,
that's really surprising.
What number were the Saints?
They were 16. They traded the 16th pick, a third rounder, and a fourth rounder to move up to Washington's pick.
How is the Commanders constantly getting fleeced with these drafts? Like that's such a cheap move for five. I mean, I know it's only 5 spots, but to only give up a third and a fourth. A fourth? Is that a fourth? Yeah, a third and a fourth. I feel like that is super cheap. Like you could have at least probably gotten a second round, because what is it? 2 years when they moved up for Davenport, they traded 2 firsts. They traded their first that year and the first the next year to move up to get Davenport, and it was they didn't even move up very much. They moved up just barely anything. They moved back in. They moved from the second round into the first round at the later part of the draft.
I'll be honest with you. I really thought a quarterback would have already been off the board by now. I really did.
I mean, do you think it's going to happen now?
Pittsburgh's gonna take Malik Willis if it keeps going like this.
Yeah, they will. That's who they want. But it worked out for the Patriots last year when they got who they wanted. So
yeah, Matt Jones at 15.
Yeah.
I want to ask JD. The guys at the 4-man rush, a lot of them pride themselves. Several of you guys are like interested in the trenches a lot.
Yeah.
You focus on offensive linemen specifically. I'm sure you guys got some text chatter and some direct threads going on. What's the sentiment like? I mean, is this pretty much like finally the Panthers got it right?
I'll pull back the curtains a little bit, we breaking the fourth wall. A lot of us had Evan Neal, the top tackle in the class.
Okay.
So while we are ecstatic that we're getting a nasty offensive lineman, not somebody that's soft, we feel, most of us feel like we left the best tackle on the board.
Okay. And that is, again, kind of comes back to the nature of this draft a little bit, is that they're kind of, some people argued that Cross could have been the pick.
Yeah.
It's like there's a contingent on the internet that was saying, hey, it's Cross actually. So what I'm thinking is hopefully that's a good problem to have, right? If there's so much talent at that position that you're kind of nitpicking. Why did you guys think Evan Neal was the best tackle?
For me personally, I can't speak for the other guys. For me, it was the pass sets that turned me off to Icky a little bit. So for Icky, one of the things I noticed in his film is he leans into blocks a lot, and that's going to make him susceptible to some counter moves. That's an easy fix though with competent O-line coach like James Captain. So that's not even a huge deal breaker. It's just that Evan Neal was a little bit more polished in that area and has the size and mentality to run grade a little bit, just like Icky does. So it was more so of a thing like you can get.
Jonathan Alexander posted on Twitter about 3 minutes ago. It says Panthers O-line coach James told us last week that with the offensive lineman, he likes a gritty guy who with an lineman with attitude. And that's why the Panthers got Ike Ekwonu.
Yep.
And the Saints took Chris Olave. Is that how you say that?
Yeah. Wide receiver from Ohio State.
Which is interesting because that was the name that Clip Brock from Pirate Radio in his preview was highlighting when it came to the Commanders pick.
And they traded away and got
out. So we'll be watching what the Commander fans have to say about swapping, but also the player. Detroit. When did Detroit get the 12th pick?
Trade.
Just trade with Minnesota.
They traded up.
The Vikings.
Ooh, is this Malik Willis?
It's probably a quarter.
Wow, no, you might be right, man. If they traded all the way up to 12,
it could be a quarter.
If they traded from 32,
they're afraid of the
12.
Steelers.
That might be a quarterback.
Yeah, that might be. Right. This might be Malik Willis. It's a good shot.
A guy, Benjamin Stoller.
That'll break my fucking heart, dude.
It wouldn't break mine. We won't see him that often.
Benjamin Stoller on Twitter says it's for Alabama wide receiver Jameson Williams.
Wow.
Bro, we could trade back into this draft if we wanted to.
Yes.
With what? The Panthers already said they don't want to trade. They don't want to trade.
They said
2023 draft capital.
Well, yeah, but I felt like that was also kind of saying that's not our initial idea. But he did say that they would be open to looking at the board as it fell. I mean, what is that? You could trade your fourth and something else next year and try to move up in the second and get one of these quarterbacks. If that would be cheaper. Look, what would it take to get for the Panthers to get in the business right here in the conversation? If you're calling up,
dude, I would trade Robbie Anderson in a fucking heartbeat.
Robbie to Baltimore.
I would combine Robbie Anderson the 4th pick, and maybe a pick from next year to get in the second.
Well, you'd have to be another first. You can't.
Yeah.
You'd have to be able to give him a first in return.
It's going to cost him next year's first to get
I
into
wouldn't
the
give him a
second round.
first. I wouldn't give him a first.
Well, if you value him at first, I don't think it's a bad idea. If you think that Malik Willis is a first round pick, well, basically we're just be moving that first up, and we'd be getting rid of a second or a third round pick.
We
Potentially.
need to look at this is what probably we should be thinking about is what team that's late in the first round. Like we're talking Buffalo to
Kansas City.
And Kansas City.
Oh, the
Good
Eagles
one.
just
They
traded
got
up.
2 picks. They got back-to-back picks.
Malik ain't going to make it past 20.
And I
He won't make it past Pittsburgh.
And
No,
I
he
think,
won't.
though, what I'm saying is you probably have to look at what those teams 25 through 32, where their second round pick is too.
Yeah.
So if they don't feel like they're dropping, like the Chiefs, say they have a high, I don't know what their second round pick is, but imagine if they had the 29th to 30th and say the, 58. You might be able to get a more reasonable deal from a team like that than a team who has a late second round pick or no second round pick.
Kansas City will still want our next year's first to get.
Was the Chris Olave pick an insurance policy because Michael Thomas can't get his life together?
It may be.
Or that is Olave a deep? Is he a speed guy?
Yes, yes, he is.
Yeah. So
Yes.
what the thing is that Michael Thomas not only has he been absent, that's not his game.
Minnesota got a nice
They're
little haul.
lacking offensive wide receiver talent in New Orleans, so I would think this is like our core, even with Michael Thomas, isn't good enough.
Yeah, Minnesota did all right.
Yeah, they swapped second round picks and got a third round pick and got Detroit's 32nd pick.
Yeah, they got the 34th overall pick and the 66th overall pick.
Have the Eagles always been a 13?
No, did
Have the
Houston
Eagles-
trade?
Yeah,
It was-
Eagles are on
Yeah,
13 now.
Yeah, the Eagles went moved up 2
All right.
spots, and they traded obviously they exchanged the 15th.
This is getting juicy now with this movement.
Now
They
the
wanted to
Eagles,
get in front of Baltimore.
yeah, the Eagles could draft a quarterback.
Nah, I think they're going for
I
a
don't think
defensive
Eagles
tackle.
Yeah. Well, they
you want another
they
pick?
may be that. I read a week or two ago that they really like that big. What's that name of that big athletic dude?
Jordan Davis.
Yeah, they really like him because they were projecting he could be the replacement for
Fletcher Cox.
Yeah, for Fletcher Cox. Yeah.
When's the last
want
time that
another
they
Lions
haven't
pick?
had a? Yeah, the Lions pick Jamison Williams, right?
What's the chance Washington's interested in Malik Willis now? Ron Rivera had success with Cam Newton.
I mean,
so
they just signed Carson Wentz.
Yeah,
How would
just
they?
got
I
him.
mean,
did they give him an extension too?
He
They-
had
they-
2 years left on his
They
contract.
traded like they actually got placed
Oh,
on their
so if
trade.
he has 2 years on his contract, is that not the worst destination then for a guy that you see as part developmental?
It is because they traded for Carson Wentz, so they got rid of assets in this draft to get him.
The Saints
Dude.
have the 19th pick. They can pick Malik Willis. When is
Dude,
the quarterback coming? Before 20 or after 20? Or
if the
20?
Pittsburgh Steelers get their chance to draft Malik Willis, they're going to.
Yep.
The
What
Saints
team-
would be in the conversation.
What team could we trade? Like, if we wanted to get Malik Willis, let's say we really wanted to get him, what teams do we see that don't need a first round pick this year that we could trade with?
Philly.
It would have
Eagles
to.
and
And they
18.
have picks next year.
Philly has 2 firsts.
Yep.
You got to
Yeah,
get
that's
ahead.
it
You
for
got to
sure.
get ahead of 20. You got to get ahead of 20.
It has to be the
You
Eagles.
got to get
at
ahead of
18.
New Orleans.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I don't think New Orleans.
Well,
gonna take
the
a
Eagles are
quarterback.
at 18. They're right before the Saints. So here's the thing is like
Yeah.
this is once this pick, which is just in the Philadelphia Eagles' first pick is at 13. Now you could be calling them if you were really heavy set on Malik Willis, or that's who it'd have to be. It wouldn't be a Pickett or a Corral because now you're starting to think those guys are going to be available in the second round.
Right. Right.
People in
And
the
then the
chat
question
are
is
saying
maybe
the
we
trade-
sit tight maybe we sit tight and get Pickett and trade into the second and get Kenny Pickett.
That's cool.
People in the chat are saying to trade CMC, and how frustrating would that be after now finally having a good O-line to have CMC traded?
I'll knock all this shit over.
Oh, I would.
I will be on fire if we trade CMC. I'm sorry,
so
like
mad.
it just is a waste of
Tony, you
money.
wouldn't want to trade this into the second round for a quarterback because you want that into the first round to get that 5th-year option.
Well, that's a good point. That does help you there.
Is that better opportunity cost than the draft capital?
What do you mean New Orleans won't miss on Malik? They've already drafted.
They got another pick at 18.
They got another pick.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they picked 19.
That's why 19 and 20. It's going to be hard to see.
So you'd have to trade with Philadelphia to get in front of New Orleans and Pittsburgh.
Yep.
It's close. But maybe you're sitting there thinking, all right, like maybe we can just give Corral or Pickett a go instead.
Eagles took Jordan Davis.
Jonathan
Ritter
said Ickey's the best player in the draft.
Did they really take Jordan?
Yep, they took Jordan Davis with the 13th
Yeah.
pick.
Dude,
Yep.
I was hoping that the Chargers would draft Jordan Davis.
That wouldn't be fair. Their defense already mean, bro.
That's what I'm saying, though. Jordan Davis would have been the perfect player for the Chargers, dude.
That might have put them over the top on defense.
Yeah,
That's why they traded
that
up. They
would've
wanted to jump in front of Baltimore because Baltimore was going to take Jordan Davis.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Both of them loved
And
him.
so, Tony, that caller that called in earlier for Philadelphia, they were on the money, taking a defensive tackle to because they're losing so many defensive linemen this year.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the pick again?
Jordan Davis.
The Eagles are
Oh
taking
yeah, he
Jordan
was
Davis.
right on the money. That's the exact player he referenced. Is that the Georgia defensive tackle?
Yeah. Hey, guys, tweet from Joe Person. He says, Scott Fitter says Panthers are done for the night, but they're going to explore trading into the second day.
Well, just tell us how you feel.
He said that in the draft conference, though. Man. Yeah, he said that in that conference. But like, if you start to see Malik start to slip, and you think that's your guy, I think it's like if you thought Malik was going to be off the board by 20 and he's not, which I mean, that's probably he's going to be off the board by that point. But if he's not, I mean that becomes a lot. What the heck is going on with Cody's face right there?
Hey, my face is normal, bro.
Why are you playing you so
Cody,
casual?
how many beers have you had now?
6.
When was the last time you drank? When was the last time you drank, Cody?
Oh, last weekend.
Okay.
What beer?
I'm drinking Stella Artois, man.
Nice.
Because I'm a
Fancy.
fancy motherfucker.
Fancy.
I'm a fancy.
Cody said he's stone cold tonight.
Yeah.
Man,
bro,
like this
if I'm
is
just
actually.
if I'm just being real, like, I mean, knowing that either Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield is going to be our quarterback for next year, like, man, like the Panthers might be a 9-8 football team at best. This quarterback position is going to be the death of us, y'all. Just being
We've held
real.
out this long for a good quarterback. Just wait until next draft. I don't want Baker. He's so vanilla. So vanilla.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what?
But there's no guarantee we'll be in a position next year to draft a quarterback. And then again, at that point,
that's true.
Who says these
I would
quarterbacks
rather
next
wait
year's
and not
draft
have.
are going to be a sure thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. They all come from a spread
Have the
offense.
Ravens made their pick yet?
No.
They traded. I think no, they didn't.
I would trade
Yeah, they
up.
traded.
I would start getting draft capital now to be able to prep to trade up to get a quarterback.
Something not adding up to me. Let me ask y'all something. So, in his presser, Tepper said he's giving Rule at least 5 years, right? Let's assume that's true. Why are the draft picks for next year off limits in such a deep class?
Because next year is a better quarterback class.
But the class overall is deeper this year.
Yes. There's also the quarterback I like next year is actually Hayden Hooker. I just think I like some of his games I've seen him play, but in Tennessee.
I just think that Tepper doesn't want to put Scott Fitterer behind the 8 ball like he did this year with him having a limited amount of picks. Scott likes to move around a lot, and he doesn't have the ammo to move around without using future picks.
Right.
Or that 5-year thing is just phony. Like that this year, there's more pressure this year on Matt Rule than that comment tries to allude. You know what I mean? Because if Matt Rule goes out, if this team goes out there and wins 8 games with Sam Darnold at the helm, and you field a pretty good defense, like a better than average defense, and then you have an offense that has improved, do you just stay the course and say, oh, well, I guess we'll get 2 more games next year? No quarterback. You know, I think that would end. I think Matt Rule, like it's really now, they're going to have a very successful season, like a surprisingly successful season, for at least to not be in consideration. Is it time to replace him and bring in a quarterback, a coach, where the GM picks the coach, and then the coach and the GM pick the quarterback, and then you start fresh. So I just don't know how much I trust David Tepper when it says like Matt Rules. I think he needs to say he is safe so it doesn't fall apart from the beginning.
But Tepper's the same man who said when he hired him, I hired him because he looked like me, he smelled like me, he dresses like me.
They do dress like bums, both of them.
And everybody knows I can't stand Matt Rule, but I don't think he's going anywhere at this point. I really don't.
But $8 shirt.
I know, man. You're a billionaire. And don't be like that's how he became a billionaire, being thrifty. No, that's not the.
I'd be wearing suit jackets with no shirt underneath.
I'm dead.
If I had $1 billion, and it'd be more bedazzled than Thibodeau.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Not me. I'd come out in a pair of overalls. Bibbed overalls.
Davis is a giant
with no shirt on. Just to get the giggles and the criticism.
Yeah, Jordan Davis, dude, he did a Drew. He did this because my wife's family is all Georgia, fans, and they did an interview with him on the sideline with one of these little reporters, and she was like looked like the Statue of Liberty holding up the microphone to him. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this dude. I mean, I've seen some big dudes before, but this dude's huge.
Hey, he is 6'6", 341 pounds.
This dude ran a sub 4.5.
And he ran a 4.78.
Yeah.
Now, to put that in perspective, I'm 130 pounds soaking wet. I played college soccer, and my senior year, I ran a 4.6. So to be 341 pounds and run a 4.7, that's scary.
Dude, he looks like a
that dude's awesome. I think that this is so crazy. And when like the draft, people were telling me because I was like, dude, this guy's awesome. I'd love for him to be a Panther. And this was back when we were watching college football, 4 or 5 months ago. And they're like, he's top 10 pick. Now he didn't go top 10, and it's kind of that defensive tackle, the position group, some other factors. But that guy, that's a steal. That's a deal right there. That pick. I think that's an awesome
He also
pick.
has a 32-inch vertical.
That's not fair, bro. That's not fair, bro.
Man, that.
Imagine playing basketball with that guy.
He looked like a creative player, bro.
The Ravens took Kyle Hamilton.
Oh,
okay.
From Notre Dame.
That's good for Kyle Hamilton. Might
yeah.
not be good for nobody else, but it's good for Kyle Hamilton.
Hey, does pick 16 have some bad juju on it because it's on its 4th team? It started at Indy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it started with Indy, went to Philly, then New Orleans, and now it's Washington. And if it's going to be bad luck for anybody, it will be Washington.
They're gonna take Gary
You
Wilson.
watch Washington take Malik Willis.
No, they just got Carson Wentz.
Well, so
Right.
It don't. I mean,
Hey,
it depends on how the contract laid out for Carson Wentz. You got to remember, they're saying now that Malik Willis can't play or shouldn't play his rookie year anyway. So
that depends on the organization he goes to and the vision they got.
But they're paying a lot of money for the next 2 years for Carson Wentz. So
that's what I'm saying.
Ron wants to win now.
Yep.
But you got to remember, Ron Rivera said he was never going to put himself in a situation where everything was relying on one man.
That's true, but you got to look. Ron Rivera's got a defense that's built to win now.
Right.
Got to watch those missed opportunities.
I truly believe that the Steelers are going to end up with Malik Willis.
Yeah, I think either New Orleans or Pittsburgh gonna grab it. They're both sitting there just like keep dropping.
Houston's pick is in.
I don't think Malik Willis fits New Orleans. I just don't. I think Kenny Pickett fits New Orleans better.
I think for what they look for out of a quarterback, if you look at what they have in Taysom Hill, I think Malik Willis offers a kind of a dual threat as well that they're looking for.
Yeah.
Well, they moved
want him in the NFC South.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So I think that they're going to have a need for that quarterback who's going to be that, Swiss Army knife in that offense.
You don't think
Jameis at New Orleans?
I don't think Jameis Winston is going to be the long-term answer. I think it's cleared by the fact that they waited until they see what happened with Deshaun Watson before they signed him back to a one-year deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
If they believed in Jameis, it would have been more than a one-year deal that they did.
Yeah.
I would be more open to Malik Willis paired with Sean Payton if Sean Payton was still there.
Right.
But I do think they're going to look to add to that room. I think even possibly Kenny Pickett, if they want to keep that same West Coast style system, I think Kenny Pickett is also a possibility. Maybe not in the first round, possibly in the second round, but another name to keep an eye out for.
But hey, let me be real with y'all, man. Whoever drafts Malik Willis, they're getting a franchise quarterback. I'm telling you, I predict him to have the same kind of jump that Justin Herbert did. That Liberty offense held him back. I'm telling you, man, they never threw to the middle of the field.
At all.
They didn't have any number one wide receivers.
At
Malik
all.
Willis is going to be a damn good football player. I'm just interested in where he goes. I mean, it's New Orleans and Pittsburgh right now that are in
the Commanders.
I mean, but I don't know. They just signed Carson Wentz. I mean,
They traded for him. I mean, but you're right. They did. And I agree with that. And the other part is why I don't think that they'll get him is because they traded assets for him, right? It's not like they just took over his contract. They gave more than they probably should have to get Carson Wentz from the Colts. So I agree on that front. I think that they're looking at Carson Wentz as being the guy, but I could also see it being too difficult to pass up that a guy like Malik Willis is on the board, especially from I know he's not exactly a carbon copy of Cam Newton, but from a Ron Rivera perspective of like Cam Newton helped my career in Carolina, gave me a lot of ability to not have to focus on one position so much and having the ability to focus on other positions. I think Malik Willis is an entertaining option for them.
Hey guys, Tepper's fake brass balls just retweeted the pictures. The Ravens just put their whole draft board on Twitter.
Their what?
They just put their whole draft board on Twitter. You can see their draft board ranking players on Twitter.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I saw it too. Look.
Oh my God. It's like somebody making a social media post or something.
Somebody
they were taking a picture and laughing, and you can see their draft board.
Look, there it is. That's their entire board.
That wasn't real intelligent, was it?
Fire.
The Ravens are sending Brown to the Cardinals.
Wait. CK, said that?
The Ravens are sending the Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
What?
Where did that one come up? I'm looking. I don't see that any. Oh,
Ian
there
Rappaport.
it is.
Yeah, it is. Ian Rappaport.
What?
Wow.
I want to, guys, as you research and form your opinions on that, I'm going to jump into a couple of calls and some fan reactions to the pick tonight. So the number's 252-228-5098.
Hey guys, it's the growl that makes them howl. I'll keep it short and sweet because I know we got a lot of people and a lot of shit going on. But hell yeah, buddy! Finally, did something about the offensive line in the draft. And the only thing that makes that even better is that we got a wolf pack. We got someone from NC State, someone from Panther Nation.
Hometown hero.
To hopefully bookend this offensive line is supposed to be real good, and hopefully he's real good for us. And he's a local kid. I love that. Anyway, guys. Wow.
So how
Northern Panther.
The growl that makes him howl. All right, let's go. One more call real quick. Ooh, I must say one more call. The silent call. 21 seconds of silence. All right, guys. Tell me what's
traded the 23rd pick to the Ravens for the 100th pick in the draft in Hollywood Brown. So the Ravens got another pick in the first round.
That's kind of, I don't know if I like that trade for the Cardinals, though. Basically, they're taking away their first round pick, getting Hollywood Brown in the 100th pick. I'm not saying Brown isn't a good player, but
they lost Christian Kirk.
I know, but
and they're aggressive offensively, man. They have DeAndre Hopkins. AJ Green is a shell of himself. And they're trying to. They're in that's a team that's coached by a very offensive driven coach. They're always like the Saints, always going to be just loading up, thinking they can win. They need more offense every year with Kyler Murray. You almost got to wonder why doesn't like Green Bay try some mess like that?
Houston took Kenyon Green, the guard from Texas A&M.
I think Jahan Dotson is going to Washington and Rivera.
We still haven't.
Also, I don't think Malik's going to the Saints because they have 4 quarterbacks on their roster.
Man, I think
Andy Dalton is there.
If you were a Commander fan, don't you want to be taking Malik Willis right now?
Yeah. Yep.
I would kind of want a receiver.
They didn't they pick one? Oh no, is this still their first pick? They didn't. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. Who are the top rated receivers out there right now? Would be
Garrett Wilson, Jahan Dotson. You have let's see.
Garrett Wilson went to the Jets, didn't he?
Yeah, number 10.
Oh, true. I missed that one. Okay, then it's Jahan Dotson is the next up.
He's looking like the Joker in his suit.
I missed that one. My money's on Jahan Dotson if they go receiver then.
Boy, that Philadelphia, if Washington doesn't take Malik Willis, that Philadelphia pick's going to be very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know the Chargers aren't taking a quarterback, so.
The Chargers. The Chargers have kind of wide open on what they could do.
Oh man, like it's like I think from this point forward, it's like just kind of aside from a few teams, it's just a shot in the dark what these teams are going to be doing.
It just got interesting because Jahan Dotson went to the Commanders.
Wow. So who's next? Is the Saints?
Yep.
No, the Chargers.
Chargers, then Philly. Chargers.
So we know Philly isn't going to take a quarterback. We know the Chargers are not going to take a quarterback. So it's going to be up to Willis is going to the Saints or the Steelers, one of the two.
Yep. Unless somebody trades up to get in front of them.
I mean, the only people I could see wanting to trade is going to be the Chargers.
Philly would trade for the right price.
I don't know. They just traded up to get what they got.
Well, because they knew Jordan Davis was going to end up going to Baltimore if they did.
Right. Big Cat out here praying that they trade up.
Yeah, I just don't see Carolina giving up the draft capital to move back into the first to get him. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I'm just of the mind that, like, it's at this point in time, it wouldn't take a ridiculous haul to try to trade back into this. Like, it's not like
Carolina, it would, because they don't have a second or a third round pick this year. It would automatically have to be their first next year.
Yeah, well, we already know that. That's going to be a given. Like, nobody's going to trade the first without getting a first as compensation in some way, shape, or form, plus something else. I wonder if they would look at whoever we would be trading with, if they would look at our team and say, do we think they're going to be a high draft pick or a low draft pick next year? Because really, it's kind of a gamble for any team. So that's where I agree with you. I think it would be really tough for any team to be able to trade or to be willing to trade out of this first for us to be able to move into the first. Because we have no, other than the idea of giving a player away, they don't know what their picks would be. It could be the 30. We could win the Super Bowl, right? And they could be getting the 32nd pick and trading the 15th pick to us for it. So I agree. I think the risk of trading next year's draft picks for another team, for us, I don't think it's as much of a risk. For them, I think it's way more of a risk.
I just don't see giving away next year's first, because Scott Fitter wants that capital to be able to move around. Especially after we being shorthanded this draft.
But the thought is like, if you have him as a first round quarterback, you're not. It's kind of. I know you'd be trading that probably an additional second, maybe a third or something like that along with it, but you're breaking even out from the high level draft picks, because if you believe that he's a first round draft pick, then you're trading a first round draft pick. You're just picking early, a whole year early.
I definitely see what you're saying. I just don't know if they'll pull the trigger on it.
Oh, I don't think they will, but
here's something else about Hollywood Brown. He actually gets to go back with Kyle Murray in a system he already knows.
Oh, keep an eye out for Deebo Samuel going to the Ravens. With this
San Fran's not going to trade Deebo. Lynch is already.
I don't know, man. San Fran trying to move, dude. They had to turn down every offer up to this.
Well, they don't want to trade Deebo. They want to get rid of Garoppolo because they want to re-sign Deebo and Nick Bosa.
Oh, nah. Deebo going to sit out. He going to hold out.
Then you going to sit out?
Yeah, he holding out.
Well, that's only going to hurt him because he's under contract, so he's losing money.
Hey. I think Buddy don't want to be a 49er no more.
I just don't think he wants to run the ball. If they gave him assurances that they wouldn't use him the way they've been using him at running back and they play him at receiver, I think he'd come back. I think that's the big thing, is he doesn't want to play running back.
I don't know if it's so much. He said it's not about the money, but I think that's cap. If you look at his play style and how much he's used as far as touches and stuff go, if
Holy
they compensate
crap.
him,
Dude, the Titans just traded A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
Oh, my God.
What?
Yep, the Titans just traded A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
For what?
Oh, my God.
They haven't
Probably
said that. They
this,
just said
probably this pick that they're getting ready to have.
They just said Titans are planning to trade wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Sources tell ESPN.
We got a lot of shuffling going on.
They're trading for Philadelphia's 18th overall pick and another third round.
Yep, and the Chargers just took Zion Johnson.
What?
Yep.
Dang, dude. Well, who do they have now on the Chargers? They don't have Julio anymore. They don't have AJ Brown.
Well, you mean the Titans?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, they might be, if they moved up, then they might be getting ready to take another receiver.
They could take a quarterback, y'all. That's no lie. Because
Well, who is he going to throw to? They don't have a receiver.
I don't know. They'll figure that out later, I'm sure. There's a bunch out there they could get. I mean, they have a second round pick tomorrow. I mean, there's others they can get, but the Titans are
You
contrary
think
to
they're
what.
giving up on Tannehill after that playoff game?
Yep.
He just wanted to see a quarterback go. He just wants to see a quarterback drafted.
No, I live in Tennessee. I talk to Titans fans all the time, y'all. I'm telling you, they understand that Tannehill may be here next year because of his contract, but he doesn't have to be here after that. Period.
Well, doesn't that make for a good situation for Malik Willis?
Yes,
Like we
it does.
talked about with the Commanders.
The Titans have had every single quarterback available that's projected to go in the first round in for visits.
Yeah, I could see that now that you say that. I could see that, but and then that would give them next year's draft to get weapons for Malik to be able to take reins on this offense.
But you're gonna run Derrick Henry into the ground for nothing next year.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry always runs that way, though.
Yeah,
that's his issue. He always runs the same way. I love Derrick Henry. I wish we'd have got him instead of Big Vernon Butler, but that's a whole new other draft.
I'm muted. Don't they have Corey Brown in Tennessee? Isn't that his name? Who's the wide? They have a good wide receiver they drafted. The Titans.
They just traded him. AJ Brown.
Who did he go
AJ Brown. They just traded him to Philadelphia.
Oh, he went to Philadelphia. See, I missed that. All right, so then it's Hollywood Brown that went to
Arizona.
Arizona.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay.
So now the Eagles have to pay AJ Brown.
Yeah, good luck on that.
And do the Eagles like their quarterback? Looks like it.
Yeah, the Eagles.
I think they
definitely
like
their
Jalen.
quarterback.
Well,
Yeah,
the Eagles like
Yeah.
Hurts, but they keep bringing people in for interviews and talking to quarterbacks. If they keep doing that, that tells me that they don't really like the quarterback all that much.
I like it. I think he's probably just as good as any of these other average quarter type backs. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
He gives you
if
just as much chance to win as Tannehill does.
Right. If they were set on a QB, they were set in prime position to take one. Not a single QB taken off the board. And picking a QB at 18 is late enough in the first round to where it doesn't feel like a reach. But and I think it eases up the expectations on that first round quarterback. That if they, now that they're going to be drafted in a later position, it allows them to be a little bit more kind of, you know what, I'm going to show everybody else that they were wrong. But at the same time, there isn't this set of like, if you throw your first pick, it's a bust. You know what I mean?
If Carolina is truly in love with a Malik Willis, wouldn't it be worth sending next year's first to Kansas City for the 30th pick?
Malik Willis, he's not going to be there. Malik's not getting past Pittsburgh at 20.
All right, we'll see. Right, get closer.
Not if we're gonna suck.
It's really slowed down, hasn't it? These picks.
The Titans have 11 quarterbacks on their roster, right? Or 11 wide receivers on their roster.
Let's see who they got. Hold on.
And about 8 tight ends.
Mike Tomlin took Malik Willis's family out to dinner when they met.
Yes. Zion Johnson just went, didn't he?
Yeah, he just went.
Yeah.
This is awesome because I know some Steelers fans, like one of the guys that works at the radio station, is a Steelers fan. They've been interested in Malik Willis, like you said, but because he's a Steelers fan, he's like, we don't want to move up for him, though. And the question was, right? I know.
Right in their lap.
The Steelers never move up in the draft.
Titans have Robert Woods.
That's
right. I forgot about
they
that.
traded for Robert Woods with the Rams.
Yep, right. I forgot about that.
I totally forgot about that.
The Eagles are making moves.
They're surrounding Jalen Hurts with weapons.
As they should.
Must feel nice.
Yeah, and you know what? It's for their coach being kind of like wacky in the beginning and it not looking that good. They really kind of pulled together towards the end of last season.
Looking more like Willis to Pitt is what Sheena says.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Tannehill's contract actually the heavy part ends this year. Next year, if they cut him, they can save $1 million. Literally.
Traylon Burks is
After
the
that,
pick for Tennessee.
Traylon Burke. Really?
Does anybody? I don't know much about him.
I don't know. I heard his name, but I can't remember what he does.
You boys got out the QB Baker Mayfield, Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't like that.
Oh, wide
at
receiver.
all.
Wide receiver, Traylon Burks. That's that real fast dude that's fat with a super fast in the combine, wasn't it?
Nah, different guy.
Okay.
He was pretty fast. He was a 4.5 guy for a big body guy. It's pretty fast.
Yeah.
That's a step down from AJ Brown though.
Can he block better than AJ Brown could? Can he block better than AJ Brown?
No, I don't think so.
No, but he's a lot cheaper than AJ Brown.
That's true. You gotta pay him a contract. So I guess I see the vision.
Burke is a massive frame for wide receiver, 6'2", 225. He's extremely physical, but can also use a solid routing ability to get open. Okay.
Hey, if Pittsburgh doesn't take Malik, we could trade Green Bay. They've got 2 picks in the first, and we can give Robbie Anderson in our next year's first for Malik.
There you go. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
The only way they get Malik now is they have to make a trade with New Orleans.
Yep. Mike Thompson absolutely loves Malik Willis.
Yeah, he does.
Well, and also the Pittsburgh reporter that called in earlier, he said that I think this was, it was Mark Burgeon from the Believe in Steelers draft, Believe in Steelers podcast. He said that this is the last year of their, I guess their GM is going to retire. Has announced that this is going to be his final year as GM. And you've really had it been characterized so much by Ben Roethlisberger, who's going to get the jacket, right? Get the gold jacket. Is that it would be a nice send off if you're the guy to that GM's career, if he could nail the quarterback position and shore that up for a future that Tomlin can work with.
Yeah. This is his last draft, but I hope Dan Morgan doesn't get that job because I want him staying in Carolina.
AJ Brown gets a 4-year extension for $100 million and $57 million guaranteed.
Oh my God.
25 a year.
Yep.
Philly already had the contract waiting on him.
Yeah, they did.
That's wild.
They've been discussing this for a while, then, hadn't it?
Fresh off the press.
When you trade him to us, we gonna pay him right off tops.
Hey, we're gonna clap him for Samir Suleiman getting extended because we would have been all of this been in war, bro.
Now,
all the way out.
Do y'all think the Steelers are listening to offers?
Hell no.
Nah.
They got the phone off the hook.
Yeah.
Phil, right.
They've already got the card standing and saying, hurry up, tighten Gadway.
Let's see how long it takes for the Steelers thing to say the pick is in once New Orleans is on the clock, off the clock.
All right. So do we got the Tennessee pick yet?
Traylon Burks.
Traylon Burks.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and field a call real quick, see how Panther fans are reacting to the Carolina Panthers 2022 NFL Draft. Thanks for joining the C3 Draft Party. Smash the thumbs up button, subscribe, call in at 252-228-5098.
What is going on, Carolina Cat Chronicles? This is your old friend, member of the C3 Podcast, Peter Panthers from Niner Noise. That's right, Fansided's 49ers site. Giving you guys a call to talk a little bit about the 2022 NFL Draft. A couple of interesting notes. Obviously, the biggest of concerns for the 49ers and their fans, wondering what happens in round one, because that's right, the Niners aren't taking a first-round pick, but the possibility of all-pro wide receiver Deebo Samuel, who is unhappy with the situation in San Francisco, wondering whether or not he would be used as part of a trade package. The New York Jets, they take Garrett Wilson at number 10, and one of the big speculative points was that 10th overall pick would be used as part of a trade package to acquire Samuel. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Of course, there's plenty of other picks that could take place between now and the would-be Deebo Samuel trade, but with the Jets being overly aggressive trying to land a wide receiver earlier, one would have thought that pick had to be at least the bare minimum to acquire Samuel. So that'll be of interest for San Francisco heading into day 2. The Niners don't pick, of course, until very late in the second round, barring any sort of trade, like the aforementioned Deebo Samuel move that didn't happen with the Jets. But I'm going to be looking at some players like maybe Nick Cross out of Maryland, who would help fill some of the 49ers defensive back needs, particularly at safety. The Niners lost Jaquiski Tartt to free agency. He remains unsigned. And if you get a player like Cross, that could be a plug-and-play move right there. I like Jalen Petre out of Baylor as well, kind of an all-over-the-secondary type of player. But you could also see the Niners look to make some upgrades to their interior line. Center Alex Mack is mulling retirement, so maybe you wind up seeing someone like the guy out of Maryland not Maryland, I'm sorry. It's the guy out of Memphis, Dylan Parham, who's a really nice interior offensive lineman who can take over at center potentially. Anyway, and then 5 picks on day 3, that's when the Niners will be active, so it should be fun to watch. But in the meantime, Deebo Samuel remains with the 49ers, and it looks like the Panthers are still going to be on the hunt for a quarterback. Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo, who knows? Plenty of time left. Anyway, this is Peter Panessy with NinerNoise.com, part of the site. Be sure to follow us at NinerNoise.com and follow me on Twitter at Peter Panessy. Talk to you guys soon.
That's our old boy Pete Panessy. I think he was part of the very first draft party, bringing him back.
Yeah.
So that's going back, but again, not 8 years he's been. This is 9th appearance on the show. What do you guys think about Deebo? Right, like that's kind of been. I've watched. He's like the shiny toy of Panthers Twitter to talk about, and I even see people who are kind of like conservative in their views of like how the team should approach free agents. You know what I mean? Like people that aren't usually sensationalist stories chasers. They're even like, I could see them kind of even fretting with the idea like, wow, Deebo.
Y'all know New Orleans pick?
Is it in?
Yeah, New Orleans pick is in. They just haven't said yet.
Trevor Penning.
Yeah, is it really Trevor Penning? Good.
You don't
fuck
I'm
him.
on Twitter.
Yeah, fuck him. He's not ready to play right now, dude.
Diana Rossini said that the Browns wanted a massive contract extension from the Titans, but with the year left on his deal and didn't get it. He stopped voluntary workouts and stopped communicating with the team, and per his agent told the Titans he wasn't interested in playing for them, period.
Dang.
So that's why he got traded.
All
Man,
right,
you
this
know.
has
So,
been the best fucking draft for the Steelers to have it end up just like this.
I know, dude.
Is this not the easiest decision that the Steelers are about to make in their entire draft history?
And they just sat in there at number 20 and just crossed their hands and said, "We're just gonna wait."
They didn't panic. I mean, they're infamously known for not trading up in the draft, right? And they let their guys come to them. And here they are, just with a guy like it's clear that they loved Malik. Like it's clear just based on Tomlin's face when he saw Malik throw that deep ball.
Bro, what if Malik Willis goes to Pittsburgh this year and just lights it the fuck up, dude? In that same division with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson.
They're gonna let him sit.
I would trust him to do that with Mike Tomlin than I would with Matt Rule. And
true that.
Hey, let's talk about that division. We're gonna have possibly Malik Willis, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Deshaun Watson.
I know that man. Those guys, they got like all the quarterbacks. JD, you were laughing at the Trevor Penning pick. Tell me why.
This is Brian Burns' favorite pick all night, bro. Penning is barbecue chicken, bro. He is not.
He ain't ready to start in the NFL.
He ain't out, bro. I'm trying to be nice.
He'll lead the league in penalties.
He trash.
Yeah. If he starts, he'll get personal foul penalties. He'd probably be ejected with personal foul penalties.
Hey, he almost ended Desmond Ritter's season at the Senior Bowl.
I've never seen a big man let defenders get his chest so easily and just bull rush him back into the quarterback, dude. Like, this is the softest 6'7", 320-pound man I have ever seen in my fucking life.
Pillsbury, huh?
Boy,
No boy.
Soft, bro. He's fucking soft.
He's trash, but garbage.
No boy.
He reminds me of Flash.
I got to tell you this. Applause for Lance Kubiak. Thanks for the $50 Cash App donation to the C3 Draft Party. It's wonderful, man. Look, I want to encourage everybody to be a part of the longest running Panthers podcast on the internet. We've been on these streets since 2013, every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Just a show where football fans talk about their favorite football team. Sometimes that's happy. A lot of times it's been sad, but we lock arms together on Tuesday nights at 9 p.m. For the C3 Panthers podcast. You can call into the show at 252-228-5098. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this draft, including the Panthers pick, how the Panthers should continue to move forward in this draft, and what are you thinking about if there's a quarterback like Kenny Pickett out there? How interested are you chasing after that? Or is this something like it's Sam Darnold, slow and steady as the race? Again, the number is 252-228-5098. Thanks again, Lance Kubiak, for the Cash App donation. You can find ways to support the show in the show notes, as well as just smash the thumbs up button and subscribe. Guys, what's going on? Now is like, it's just we're at Pittsburgh, right?
How picks already a lot of time.
Yeah, this is an easy decision for them, dude.
Picks already in.
Yeah. My question here is, when is the last time it took 20 picks to get to the first QB taken in a draft?
2013.
Ooh. Is that, yeah, probably something like that. It's like
even later, 2013. Yeah.
And this would not have been surprising like in the early 2000s or something like that.
Right.
Guys, there's nobody left in the first round who's going to draft a quarterback.
No way.
Oh, we're going to move up in the second draft
No
quarterback.
way. Picks in.
There's nobody.
Kenny Pickett.
Tennessee, Green Bay, Kansas City.
I think it's Kenny Pickett.
Kenny. Oh, wow. How about that?
Oh, damn, they did.
Wow.
Whoa.
I like Kenny Pickett, though.
Yeah.
What? No fucking shot.
Dunk on demand. What's up, bro?
What up, fellas? What up? What up?
What's up?
They must have took Malik to Captain D.
My man,
like that.
And did they really take?
What's going on with you, man?
They took Kenny Pickett.
They took Kenny Pickett,
bro. That's crazy, bro.
Y'all must got cable because my streaming must be behind. I ain't seen nothing yet.
We're all they're
Twitter.
watching Twitter and stuff like that. I'm on a commercial right
We just
now.
got
Okay. I'm with Greg now. I'm like this, at this point, I'm looking to trade into the first round and grab Malik at this point.
Yes, sir.
Yo, dude, the Panthers
Yes, sir.
Man, do the Panthers have enough balls?
What's the
to
price?
go up and
What's the
grab
price?
Malik Willis?
They're gonna have to trade
Bro.
next year's first.
What's
I
the
would do
price
it.
is the question.
I would do it.
I
They would have
wanna
to
know
trade next
this.
year's first to do it. But I would
This
get Kansas City, one of their last two picks. I trade with Kansas City, give them next year's first, and take Malik.
Aaron, this is the real answer to that question is what's the price? Is like the answer to know if it's worth it or not is if the Panthers were they really considering picking a quarterback at 6? Like, was that even part of the conversation? Like,
No.
we have to talk about it. We got to think about it, right?
Obviously,
And
the conversation changed though. The way the board fell at the beginning, I guess. But
Sure, but if they really were having an honest conversation 3 weeks ago about maybe we should consider picking a quarterback at 6, and you didn't, you changed trajectory, played it like probably the way you should, but now you could get this. Now, if you were really thinking about 6, it seems like a first-round pick next year is really a no-brainer at that point because you are almost ready to give a 6th pick up for it.
think about it though. If Vegas has us projected to be a top 5 pick next year, so if you trade that pick, you're essentially saying Malik Willis would be a top 2, 3 quarterback in next year's draft. If you think about it that way, we're not going to be a good football team next year. Let's just face it. But like I said, Vegas,
that bad.
Vegas has us as a top 5 pick right now, tied with like the Falcons. I think maybe the football team and like one more other scrub. But
that's also with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but
that's also not.
I don't think we're that bad.
I don't think we'll have a top 5 pick.
But I just don't think this is that look is like last year. We can't be worse than last year. Like our team is better unless we just face like crazy injuries stuff. Like our team is more suited to at least be competitive.
I think our defense takes a step back this year. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit nervous.
We lost really
the edge. Yeah, the edge gives me some concerns. The linebacker's been a concern, but I think we can get a linebacker in this draft sometime that can be pretty solid. But I think our defense takes a step back. I think they'll be good. Obviously, we got the talent at corner, and people are going to be, obviously more experienced and stuff. But
the Ravens traded back into the first round.
I think our defense.
They traded at 23.
Oh yeah. I mean, that was the Hollywood Brown trade.
Yeah.
I can understand how there's concerns about the defense being as good as it was last year, right? And you can point to, the number one thing you're going to point to is a loss in production, potentially at the defensive edge position because of Hassan Reddick. Another thing you could point to also is that the guy that we brought in to kind of shore up some of the linebacker room might not be playing. Or we don't know what's going on with him. But I think the concerns for the defensive step back might just be too linked to Hassan Reddick. And he was just as much a liability in the run game as he was.
Said Malik Willis went to Pittsburgh.
I read a fake report while ago. I guess.
Who is it?
I saw a prick while ago said it was Kenny
Malik Willis is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
And now Sheena said this.
Sheena can't be right because Ian Rappaport said the first QB off the board is
they just announced it on TV.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it on TV right now.
Yeah, I don't know what she's. I don't know, she must have got it wrong.
She must have had that in her drafts, and she was just like, "All right, I'm sending it. I don't care."
Trying to delete. She was trying to delete. Yeah. Yeah, so it is officially listed on NFL.com as Kenny Pickett.
It's Kenny Pickett.
The Pats are trading back.
But I just want to talk about. I just want to talk about that defense. I think that defense was overrated last year, guys. I don't think it was really as strong as some of those statistics. That number 2 Pickett. So while I could see a defensive step back, I think our offensive line improvements are enough to improve the offense incrementally that at least doesn't require that defense to be a top 5 defense. They could be a top 10 defense and we could still be just as good, if not better than last year.
The Panthers need to trade up into the end of the first round.
What if that was them? What if that was them that traded with the Pats?
Yeah, you need to do that before the 26th pick because the Titans are at 26.
What if that was them that traded with the Pats? Because the Pats are trading back, they said. That'd be funny.
We need a storyline like this, Panther fans. Like
Robbie Anderson.
There's a reason. Yeah. Well, and you know what? They had shown some interest in Robbie Anderson in free agency before he came to Carolina. The thing is that picking the offensive lineman at 6 is the right pick, the right move. But boy, wouldn't it be? And I hate to say, for us to talk about and fans get excited about. It would be kind of cool to trade into and get Malik Willis and then say, oh, well, we ain't picking again until Saturday. We'll see you on Saturday. Imagine how fun the next 2 days would be.
Yeah, just chilling. Chilling. But I mean,
let's go around the horn. You start, Aaron. Should we do it?
If the price is right, yeah, but I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up a first. If we can give up a player or something,
traded to the Chiefs.
Yeah, if we sprinkle in a player or something to boost the value, but
they're gonna pick 3 first-round players.
Probably not. They just probably traded one of their picks.
Okay.
This is the Steelers that traded. The Chiefs. Oof.
Blake, should we do it? Should we trade back in and pursue this quarterback, or should we maybe wait till day 2 and trade then? I mean, that's an option too. It's like, hey, if he's still available tomorrow. Maybe we're on the phone tonight talking about what can we do with you in the next couple of picks to get in this game.
I like it. I like Willis, I think he's got a really high ceiling, so I think it's worth it. And then the conversation of the 5th-year option getting back into the first round is a big deal. Whether you want the 5th-year option or the draft capital, it really just depends. But I do want to take a second and say that throwback Panthers hat is fire.
Appreciate it. I paid a pretty penny off eBay.
I bet you did. I've been trying to find one.
It was my favorite hat. There was one. It may be gone. I thought about getting it and flipping it just because this is my favorite hat, my arsenal.
All right, let's go to Drew. Should we trade? Should we get in the game for Malik, or are we just getting too much in our excitement quarterback?
I agree with Dunk. I would say it depends on the cost, but honestly, guys, I'm gonna throw one out. I'm gonna throw one at you right now. Baltimore is back on the board because of that wide receiver trade. They can't come to a contract agreement with Lamar Jackson. Could they say, hell, we're going to fire on Malik?
No, I don't think
no shot. Not a shot. They're going to let Lamar go.
If they do,
they can get a haul. They can get a haul for him.
Yeah, if they get close to trading him, then they're going to want what the Cleveland gave up for.
Hey, they're going to want a haul for him, but I'm just saying, if they're not going to pay him what he wants,
I wouldn't give up that much for a quarterback.
You go ahead and take Malik, sit him on the bench for a season, and then say, okay, Lamar.
God, imagine that quarterback.
Hey, y'all. Is it possible that Malik Willis falls to the second round?
Yes, that's what we're thinking right now. That's what I'm thinking.
I still think the Titans will take him at 26.
Man,
that's a good destination. I mean, that's a good destination.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say Mike Tomlin must have taken Malik out for fast food like Captain D's or something, because that dinner must have not been that good.
So they went for wings. They went to get wings.
That's right. They did get
wings.
They had
the Vikings could take him the last pick.
He went to waste. He went to a chain.
Well, Kenny Pickett's just got to walk across the hall now.
Hey, by the way, Kim McQuanu put out a tweet to Panther Nation. She said, "I'm ready." @Panthers, #, keep pounding. Dude, I'm loving it, man. I think this guy is going to be an all-pro for the Carolina Panthers. I think he'll be the left guard for the Panthers, but that's
you still on the Christensen wagon, I see, huh?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if anything, it gives us the versatility to be able to choose. If we like Brady Christensen at left tackle, play him there. If you like a Quandra at left tackle, play him there, man. It gives us the ability to choose. So
think about the investment, though, Cody. The investment. We put a third on BC.
Yeah,
we put a top. True, we did a number 6 pick on.
But what evidence do we have that Brady Christensen can play guard? Like, I just feel like every time we've seen Christensen at guard, he's getting his ass whipped, to be honest.
You really just, that's what you got to ask is which one is, who's the lowest? Like, who do you put on left tackle and is better, and who do you put in guard and is better? And if Icky could be an all-pro guard right off the bat kind of thing, and then you see what you got with Brady Christensen, and if you don't like it, then you say, all right, well, now we're going to shift you to the plan is next year, shift you to the tackle. Because it is hard, even for the best tackles in the league, to be very good from day one. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight. It's not unheard of, but look, there's been a lot of top left tackles that have struggled in the opening years. We'll go ahead and put Jake Matthews down for that from Atlanta. He was a top 5 pick, and he had some problems. You could put Matt Khalil in that. He never was any good. Then you could put it. Actually, it was good for his first 2 years, I think, but kind of situational. On top of that, I think you could go down the list. Who was the guy that New York picked 2 years ago?
Was Andrew Thomas?
Andrew Thomas. And struggled in year 1. Really much better in year 2. So is that you could almost do a test case with this and test case Brady Christensen's value, and at the same time ease Aquanu in. And then if it just isn't working, then you say this is we go Aquanu on the left, and now we got to figure out this the guard part.
With all 3 tackles being on the board there, though, there was really no way to mess it up. The only way to mess it up is by not playing the man tackle.
It's picking Malik Willis.
I like.
Hey, isn't Malik in Vegas? Isn't he there?
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah,
I
it's like Aaron Rodgers moment right now.
It is.
That was
I do
tough
like
to be there and
James
make a pick.
Campen better as the offensive coach than I like the guy from last year. I trust James
for sure.
Campen to develop
Over Meyer?
develop Icky and
Yeah.
Christensen. So if Brady Christensen may look good at guard given the chance now that he actually has a real offensive line coach.
Yep.
Yeah, camping over Meyer is like night and day.
Cody, the draft heads, and I'm going to rank the draft heads in this room is not me. I'm at the bottom of the list, right? So I'm going to ask you guys that do find interest in this 2 questions. Who's so far in this draft the best value for their pick, right? Like you're like, man, good place. Like that's the pick, right?
Is it Kyle Hamilton?
And then the other is what's the one reach? If you see one, what's the reach?
I mean, I don't know. Right now, I feel like the best value in the draft. Some people had Kevin Kwanu as the number 1 player in the draft. I mean, that's really being real. It's reasonable to say that the Panthers took the number 1 player in this year's draft. I mean, I don't know. This draft was such a toss-up because nobody knew where every player was going to go on like drafts in years past. So based on what we've seen, I don't know. This draft has kind of played out as I expected, but Kevin Kwanu is an incredible value for the number 6 pick in the draft.
Can we get a non-Panther one?
I'm not a draft head, but I'll say what the Giants did with their 2 picks, being able to get Thibodeau and Neal.
Yep.
Yo, that's wild. You know what I'm saying? Like you got a bookend edge guy, and then you got your cornerstone left tackle. I mean, Gettleman. You can tell Gettleman doesn't work in New York anymore.
Yeah, you know the irony of this is that if Dave Gettleman always said the right things and did the wrong thing. He always was talking about this is a game of hog mollies. This is investing in the trenches. And this guy reached, I mean, he would be picking and it's not just here. He's picked 2 running backs, top 6. He's picked Daniel Jones and
Quay Walker, not bad.
He picked, so like it almost was like Dave Gettleman wouldn't have done this, and this is the best thing you can do in the trenches. All right, who else? Anybody else want to contribute to right now? Best bang for your buck and biggest reach of the first
best
round.
Bang for my buck, it's going to be Kwanu. I didn't think he would make it to the Panthers at all. I really didn't.
Yeah.
But for the worst pick, I'm just going to go with somewhere that people may not agree with. Trevor Penning for the worst pick so far. He should be a 2nd round pick, not a 1st round pick.
Facts.
I was going to ask you about that, Tony. You were talking about the first year struggles. This guy is the guy they think that needs some development himself, like Tate Niedermeyer, and obviously level competition.
He's nowhere near going to start.
But then it's going to be raw. I'm telling you, there's a couple of positions in the league, and I am not a football expert. I'm an expert football fan, but I tell you this is that the eye test just works when a lot of times in life. And I've been watching this mess like closely for the last 10 years, 13 years, or whatever it is. And I know there's certain places that are easier to transition. I think it's easy to be a rookie running back in the league.
Okay, the Bills traded up.
To be a
Buffalo just traded with Baltimore.
Is
Yeah,
be
the
left tackle.
Yep,
I think it's
you
easier
think
to be in the secondary than it is to be a defensive end. I think a lot of times good defensive players, even of high caliber when it comes to defensive ends, year 3 is the year that I see them shine the most. Right? Like
you think the Falcons reached with Drake London? I mean, it's kind of redundant because they got Kyle Pitts too.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, it just felt like they were reaching.
Isn't this good news? The 2 biggest reaches so far that people are talking about are division rivals.
Yeah.
And the thing about Penning, Tony, and just I guess in general with Icky also, you got to think about the DNs that are in this division. You know, there's no slouches when you talking Cam Jordan, Shaq Barrett, Brian Burns. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no there's no really. I mean, it's within the division. There's no weeks off. I mean, granted, they play on various sides. Obviously, some of these guys, but a lot of times you draft to win your division because that's the quickest way to get into the playoffs. Just think about the level of talent he's going to face from Northern Iowa to perennial double-digit sack guys.
But we put it off too long.
But I promise you this, he's going to be better than Cam Irvin.
You ain't got to be a draft head for that, you know. So
yeah,
I don't know, bro.
Let me throw this out there. Tyler Lindenbaum and Jermaine Johnson, the Florida State DM, both are available.
I forgot about Lindenbaum.
But the Bills traded up. I bet you the Bills are going after Jermaine Johnson.
Yep.
We got a long time before we pick again, fellas.
Green Bay got
I don't think so, dude. I think with the way that this is falling, you've got two QBs that possibly 3 or 4 if you're a fan of some of these other guys
who are
that are
two?
potential.
Who are the two? Malik
and
Corral. Ritter. I mean, yeah.
Oh, Corral.
Malik, Ritter, Corral, Howell.
Are you guys worried at all about the Kenny Pickett and Corral Wonderlic scores?
No.
I am. They're so low.
Do you guys think once the first quarterback, you think it'll be around on quarterbacks eventually once that second one goes off the board?
Probably.
Yeah,
that's what I wonder. Like, could you wait if you think that if Malik goes like in the high 20s, maybe like will Corral fall all the way to the second? Will they just be like, people start panicking, trading up to get the guy and do whatever?
I think if Malik, I'm starting to worry that Malik ain't going to be a first.
Buffalo took a cornerback, Carr Elam.
From Florida.
Wow, that was dumb.
He's a good player.
You know, there are Bills fans complaining about Brandon Beane. I don't know why they would.
What did they say?
Well, they're just talking about how his latest picks weren't as great as his first picks.
No.
And they're going to whine heavily
Well,
about
sorry for building you a championship roster in 1 year.
Exactly. I made a comment today on Twitter. I said, Panther fans are still mad because Jerry Richardson gave him away just so we can keep Mari Hurney and David Gettleman.
By the way, Cody Lashney 1 hour ago tweeted, "Goodbye, Malik Willis. Nice to know you," or something like that. Hey, maybe that doesn't have to be a goodbye. Maybe it's just a
see you later. See you later.
I mean, look, the Panthers are going to have to trade some kind of future draft capital in order to be able to jump up and grab Malik Willis. How much?
We're going to have to trade any draft capital to get anybody of the names that you've mentioned, whether it comes to offensive or anything. Yeah. Right? We ain't picking until Saturday, homie. Of course.
As of right now, either Sam Darnold is the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers, or the Panthers are going to trade for Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right.
Personally, I feel neither of them are the answer.
Just thinking potential quarterbacks, though. Like, look at the teams that are on the board. Somebody's going to have to trade up to get him if they're going to do it. Because, look, you got Tampa, who may draft him as the heir apparent.
But they drafted a quarterback last year.
Trask, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Big on Trask.
I mean, they might not be big on it, but they can't.
And then Minnesota's at 32.
That's one you got to think about.
But everybody else in between that doesn't really need a quarterback unless you're talking Tennessee. Maybe I know somebody mentioned Tennessee, but I doubt it.
Hey, who did Buffalo pick?
Elam, cornerback Elam,
Florida.
You think Tampa Bay would take Willis? I think that actually might make sense.
But then they took a quarterback last year.
Yeah, they drafted Kyle
Trask.
All right, I got to put this out here. As my man said, come on, Tony. Wonderlook for foosball. Now, look, I can understand how we can get too fixated on something and make a narrative out of it. I'm not trying to do – well, actually, I am trying to do it on this case. Matt Corral and Kenny Pickett scored respectively a 15 and a 17 on their Wonderlic. I'm just going to put it out there. If Cam Newton had a lot of criticism about his score on the Wonderlic, it was in the 20s. Low, like 21, something like that. But Malik Willis scored a 33 on the Wonderlic. Now, What I'm just trying to say is this. I do not believe that any one measurement is the thing that's going to tell us about somebody. But I would say this is imagine a world where Malik Willis scored a 17 on that Wonderlic. What would the narrative there be? Right? What would it be? And so I've been saying this for a few days now is I'm starting the narrative that I have concerns. I'm the Pete Prisco of Kenny Pickett and Matt Corral. Question marks surround their ability to process an NFL caliber defense. Boom. Take that. That's what I'm trying to say here. That's all I'm trying to say is like, why isn't that a story? I think we know why.
Well, yeah, of course. That goes without saying. You painted the picture 100%. If he had a bad score, it was going to be a story. Now that he has a good one, it's not a story.
But there's two people that have really bad ones, and you gotta
that's never a question. When you have a certain complexion, reading defenses, being smart and processing information is never a concern.
What about this?
When you're Sam Darnold, he's a risk taker, but he makes the highlight plays. It's not that he can't read defenses or he can't throw in the turkey hole in the cover 2 or something like that. He takes chances.
I'm gonna be in trouble. I got in trouble on this podcast a few weeks ago for being a racist anti-Japanese guy because I quoted Bill Parcells on Jap plays that they're trick plays. But Matt Corral is Japanese American. And if we are in stereotype mode right here, right? Let's just play stereotype mode. Game for 100. Is Matt Corral the stupidest Japanese American in America? Oh, sorry. That's so mean. But dang, a 15, bro. How you get a 15? You know what is that? I was looking up other players. I think Des Bryant scored higher than Matt Corral on the Wonderlic. Or about the same. Like I'm just trying to. Yeah, I agree. Like
Bailey Zapp had a 34.
Oh, and threw like 9 million miles in college football. That's another player. Didn't he have 70 something touchdowns or something?
He had a certain number of miles and yards.
Yeah, he had a crazy number.
I know. I'm sorry. I was joking with the miles, but he did throw like. That's the guy that had the crazy numbers. Like it's like insane that people don't even talk about him because he had 70 touchdowns. How do you have 70?
Those guys typically don't work out. That's why.
I know they don't, but still, but you can't be like, oh, let's not talk about this guy who threw 70 touchdowns. And that's from
that's why Cliff Kingsbury is a coach at like 30-something years old, 40-something years old, because he threw for 1 million yards in college also. But that stuff don't always translate.
If the Panthers draft Bailey Zapp, they have a potential of drafting their next head coach.
Why you so anti-Bailey, bro?
Because the dude is garbage, bro. He's not good at football.
All right,
bro, he's like 6'1".
Dude, I think we're really underselling the fact that the Bucs could actually get Malik Willis, him sit for the year that everybody thinks that he needs anyway, behind the best quarterback of all time, and have one of the hottest offensive coordinators on the market right now, and with the team that's a championship contender in our division.
Hey, real talk, the Panthers should trade whatever they need to move up and grab Malik Willis right now.
Oh yeah, now Cody's in his fields too. He's got the beers and
I am, dude. Listen, you have to bet. You have to bet on upside. Malik Willis has all the upside you want from a franchise quarterback. Why not take a chance on Malik Willis?
Just don't go to Tampa.
I think Cody's lost count of beers and started counting again.
Hey, I'm on number 7, bro. What's up? Shit.
All right, let me get can we get an exit departure note from the voice that makes him moist?
Exit departure note initiated. I am happy with the decision to draft offensive tackle to shore up this offensive line, to bring in what could possibly be the best year of Sam Darnold's career as a Carolina Panther.
sir.
Or possibly just a gap year for us to find the guy who's going to be able to go in that position. But
or could it be both? That could actually be the same statement.
Right.
The best year of his career and a gap year. I mean, those statements aren't
right. But it would be good to be able to say we don't have to deal with this conversation ever again, or at least for a while, about whether we need to worry about a quarterback or an offensive lineman, and then we can start focusing on getting that middle linebacker shored up, and we can have that defense that we really want to have here. But anyway, I got to dip, ladies and gentlemen. It's been fun, but I got to get out of here.
All right, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Hey, peace out, guys.
All right. So there's a lot of right now question marks about this is the value of chasing that quarterback and how important it is. One of the questions that was asked, and Blake Bettis rose this, and Blake, if you could expound on what you meant by the economics of the benefit cost of the 5th year option versus the savings you get in the trade value in the second round. How'd you phrase it?
Yeah, so that's a big opportunity cost there. You really got to weigh what you're gonna look at when you go back into the first round. Up to 32, pick 32, you have the option of the 5th year option, or you can weigh the draft capital of how much it's going to cost you to get back up into the first 32. So is it worth waiting? Is it worth trading? That's something that comes into play when trying to jump back into the first.
I think I just cracked the code as you were explaining it. What is going on if you know what, if he's not good, does the 5th year option matter?
Yeah,
No.
we don't need to trade back in the first though.
The other thing
we're
is
seeing that play
this.
out with Darnold right now. He wasn't
Right.
good, and we picked it up.
But here, look at quarterbacks who turn out to be good, like a Kyler Murray, and they don't want the 5th year option.
Yeah, it's almost worth.
So
not
they're
taking
like
the 5th year
this,
option
it's like-
because the price is only going to go up.
Right. Yeah. So does the 5th year option, you're almost like if you're that good, you're fighting that as a player.
Yeah.
If you're not good, the 5th year option is like you're saving grace in a way. I'm starting to think this is like, let's see if he can get past 32.
It's about control, bro.
Yeah.
You want to
Which
have
one
that.
do you
You want to have that extra year.
But look at what Murray did. Murray was like, Murray's ready to burn down Arizona.
Yeah, just because you exercise the 5th year option don't mean you can't get an extension. You know, and
Right.
they'll just convert some of that to maybe bonus and then like build the contract extension one of the years after. But Daniel Jones, they just didn't. They just declined
Because
the
he's
5th year
not that
option on
good.
him.
That was
Exactly.
smart.
The thing you got to remember is Matt Rule, David Tepper, and Scott Fitterer were pretty much all rookies last year. Just learning how to do this at the same time.
Yeah.
And they just screwed up.
It just gives you an extra year to evaluate too. That 5th year, though. They did mess it up, but if somebody can do the research or they may know off the top of their head, has there ever been? When's the last quarterback that got their 5th year option declined that actually ended up getting an extension? Because it can get messy when you don't have that extra year. You see what happened with Kirk Cousins in Washington, where he was a later pick, ended up being the guy, but because they committed so much to RG3, they didn't have a full body work on Kirk. They didn't know if he was the guy or not, so they kept franchising.
And they didn't like it. They didn't ever really think he was either. Kirk
Yeah.
Cousins, my dude. I tell you this, Kirk Cousins is legit, bro. That mug, I want him negotiating my deals. That mug gets paid, bro.
What was he, a 3rd rounder?
Fourth
round.
and he's made a shit ton. He's had a full-on 84 million guaranteed on 2 years. He got the franchise tag twice in Washington. This dude's made over $200 million.
Overrated, yeah. Overrated or not, I mean, as a 4th round
I like
pick,
him.
he
Like, that dude,
was a
he
good
can
pick.
make
But listen, man, blame these NFL franchises who think that Kirk Cousins is the answer to all their quarterback problems. I mean, look, shout out to Kirk Cousins. He has gotten the money that he has bargained for the past, 3 or 4 years in a row.
He's played it well.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, that guy will be settled for the rest of his life, no matter what. And listen, if you're the Minnesota Vikings, you might feel that you're 1 or 2 players away from being a legitimate contender in the NFC.
Have they picked anybody?
I'm not sure yet. I don't know, man. I'm just interested to see where Malik Willis is gonna go at the end of this draft, man. I mean, a lot of people are saying potentially Tampa Bay. I don't know if they would pick a quarterback this early, though.
I mean, what other needs do they have?
Unless this is Tom Brady's last year in Tampa. They could technically sit him for the season and then start him next year. But I mean, then Kyle Trask was a wasted pick.
He's a third round. He's a third rounder. You're not. Wasn't he third?
No, he was the second, but he was late second. Late.
Okay.
He was almost the third round.
Yeah, when you're picking that high as they are, it's not. You're not losing sleep over it.
Yeah. Do y'all think Malik Willis is a second round player at this point? I mean,
so.
what other team in the first round would be willing to spend the first round?
Somebody's gonna come get him.
Well, the only thing would be Vikings. You got the Vikings or Tampa, but then if you're for the Vikings, if you look at the draft board, if you got the Vikings at the 32, they also have the 34th pick, and you got the Jaguars between them. And I lost my name. But you have the Jaguars there too. But that's Jaguars and the Jets. That's who you got. They're not going to take a quarterback at either one. So, if you don't take, if you don't want to take him with 32, then he'll be there at 34.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's going to have to trade up unless.
Potentially Houston at 37. I mean, who knows if they're happy with Davis Mills, but.
Seattle has 40 and 41.
I've heard they're very happy with Mills.
Seattle has back-to-back second rounders, 40 and 41. That may be the ammo to get back into the first.
Yeah. I would actually try to trade with Minnesota. That's who I would do. Minnesota or the Jets. The Jets at one time said they'd take Robbie back.
Yeah, they got to play by ear. In Seattle, I mean, Scott Fitter, he didn't get the trade happy mantra from. He got it from.
Trade with Cincinnati or Kansas City.
I win. But yeah, I Seattle's more than willing to trade. That's kind of where Scott Fitter got his nature from, as far as the willingness to make moves and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised they make a move, especially with back-to-back picks. Who knows? They could trade back for all I know. But just looking at who needs quarterbacks, like you said, I mean, Minnesota has those 2 out of the 3 when it comes to the back end of the first. Said that Houston, if you think they feel good about Davis, they're clear on that. Seattle's the next one up at 40. Once you get out of the first round.
Yeah.
Dude, the more I think about it, the more surprised I am.
The Titans traded back into the first.
The more surprised I am that the Steelers took Kenny Pickett over Malik Willis. That's just surprising to me, man.
It is me. I agree with that. But I guess I wonder, Cody. I've never been to the Steelers or anything like that. I watched a small video a couple years ago about their training camp. That when Tepper started talking about ours, that's when I looked it up. They share that with Pitt. So you got to know that the Steelers knew Kenny in the building anyway. Maybe they watched him practice. Maybe they knew more about him than they were willing to tell anybody. That's got to be
possibly. I mean, you're right in the backyard. They share a game field on weekends.
Yeah. So I mean,
it makes sense.
It would have to be that would have a lot to do with it, unless
Tyler Lindenbaum, the Baltimore.
Unless something in the valuation scared Pittsburgh.
Possibly. You said Lindenbaum?
Yeah, Lindenbaum, Baltimore.
Well, knowing that you have Mitch
Trubisky, a great move, actually.
You have Mitch Trubisky for 2 years. Why not bet on the upside talent? And you don't even have to play him right away. I don't know. It's just confusing to me.
I don't know.
That man going to Tampa Bay. Damn it.
I'm saying
I don't know.
Who's on the clock?
They're showing their board again.
But Aaron, if you're Tampa Bay and you have Tom Brady coming back for another year, do you really spend a pick on a quarterback that you don't expect to play for another year or two?
They said Malik needs more time to marinate anyway. That's perfect. He's the GOAT. He's learning from the GOAT. I mean, he's with Leftwich is one of the hotter offensive
Tom Brady
coordinators.
ain't trying to be no teacher either right now.
No, he never has.
I mean,
he might as well go study under Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, Tom Brady is more willing than Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre.
Probably. You know, do you know the Ben Kurt, who is one of their backup? He went to East Carolina University for a year and they traded, but he's one of the extra quarterbacks in Green Bay. And he plays a lot he's a video gamer. So he streams gaming. He plays a lot of this stuff. He's cool. He's a cool dude. But a lot of people that troll him in the chat will be like, shouldn't you be studying and working on your real game rather than playing video games? And my joke about that was how is he supposed to study when Aaron Rodgers won't let him have the playbook? Like Aaron Rodgers is like the lead. Like they probably have to sit. Like it's like segregation. They got to sit in a different room or some mess. The whole backup quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is I like him, but man, we're gonna be watching a Johnny Depp type case with Aaron Rodgers one day. By the way, free justice for Johnny. Justice for Johnny.
The Jets just traded back into the first.
Bro, how do you think Jordan Love felt when they wanted weapons for Aaron Rodgers and all that man replacement? You know how awkward that probably was showing up.
I know. And by this, and Jordan Love ain't any good, obviously, because they haven't been able to
seen it for one game.
And it's not his fault. They haven't. Aaron Rodgers probably didn't even allow him to have the playbook.
Tony, I was waiting for you to get back before I gave you this comment, but I think about it quite often with the quarterback contract. In 2015, Cam signed his $103 million 5-year contract, making an average of $20 million a year. In what 7 years, it's over doubled. Aaron Rodgers is what, $50 million a year. So, I mean, it would be more worth it to not take the 5th-year option and sign that contract early because of how
you know what?
These prices are going up so fast.
I have been making this argument for some time, is that when you have a player that you really believe in and you know a contract negotiation is on the horizon, that the earlier sign, if you really want that person to be on your team, the earlier you sign that deal, the long-term cost of that deal will be cheaper than the longer you wait. So if we would have think about that, we signed that deal before Cam went into his 5th year.
Okay, the Titans are no longer on the
Johnson.
But I mean, by the end of
no
his contract, they were making like
the Jets
over
are
$30 million a year.
Yeah.
So
that's why it's better for a team to sign a player early and for longer than it is for them to wait. Right? And then as long as that player doesn't get hurt, they get more leverage in the contract negotiations, right? So if you wanted to sign Cam Newton in 2015 or 2014, his price is only going to go up, or
we'll take
you're going to have to be trying to find somebody. He got hurt.
That's what they did. They took Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah.
It also makes you think that if they can afford to pay these players that much money, how much money they're actually bringing in. Like how much money these owners are making and the organizations are making to be able to pay players like that. I mean, I know it's all part of the salary cap, but that is stupid money.
Yeah, it's what the players negotiated. They stuck on their CBA. They didn't want guaranteed money. They just want to be able to smoke weed and get away with it. They silly.
Really? That
was the silliest negotiating ever.
Lamar Jackson is hot.
Okay.
Yeah,
smoke weed every day.
Yeah.
I think that the CBA, in some way, like why you said that's a dumb negotiation by the players, I think part of it was influences like the owners. That was a good deal for the owners, right? And that is, and the reason being is there was one problem with the NFL that trying to have the salary cap model, right? The salary cap model makes the NFL fun, right? It really does. It makes a lot of parents, stuff like this. But what it does, the problem is that you were allocating so much of your salary cap to an unproven rookie quarterback. That rookie person, remember the Sam Bradfords, the Jamarcus Russells, the this. I mean, just go down the list of all the guys who played quarterback that were picked 1 or 2. They got such big guaranteed like they were making so much more money than proven NFL players, right?
Yeah. Cam got asked out. He was the first one that when they changed it on the new deal, he didn't get that ridiculous amount of money. Cam.
Oh, it was Cam. Was he the first one?
He was the first one. Yeah.
And so I do think that that's like it's helped the NFL become enhanced parity, but the teams did get that. It also helps the teams by doing
that CBA deal. We'll let you smoke weed, but we get an extra game.
Oh yeah,
that's how they negotiate.
The Tampa Bay's traded their pick to the Jaguars.
Good.
So many trades.
So what's happened? Somebody recap from the Steelers to now. What has happened?
The Titans traded it to the Jets. The Steelers took Kenny Pickett. Kansas City took Trent McDuffie, a corner.
Buffalo took Elam, the cornerback.
Green Bay took a linebacker, Quentin Walker. Cowboys took Tyler Smith, an offensive tackle. They'd already got one Smith. Now they got 2 tackles named Smith. Ravens took Ravens let Bozeman go in free agency and took Tyler Linderbaum in the draft.
Who do you guys like out of these picks from Pickett to now? Who's any players that for you guys that
Johnson's gonna be nice.
Linderbaum.
Hey man, let me tell you, Zion Johnson to the Chargers. Let me tell you, that is a loaded football team. They took Rashawn Slater last year. Now they're going to be able to put Zion Johnson right next to him. Yeah, dude, that is a really good draft pick.
Do you know how smart that is too? When you have your quarterback to just say this, we're going to pay you the big bucks. You're going to be making $45 million a year. We know that. So you know what? You got to win for us. And maybe building an offensive line for a quarterback like that is more important than even giving them weapons. Because they're supposed to be good enough that you can find better than average weapons, and that will work too. Like they make them better. They uplift. But you can't ask a quarterback to uplift the team if he's under duress. So I feel like they are buying plays with weapons. Their quarterback.
Hey man, real quick, shout out to Supreme Leader for the $9.99. Says can't donate 50 bombs, but I'll show my love to my favorite Panthers channel, Panther Pride till I die. Shout out Supreme Leader, man.
Tip of the cap to people with great hair. Supreme Leader is one of those peoples.
The Jets had 3 first-round picks, and they have our number 38 pick tomorrow.
What?
Some bullshit.
Bro, I'm about to knock all this stuff over.
Jets out here doing numbers. Did they not have to give up our second?
Nope. They gave up their second and kept ours.
Tripping, dog.
All right. Can we revisit this conversation quickly? I want to get everybody's perspective on this going forward with the Carolina Panthers. Is it okay? What do you think about the team walking into the season if we don't draft a quarterback here at all? We don't make an aggressive move. Are you in favor of rolling with Sam Darnold behind an improved offensive line and what we think may be an improved coaching staff? Or do you feel that you need the addition of a Baker Mayfield, a Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't care. You pick your person that you think is the answer. Which is the best route for the Carolina Panthers to go if they can't aggressively go after Kenny Pickett?
So here's what I think. As the owner of the Panthers, in my press conference, I'm walking out in a cashmere robe and a cowboy hat. That's my new billionaire outfit. All right. We've already paid $18 million for Darnold this year. Let's go ahead and ride it out. Be patient. Get the draft capital back. Maybe add draft capital by trading some players in the season, the beginning of the season, see who has a need. Start building that back up, and if there's a quarterback we like in the next draft, package something together and move up in the draft and go for our guy. Ride it out.
All right. Next. Who's next? Somebody else jump in there because I got a good
honestly, if I'd rather stick with Sam Darnold than trade for Baker Mayfield. I don't see an upgrade there. And I really don't want to spend the draft capital to trade for Garoppolo because they're wanting 2 second-round picks for that. And there's no way.
Yeah.
I'm
They're
doing
not.
that.
They don't listen to those narratives. They've been putting that out themselves. They're not gonna get much for Jimmy.
No, and that's why. I think they'll hold on to him. Honestly, they've already said they would be more than happy to hold on to him if they don't get what they want for him. They're not going to release him
because they're not paying Trey Lance nothing right now,
Well,
so they can afford to pay.
I don't want no
honestly,
Jimmy G, man. Jimmy G's the worst name out of the whole bunch.
Honestly, I'd stick with what I got. I'd sign Cam Newton and say, Cam, you and Sam Darnold battle it out, and may the best man win.
What was Trey Lance's Wonderlust score?
I like how you intentionally call it the Wonderlust. The second is, I think it was high. I didn't.
Yeah,
I did
really
like there
smart.
was a lot of talk about the 49ers were most impressed by his ability to rationalize and tell. You know what I'm saying? Not saying they were, but that was one of the things that people were high on.
I would stick with Sam until somebody else became available at a decent price or available that I could get.
JD,
I've seen enough of Sam Darnold. Look, I respect y'all opinion, and I
okay.
understand.
So what is it? Free agency? So you're ready to go into free agency or trade for a veteran?
I don't care who it is, bro.
You don't care?
It can't be Sam Darnold.
What about Bailey Zappi?
Oh, look! Now, wait a minute. Now,
Zappy, because I feel like I have to call him Zappy forever.
Yeah, they've had Bailey Zappi in for visits and meetings. Him and somebody named Burke.
Slappy Zappy.
I'm good.
Icky Icky and Slappy Zappy.
Matt Rule. Matt Rule.
That's what happens.
Not like this.
Icky when you Slappy Zappy.
Our 4th round pick is going to be
like
Bailey
this.
Zappi.
Not like this,
And
bro.
then Tawan is going to come on Saturday, and he going to blow up. He going to lose his mind.
Why we taking Will Greer
$20 at that
2.0?
point.
Why we taking Will Greer 2.0?
Because Matt Rule didn't get his Will Greer yet.
Who's Will Greer 2.0?
Bailey Zappi.
Oh, well, I don't know a ton about Bailey Zappi back.
He's not even better than Greer.
Will Greer wasn't that good in college. You got to at least get that.
John Fox got his Clausen.
Now Will Greer's the cook.
Ron Rivera got his Will Greer. So Matt Rule got to get something stupid too.
I don't want any of these people that could be compared to Will Greer. Number one,
Jacksonville took the top linebacker, Devin Lloyd.
Take the look.
Nicobe Dean's out there too, right?
Ride it out.
Nicobe Dean's still on the board.
Yep.
All right.
They made. Yeah, Jackson. They did the right thing.
I need to refresh my.
All right, who's up next? Who's up next?
Green Bay.
Bay's on the clock.
Jermaine Johnson's pretty solid, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
So that was a good trade back in for
yeah,
the Jets.
There were several people had him listed to go to number 10 on their mocks. Daniel Jeremiah
good
did.
trade back in.
So Jeremiah had him going to 10 to the Jets. So that worked out really good for the Jets.
The Jets
That's
had
a
all
great
the
pick
capital in
the
the world.
Jaguars just made. Jaguars just took one of the best linebackers in the draft.
Who?
Devin Lloyd.
My top linebacker.
Got a hitter.
Yeah.
Nice.
We need a.
All right, let's go. I think Chuck from Elizabeth City is calling in. The number's 252-228-5098. Let's take this call. Oh, I gotta turn it up.
Hey, Carolina sports guy. I love the pick. We couldn't go wrong with what we got. Who's really done well in this draft? I like Baltimore getting Cal Hamilton. I mean, it's Ed Reed, clone in the way. But I honestly think the Saints, man, the receiver from Ohio State, but Trevor Penning, as down as people are on him, the Saints will find a way to get this guy to play at the level they want. And I hope not. And I hope he fails, especially playing for the Saints. But I think he's really going to fit in there nicely. And it's, be ready for some battles.
All right, man. Chuck from Elizabeth City. Thanks for your call. Now, who was the pick? You said it was a linebacker?
Yep.
No, he
Devin
picked.
Lloyd.
All right, and Green Bay's on the clock. We're at what, 28 right now? What pick
Yes.
are we at?
Pick 28.
Lloyd.
All right, let's go to our
Packers,
last.
Packers pick Michael Scott.
That's an interesting comp for Devin Lloyd. There's
Who
Leonard.
is Michael Scott? Did you say Michael Scott?
I'm just kidding.
I feel like, isn't that somebody from The Office?
The Office.
JD, how you feel about that Darius Leonard comp for Devin Lloyd?
Look, that's interesting. I don't really do comps, but I mean, hey.
Packers taking Mikael Willis just to piss off Aaron
I don't
Rodgers.
see it that much, but
nah,
I like Devin Lloyd a lot. I just don't see the comp. But
I don't. And that's one of the best linebackers in the league.
Yeah.
So I don't know about all that, but
all right, we're going to preview the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the last divisional opponent to select in the 2022 NFL draft. Let's see what J.C. DeTore says about the Bucs.
Hey there, Panther fans. J.C. DeTore from Bucs Report. We cover your divisional rivals, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. At number 27 in the draft, it's difficult to gauge just where the Bucs may go, as this is a team with few needs. The
did they already
questions
pick?
are really about Gronk and
They
Tua.
traded out of their pick.
If not, that creates a need for Tampa Bay at tight end and respectively. The defensive tackle or tight end could be the target early in this draft. Although there has been a lot of buzz at the safety position lately, particularly Georgia bone crusher Lewis Dean. There is only one vision for the Bucs in 2022, and that's to win the Super Bowl. This is likely Brady's last season, so any choice the Bucs make will be to further that opportunity. As for what player I have my eye on, early on, I really love Zion Johnson, the massive guard from Boston College. Although the Bucs appear to be happy with their current roster on the offensive line.
Right.
Later in the draft, my eye is on Dameon Pierce, the Florida running back. I love his tenacity and the way that he runs that ball. I don't see really anyone the Bucs pick impacting the Carolina Panthers pick directly. The rumors around here are that Carolina is going to take a QB high, which in a weak QB class kind of makes the Buccaneers happy. Well, we'll see what happens. Enjoy your draft weekend. This is Jason Military with Bucs Report.
Packers didn't take a receiver.
The Packers are taking Devont Wyatt, a defensive tackle.
You kidding me?
No
receiver.
They screwed Aaron Rodgers again.
Yeah, they did.
They paid him. They said, you know what? They said, shut the fuck up. We paid you. Be quiet. Be quiet. You can either
linebacker and a defensive tackle.
That's so
What's their receiver room look like?
Garbage.
Sammy Watkins. No, Sammy Watkins.
They can't afford to have anybody good. They paid a quarterback too much damn money.
Maybe they go get Debo, man.
Can they afford
Debo
it?
ain't going nowhere, man.
Debo don't even fit their
that's
scheme.
smart.
They can afford Debo.
We need they need Robbie. They need Robbie. They need Robbie.
Yeah,
second.
They can't afford Debo because they've already gave up all them picks for.
What is their second round pick
tomorrow?
I'd trade Robbie for a second.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Ain't nobody.
They would
Ain't nobody giving up a second for Robbie Anderson.
No,
You don't think that the Packers trying to needing to like
you'd be lucky to get a 4 for Robbie.
Right, I was about to say that ceiling is a 4th, bro. Yeah.
Even for a needy team that needs someone to play like now, they don't need him to be good for two.
They got
years.
2 first-round picks to do it. They ain't reaching for nobody.
That would be like us. That would be like us giving up a second-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, what is it with Sam Darnold?
That actually people want that to happen.
That actually happened.
Yeah, that was real life.
I mean, God, exactly.
Hey, missed opportunity there.
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
All right. So I continue to come back. I think that Sam Darnold's been scapegoated by this coaching staff and this front office. Now that doesn't mean that I think he's going to be really good or be the answer.
His play
But
is bipolar.
I think this is that it's not like Sam Darnold has been the whipping boy for Matt Rule and their mistakes. The problem was not Sam Darnold. We all knew he was going to kind of stink. I mean, but how much they paid for him was the problem.
Yep.
They overpaid. If you're trying to tell me that we can't just get a pick for Robbie Anderson. Why we should have traded for Darnold and only given a fourth. That's it. It should have been a fourth.
We're waiting for him to cut him.
I think the rumors of San Fran talking first rounder probably scared them, and they were bidding. It sounded like they were bidding against themselves. I think there was some interest from San Fran, but it seemed like towards the end they were bidding against themselves. And I don't know, man. I think we just got burned on both ends as far as the draft compensation. It hurts because obviously we're seeing it right now with Malik falling to the second, and he could have been an option for us at this point had we kept that, but. The fact that we paid him money also too, so you were like, you're pigeonholed.
Like avoided. Teddy could have been avoided.
He's influencing 2 years of decisions. He's influencing 2 years of decisions, major decisions that you make at the quarterback position and back-to-back draft. So,
and you can just make it 3 when you say the Teddy Bridgewater moment. You know,
I hate that name. I hate that name.
Man, so does Denver. What was that? Oh, okay.
Hey, we need a linebacker. We could get Tired Whitehead back.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The question is, what channel are you watching the draft on?
I'm on ESPN, I think. So are you guys? Is Scott Fitterer has all of a sudden become on my timeline a genius? People love this dude. I don't dislike him, but I don't. What has he shown us?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how can he be a genius over one draft?
I know people. I saw somebody wrote a comment in one of our poll questions, and they said Scott Fitterer is the best GM we've ever had.
Devontae White.
And
too early.
There is a question mark about Scott Fitterer. Is some of the free agent acquisitions he's made have just simply dissolved before they even got started. So when you brought up Tired Whitehead. I think, you could also extend that to Perryman, who then went and found some success with the Raiders. There's a lot. The Damian Wilson acquisition. I think we got linebacker bad luck. We had linebacker good luck for 15 years. Now we got linebacker bad luck.
I agree.
It's weird seeing the Panthers team without a good linebacker core. Strange.
I think we're going to have to get used to it.
Yeah, Marty Herney was real good drafting linebackers in the first round.
He did draft some badass linebackers, bro.
I just love it. I love the entourage on these things, like on these picks when they show them on camera.
But hey, let's be honest. Sam Darnold and the Panthers choosing to trade for Sam Darnold. Look how bad that's hurting us right now.
Yeah.
How much linebacker depth is in this draft? And the Panthers are not going to be able to participate in that. We're not going to be able to genuinely fulfill the roster depth at linebacker. We're not going to be able to do it at free safety.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hurting the Panthers not having a second and third round pick this year.
Yes.
I mean, this.
And if you want to even trade back in to get into the action, right? Like, so you want to get up in this party because you see real opportunities. You're then again extending the timeline of effect.
And
New England took interior offensive lineman Cole Strange.
Scott Fitterer has said that they do not want to give up 2023 picks.
I think you know what? I think that's a direct, like he's saying exactly how he feels in this moment. Like, I wish I would have had a second and third round pick because then there's not so much pressure at every other point to execute.
But listen, man, fans may be upset at me for saying this, but listen, for as much as I love Akem Ekwonu as our first round pick, the Carolina Panthers are not going to be a contender in 2022. As long as you have Sam Darnold as your
what do you mean by that? When you
quarterback.
say contender, what do you in your mind do you mean?
So
contender? Contender, then I would say okay, no problem. But even you could have had the number one pick, you still wouldn't have been a Super Bowl.
The Panthers are not going to be in contention to win the NFC South next year. When you look at Sam Darnold is not anywhere near the level of either Tom Brady or Jameis Winston inside our division. He doesn't
All right,
have
how
the
about this? I'll
pedigree.
give you this. Is that
They'll
Tampa
sign
Bay,
Cam Newton by
Tampa Bay is head and shoulders ahead of
Jay-
us. Head and shoulders. But I don't think that the Falcons are headed or ahead of us. I would almost say lateral behind, but lateral. Let's just say lateral at the worst case scenario. I don't think the Saints are so far ahead of us, Tony. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, the odds
from a
of
roster
NFC
perspective,
South are long because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, like JC Del Torre said, it's Super Bowl or bust for them. But we really could be the second best team in our division next year. It's a possibility.
Listen. I'm sorry, but right now, call me a Debbie Downer all you want. Right now, I have no reason to believe in Sam Darnold to be a starting franchise quarterback for the Carolina Panthers.
But I had no reason to
I'm
believe
wrong,
that
but I
our
just
coach
don't
is a
believe
starting
that,
coach.
man.
Like,
I
here's the
really
thing.
just don't believe it.
Cody, that's fine. Cam Newton will be under contract by minicamp.
And then all of a sudden it'll be like, oh God, the Panthers win the Super Bowl.
Sam Darnold's not a franchise quarterback.
Nope.
I'm
not saying that.
No.
I think our roster is going to win more games this year.
Let me ask y'all.
Than we did
Let me ask y'all a question. How many of you believe that the Carolina Panthers are a playoff football team next year with Sam Darnold as the starting quarterback?
What bet on it?
I mean, almost no one.
When you get as bad as we've been the last 3-4 years, let's be really blunt about it. You don't go from being this sucky to playoffs. Most teams you don't do that. It's one little window. First, let's go to get a winning season. Then you deal with the playoff chances next year when you actually got something. The Saints. Don't tell me that left tackle the Saints drafted is going to be all of a sudden take them to the Super Bowl.
No,
I doubt very seriously.
Is it possible to win 9 wins next year with Sam Darnold in this team?
No.
We were
it's an impossibility.
It is not
Not
possible.
at all.
Okay.
Why?
I disagree.
We were bad.
As I said, we'll have Cam under contract by minicamp, and with Cam under center, we always have a chance.
That's just
Regardless, we're taking an $18 million spanking from Sam Darnold.
Well, that's life.
We were bad, so we got to take our lumps.
All right. It's an impossibility to win 9 games with Sam Darnold. Okay.
Right.
All right, fine. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna agree to every point you guys make. Can you win 8?
No.
7?
No.
6?
Yeah.
Okay. So 6 there. Now let's
5 or 6.
No, hold on. No. We already got the first answer. 6. I gave the numbers out, and I'm not gonna argue with any of these answers. If we trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, is it possible to win 9 games?
No.
All right. 8.
Possible.
Maybe.
7.
Yeah.
Okay. 7 there. Now I'm gonna do the same thing. Baker Mayfield.
No.
9 games.
9
games. 9. All right.
Nope.
8.
Nope.
Yes. I'll say yes at 8.
All right. So we got the first yes. So that's an 8 game right there. Right now, what is it better to roll with Sam Darnold, which you guys gave us 6 in the worst? That was the most pessimistic 6 ever. What are those 3 games worth for that trade for Baker Mayfield? Because then guess what? 9, 8, 7 games. Where are you picking next year?
No, cold strength.
The best option is to stick with Sam Darnold now.
The Carolina Panthers.
George Karlaftis.
The Carolina Panthers keep on shopping at the bargain bin for their quarterback. And as long as they'll do that, there will continue to be a non-factor in the NFC South. You need a franchise quarterback to be a winner in the NFL, and the Carolina Panthers do not have that.
Message y'all into keeping Sam Darnold.
You could have said about left tackle though.
In all complete honesty, neither does the Pittsburgh Steelers. And everybody's already said we're going to lose to them this year. Because, and technically speaking, you don't really truly know who the Browns' quarterback is going to be.
The Browns?
And even for all that matter goes, if Lance doesn't look as good as people think he should look, and Jimmy's still hurt, you don't know when we're going to play the 49ers. And you got Jared Goff lining up with the Lions. I mean, please, come on. He ain't no better than he was before. So, I mean, that's just a few teams.
Well, Cody, you were making that argument about quarterback and not having that guy. We haven't had that guy at left tackle. It's been a revolving door also. It's the same type of policy at left tackle. So it's been a glaring need for years, bro. Like at least 9, 10. When did Gross retire? It's been a need since a lot of these people have been fans. That's probably in this guy. Like it's been the itch we haven't scratched for a lot of people's fans as far as.
I mean,
by the way, I don't want to say that I'm, being hard on the Panthers for drafting OT. No, listen, the Panthers have neglected left tackle for far too long, and the Panthers are a better team for having a Kemekonu than not having him, no doubt. And I really think our offensive line is going to be much improved next year. But the fact of the matter is that the Carolina Panthers, until they sign Cam Newton to an extension, the Carolina Panthers are depending upon Sam Darnold to be a franchise quarterback next year. And I'm sorry, but I have seen no evidence saying that Sam Darnold is capable of doing that. So until then, I have no reason to believe that Sam Darnold is going to be a quarterback that's going to lead us to the playoffs.
I agree.
Cincinnati to Daxton Hill.
I just don't think I don't think Cam is coming back, bro. I don't think he wants to be here, nor do I don't think the interest is mutual as far as bringing him back. I think they both they're on the bottom of both parties' priority list. Like Carolina's not up there on his list, and vice versa, in my opinion.
Would you trade next year's first round pick, say next year's third round pick, to move into the second to move? Let's say the 34th pick tomorrow.
No,
I'm not trading the first for a second.
If I'm not getting that fifth-year option, I'm not making that trade. Not with the first round pick next year. No.
Well, then that's how it is. Then Malik Willis will probably play for the Titans.
They go Avery right there.
We got one more pick left, Minnesota.
They do the magic, and Lamar was 32, right?
All right, what pick are we at?
We had 31. The pick is in.
Yeah, Daxton Hill went to Cincinnati, so Minnesota's on the clock.
What channel you watching? You there?
Huh?
I said you in Vegas? How you get this pick so quick?
Twitter, man.
Yeah, Twitter.
I got notifications on for E. I had to turn it off for a second for E, and I didn't want him to spoil ours, but I
mean, do y'all listen? I don't mean to put a damper on everyone's party, but
comes Debbie down and Cody.
But unless y'all are looking for the 2023 quarterback class for the Panthers to draft a quarterback, the Panthers are looking at another non-season in 2022. I mean, in what world are the Panthers a legitimate contender not having a franchise quarterback? I mean,
it might not even be a contender, even if they got a franchise quarterback in a year.
The NFC is going to be pretty weak this year. Everybody's over in the AFC.
Yeah.
I think Cody, to build on your question, is I think this also tells us a little bit about Matt Rule's situation. I mean, here's the thing is that we could risk all of these assets because we are trying to prove that our decisions about hiring Matt Rule and this and that were right. But maybe this is you know what? Let's take a deep breath. Let's just pick a good player, build an offensive line, And there's a good chance we are working with a new coach hired by our GM next year. And let's then have the conversation of how to best proceed, whether it's a aggressive stance in free agency for a veteran quarterback or the traditional, hey, we got a top pick, or even trading into the first now next year with your coach could be a better idea.
Man, as much as we all want Matt Rule gone, I think he's here for at least another 2 years.
Really? Already? No.
Man, David Tepper is dead set.
I think he's here. I think he's here for the entire. I think he's going to be our coach at the beginning of next year. I do.
Tepper does not want to admit that he made a wrong decision, so he's going to say, "Screw it, Matt Rule's the coach."
Yep, and he doesn't care. He don't like that press conference told me that he don't care. Like he really doesn't.
That to me, that press conference was owner speak. It was all rehearsed. He answered what he wanted to. He didn't answer what he didn't want to, and he told everybody what was his PR agent in the back told him to say.
I'm only answering football questions. Okay, what about Sam Darnold? I'm not answering that type of football question.
Well, he said they have a good quarterback in Sam Darnold. He did.
I think that David Tepper press conference was kind of like FU money.
Well, he said that.
It's like he gets really irritated very quickly.
Yeah.
Like
Matt Rule made every excuse under the sun for Sam Darnold, and then buried Teddy Bridgewater last year.
Well, that's why he.
Yeah, but he knew he was getting rid of Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, he David Tepper come on last year, and he degraded people. He degraded Teddy Bridgewater outright.
Hey, real quick, shout out to Grim Reaper for the $10. Says keep pounding, guys. Yeah. Appreciate the love, man. We appreciate it. And then, hey, man, adding to the stream right now, Nick Montero. Nick, what's up, brother?
Nick,
what up, man?
You
guys hear me?
Yeah. Where you at? You at the bar?
I'm down here in Daytona.
I thought you.
Yeah. Where all them girls at?
Dude, it's been one hell of a trip. Jeep broke down 2 hours from home. Had to get it towed home, so I hopped in my buddy's Jeep and drove down here. And while I was down here, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna rent something different, and rented a Polaris Slingshot. So,
what are your thoughts about this pick, bro?
Dude, we've been saying build this wall for a long time, so I'm okay with it. You know, at the end of the day, I feel like you almost couldn't choose the right person to make everybody happy. But this is going to be a pick that's going to do good for us for a long time.
It's been well established they don't care about making us fans happy.
Yeah, that's true.
They actually probably did their best job in making us happy, though, tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like this sexy look. Never you're gonna pick an offensive lineman and go, "Oh my God, the future is so bright. We're gonna just tomorrow be the championship team." But this is finally the pick we get to do. This is who mad? Tell me this: who mad about this pick?
Not me.
Nope.
No.
Not me.
Brady Christensen.
I think Brady Christensen is going to be the left tackle. They'll put it one.
Oh yeah, he almost said thank you, right? He's gonna get more money.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna put him at guard, but Lewis Sin went to Minnesota.
That's the end of the round.
Way back when we drafted Jordan Gross, there were people complaining because we drafted a Jordan Gross instead of a quarterback. That's a fact. Right after Jake Delhomme takes us to Super Bowl.
So that's it, Malik.
Yep.
He out of there.
Malik in the second. All right, look, we got two. We're gonna squeeze in two quick calls and then kind of wrap this sucker up. See what fans are saying. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast. It's the the 9th annual draft party. We've done this. Thank you so much for hanging out with us as we watch all of these 32 picks and contemplate our existence as Panther fans. Here, I got a couple of calls to squeeze in.
Hey, C3, I just wanted to say I work with Sam Howell's dad.
Oh.
And he swears that we're going to draft Sam Howell.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you, I work with his dad, and he swears that the Panthers are drafting Sam Howell. Just wanted to throw that out.
You heard it first, baby, right here inside.
Two
source.
hometown boys.
Yeah,
we're at round.
Both from Chicago. No, both from Chicago. Both from Charlotte. Actually, and that's how we know that this call. My first piece of evidence, Your Honor, that I submit to the record is that this guy probably does work with Sam Howell's dad. He's from North Carolina. Next call. Wait, hold on. I gotta download it. Did not download it. How you feeling good, bro?
Yeah, man. Listen, just like
you gotta deal with me. I get drunk every Tuesday night, so it's funny.
What's your beer count, Cody?
Listen, last year, even though I thought quarterback and left tackle were more important, I always said that the Panthers were better for having J.C. Horn as their pick in the first round. Well, same thing this year, man. The Carolina Panthers are a better football team for having a Kevin Kwanu on their offensive line, no doubt. And by the way, I'm just being real with y'all. Maybe y'all think I'm, biased in favor of Brady Christensen, but I really do think that Kevin Kwanu should be the left guard for the Carolina Panthers. Mm-hmm. That man is a road grader. I feel like he has the same kind of physical potential that Quentin Nelson has for the Indianapolis Colts.
Isn't Zach Martin a guard?
I mean, listen, he's that kind of prospect. So I would really consider, the type of versatility that we have with Kevin Kwanu.
I know.
We could play him at left tackle or left guard, and I'd be happy either way, man.
Hey, now, if you think about it, we basically have 3 first-round picks starting next year. We got Sticky Icky, we got J.T. Horn, and then C.J. Henderson is going to get a full offseason with us. So it's basically like going into next year, we have 3 first-round picks getting to play.
I think our secondary is in some of the best shape it's been in a while.
How many question for y'all? How many starters y'all think we get out of this draft? Obviously, we got 1. But you think we get any more starters out of this one?
It depends.
Yeah, it depends on the move.
I say 2 to 3.
I say no.
Depends if they're able to trade up.
If we only pick at 137, then no, I don't think there's any more starters in this draft. If the Carolina Panthers find a way to trade up into the 2nd or 3rd round, then yeah, maybe we might be able to get a Malik Willis. Maybe we might be able to get an Anderson out of Montana State at linebacker. I would love that. But
Chad
Muma. But I think Scott Fitter and the Panthers are just chill, waiting until pick 137.
Don't you think it's like kind of a bonus if you get a 4th round pick to start though? Like that's kind of even in the best years. Like
Georgia had 5 defensive players drafted in the first round.
Damn.
What's the record?
What's the record? Oh, I got a question for you guys. What teams have had the most first number 1 overall picks in the draft ever?
Ohio State?
No, sorry. The number 1, like what NFL team has picked first overall the
Probably
most?
Cleveland or Jacksonville.
Wrong.
Lions.
Tampa.
Nope.
The Lions?
Nope. I know. It's crazy.
Is it somebody random that we would never guess?
The Dolphins.
Nope. It's the Colts and the Rams.
Wow.
Really?
I've had the first number. They both had, I think, 7 first overall picks. I mean, obviously they have long histories, I would think. Let's go to the final call of the night, and then we'll get some final thoughts about this draft and see what else we got to look forward to.
Was it right to let Daddy go? Are we attacking the trophy?
Draft tonight, I don't see us trading up or trading back. We're stuck with what the fuck we got. You know what I'm saying? But we did make a good pick by building this line and doing the fucking ball. You know, we just gotta sit back wait for the season to be over with, and next year we'll have a new coach and we'll have another quarterback. You know, it was a great pick tonight. You guys doing a great thing tonight, y'all. So just keep up the good work. Make sure you got them like and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Every time you come in this motherfucker, you hit the motherfucking like button and motherfucking subscribe. You know
I feel
what I'm
like
saying?
this is Sea Dog.
Tell him.
Yep, I
Hit
knew it
that
was
like.
I knew that, but man, that mug, he stay on message. I love him.
The Rams are clowning the
fine.
Patriots.
And that is kind of like what the thought was, is that here is like, would you be willing to risk a bunch of assets and a bunch of another time with Matt Rule? And I know that David Tepper has said that, I mean, we think that he's going to be patient because he doesn't want to be wrong. But at the same time, there's a difference between being patient throughout the season and also doing everything you can to give Matt Rule an opportunity to succeed. By us just staying pat and building straight, it does lend towards the idea of bringing in a new coach and a new quarterback in 2023. And I don't know if the answer is through the draft or through free agency or through trade, but I truly believe that this is a very this is what you're supposed to do, folks. This is what you're supposed to do. So let's go around the horn and kind of get some final thoughts about the draft and what you guys are just on your mind. You can pick your poison when it comes to the subject matter. What are you thinking about? I will start with this. What are you thinking about going forward tomorrow and the day after? Panther fans will go around the horn. Someone jump in there first. What do you want to see happen this weekend?
I would like to see a quarterback and a linebacker. That's my two top things: a linebacker and a quarterback.
How do you get that quarterback, and when do you get him? Is it like a fourth round pick quarterback? Are we trying to see all of a sudden there's been some slippage and some seepage, and we maybe grab?
No, it'd be a third round pick.
Listen, only one quarterback was selected, so you got Ritter, Willis, Strong, Corral. Like, I mean, granted, there could be a run in the second round. We don't know, but
third round quarterback and then a fourth round linebacker. All right, who's next? What do you want to see the weekend look like?
I would like to see a linebacker.
Scott Fitterer at this point, and whatever he decides to do, we'll go with it. I don't. Honestly, I'm not going in with any expectations at this point. Honestly, just sit back and.
So that means you're going to sit and wait till then. Check this out on Saturday.
I'll keep up with it on Friday, but I'll definitely.
But you don't think that like right now it's kind of like like let's just see where we're at. See on Saturday, unless they get a fire in their ass or something. All right, Aaron. Aaron, what do you want to see go forward?
I would like to see us add a linebacker. I don't want to, and I don't know what the conversation would be to get into the second round, but it doesn't seem like they're in love with Malik. Maybe they are, but there's a lot of quarterbacks left. Maybe they wait around and see if they can get into the back end of the second, maybe early third. It's a lot. Having fourth round picks and sixth round picks and whatever, the asking price is not as high, clearly. So maybe if a guy, maybe it is Howell. I don't know how they feel about Howell. Maybe that's the guy they're eyeing late third. Hopefully he falls to the fourth, but I doubt it. I think there's going to be a run in the third round on quarterbacks. That's my expectation. But I would like to be linebacker.
I know the Carolina Panthers have made many calls to Hugh Freeze, the quarterback or the coach for the Liberty football team. The Panthers have done a ton of due diligence on Malik Willis. He is still available right now. I mean, if the Panthers really think that they have the opportunity to draft a franchise quarterback in the second round in Malik Willis, dude, I don't care what they have to trade. If it's Robbie Anderson or whatever, you're talking about a young quarterback that has all the physical and mental potential to be a franchise quarterback for the Carolina Panthers. I would like them to do it. I don't think that they will, but Malik Willis is worth it to me right now.
What are you doing if you're Malik Willis tonight?
Oh man, he's
Poor
probably
guy.
pretty
He went
upset,
to the
huh?
first round. We the fans, not overhyped him. We actually love him and I believe in him. But what I'm saying is this: is that he went to the draft and he's in Las Vegas and he didn't get picked. What the hell did you do?
He's going to the Bellagio.
The Bunny Ranch.
Bet on black.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. The best answer of the night. All right.
Nah, I don't know, man.
What did
He's
he
not the
do?
only guy in the
Who
green
did he
room.
get?
It's not like he was the only one in the green room that didn't get picked.
I know, but do you remember that Aaron Rodgers year where it was so awkward and uncomfortable, and they just kept? It's like I think they got rid of the green room because of that.
No, they have it. It's just they don't keep.
They just don't show it as much.
They showed his room a little, like maybe once or twice, but
They're like American Idol, where they said they stopped showing the shitty auditions.
Really? They did?
Yeah.
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't have that first night where they just like make fun of people because it was like verging on some sort of sadism, I guess, or something like that. JD, what do you want to see happen this weekend when it comes to the Carolina Panthers?
Bro, you gotta trust your evaluation. Like you said, there was 2 quarterbacks you would be okay with taking at 6. Your guy has fallen to the second round. Trade up, bro.
Yeah.
Trade up.
Love it.
Like, oh my God.
I'd be
Just
all right
pick your
with
guy. Stop pity patting with vet QBs.
Yeah.
Garoppolo don't even have a throwing shoulder right now.
Hey man, he won't even be able to play.
Baker had the best roster in the league. Take your guy, man. Build around him, develop him, bro. It's not hard at all. Just trust your evaluation.
And on top of that, add to it the very fact is it's a controversial pick at 6. It's an uncontroversial pick at 30.
Yeah, if you have to trade, if you like Willis that much, you do what you got to do to get that pick. You trade what you got to trade.
I mean, like, look, I mean, what do you got to give? A third and a fourth?
No, they still got to give up a first.
Yeah, if you
I'm
want
not
to
going
move
to give
up
up
a second,
a first to move into the second round.
They don't make the math on that.
Nah, like
I
y'all have
don't-
been
I don't-
trying to tell me that you wouldn't have done this or that to get into the first round or
I
even
don't-
move up to the
look,
first.
Bro, I don't care if I got a SpongeBob push Rock Hill to wherever I need to push it to get Malik Willis. I'm doing it. I'm doing it straight up.
Yeah,
man.
Why didn't you pick him at 6 then?
Because
Icky was probably their top guy. Icky was probably the top guy on the board.
That's what they said.
And Tony, that's all they have to trade is their first. They don't
I'm
have
not
a
trading a
second.
first, dude.
They don't have a second. They don't have a third.
Hey,
They got a
Look
second
at it-
next
look-
year.
look
I
at
think
it
we'll
this
give
way.
you this year's fourth and next year's second.
Look at it this way.
Or
If
your
if you're not the worst team in the league, if you're not the top 3 worst teams in the league, you're not getting an elite quarterback next year. You're not. Move that first round, bro.
So you're ready to give
20,
next
23rd.
year's, all right. Here we go around. JD
Boy.
says he'll give a next. Will you give next year's first round pick?
I will give pick 13
Get
next
Malik
year
Willis.
up to get Malik Willis right now.
All
I
right.
will.
Next, Drew.
Yeah. Yep. I'll give it up.
Tanner.
Yep.
Yep. All right,
Yes.
Aaron.
Hell no. Did y'all hear what I'm saying?
I know. I'm with you. Why
not?
You're
Why not?
trading a first round pick for a.
It's not a second round pick. If your
We've
guy
done,
is,
we've
is-
done it for years. The
It's not a
Panthers have
second-
done it for years.
Somebody's giving up a first round pick to get a second round.
You do it.
Sometimes you got to put lipstick on a pig to feel comfortable to go back out in public.
I'm dead.
Carolina
Has
Panthers are the pig.
anybody ever
We
done
got
that?
the
If you can show me the research and the proof that somebody's ever traded a higher pick to get a lower pick, let
Oh,
me know.
dude.
Like
Has
the
a-
math,
has-
the math not
Panthers
mathing,
have done
dog.
that.
Hey,
The Panthers have done that countless times.
Hey,
I
When,
wouldn't trade a first to go into the second. I
look-
wouldn't
look-
do that.
I mean, like,
But
I'd
this
rather
is something
do
that
a
they need.
second.
The
and
Carolina
next
Panthers,
year's
Marty
second,
Hurney.
and what about this? 2 fours this year and next year's second to move into the second round.
y'all got to look at it for what it is. When has there ever been a time where a top 10 talent on somebody's board fall to the second round?
We want a top 10 talent, bro.
Marty Herney traded.
He fell to the second round. Sorry.
They have him graded top 10 on their board right now as we speak.
Well, obviously, they the only people in the NFL that do.
So it only takes one team to be right.
But Marty Herney traded a first round pick.
I'm with Aaron
to
on
move
this.
up in the second round, to move into the second round for
That's right.
for Everett
That's
Brown.
Right. No.
Brown.
So what he did is
And-
he traded our first round pick. Now the way it went is we traded up to get Jeff Otah.
Yep.
That's what it was. Is we traded. So we actually didn't have a first round pick. So Everett Brown gets shit on. He was a second round pick.
Yep. And we did the same thing with Marty Herney actually traded, I think it was 2 picks.
All right. How about
to
this?
move
Let's
up to
change.
get,
Let's change the
Monty
question a
Edwards
little
in
bit.
the second.
So, because it is wild when they're like, "I'll give you the first." I'm sorry, man. When you say that you give it with such confidence that you give up next year's first, then you should have just picked him this year. But okay, where, man? I really think that's the case. Is like it doesn't like this is just kind of draft lingo. But here, is it possible for the Panthers to move into the second round tomorrow without giving up their first round pick in 2023? Is that a possibility?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can move into like the 40s, 50s, probably. Yeah.
Is that enough to get Malik
be,
Willis?
No, that's not enough. No.
You got to be willing to give up
Let's
picks
pull
to
up the
things
pick.
you might not want.
Who's going to pick them? All right, so
Seattle has 2 back-to-back picks. I think 41 or 40 and 41.
Yeah, we got to get ahead of Seattle.
Probably, yeah.
I think it's the Vikings right before him, I think, right?
The Vikings, I don't know. I don't even know. I know
the Vikings gave Kirk Cousins a 3-year contract.
All right, so this is Jacksonville the 33rd pick? Is it Jacksonville, Detroit, New York Jets? None of those. All right, tell me when somebody gets a quarterback.
Let me ask y'all this. I'm looking at the Everett Brown details. What would you want to get back if we're going to trade a first? Because it wasn't just a first for a second. They got some compensation back. You know what I'm saying?
Tell me. Can you tell us the trade details? Because I feel like the reason we had to trade for Everett Brown is because to move up for Jeff Otah the year before, we had to give our next year's first round pick. So we went into the next round. We didn't have a first round pick. Now tell me what happened.
Yeah, so Everett Brown was 43rd overall. They traded the first round pick for the following year and they received a 4th rounder when they moved up to get that 43. So it wasn't just they traded.
That still hurts.
You got to get something back. You know what I'm saying?
They got a little back.
What do you get back? Do you get a future second, a couple of future thirds, maybe? Because the Panthers that first round pick is gonna be high, guys. Let's just be real.
That's when you have to make your choice, though.
Yeah,
that's where you have to decide
if your
next year's first round pick is worth McKay Willis. That's what you got to decide.
We need to try to say this is how do we move into the second round without giving up next year's first? What does it take? I'd rather give up 3/4 than next year first. Mm-mm. According to tankathon.com, reputable site, and they actually are. You like that name though. Second round goes this: Jacksonville, Detroit. Oh, here's the thing. Does Malik Willis go to Detroit at 34? Did they really have the 34th pick? They picked
they were number 2 overall.
Didn't they have 2 in the first two? Oh man. All right. So does Malik Willis make it past Detroit?
No.
Detroit picks where?
34, according to this website.
Yeah, they were the number 2 overall pick. So
was that not a trade? Was that not a trade to the Vikings?
I don't know. Like, I mean, somebody else. I mean, y'all got
that's their regular pick.
Right now for the second round,
factoring in trades. Though.
Yeah, Tampa has the 33 pick. The Vikings had the 34th pick. The Titans had the 35th pick, and the Giants had the 36th pick. followed by the Texans and the Jets and
This
the
is
Bears.
NFL. No, this is March.
Oh, so Tankathon ain't up to date.
Nah,
What is NFL.com?
This is NFL.
Who's got the 33rd pick?
Who the hell did Detroit trade to Minnesota?
Tampa Bay.
Bucks.
Now, who's got the 34th pick?
Vikings.
Minnesota.
Who did Minnesota trade to get Detroit's pick? They
About
must have traded-
35. Where it
must have moved to
They traded back.
Moved up and got that wide receiver from Alabama.
Yeah, they traded back.
Who did?
Minnesota did.
Yeah.
With Detroit?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
For Jamison Williams.
Yep.
So is Willis going to make it past those first 3 picks?
I don't know. If Tampa can take him, I don't think the Vikings do, because I believe they gave Kirk Cousins a 3-year deal. But then
the Vikings should do something like that.
Well, they could. I mean,
They could.
That's what I would do.
I think the danger is 35 at Titans.
Yeah, I do too. I believe that's the biggest.
Well, you
thing.
ain't getting Malik Willis, folks. Sorry, we ain't getting Malik Willis.
Look, I'm not even trying to hear what y'all talking about pick value and all that fake stuff. Look, if you winning, pick value goes away. So I'm not even with all that. Look, I'm saying, look.
So you trade to 33 tomorrow? Is that what you do?
My focus is jumping the Seattle Seahawks at 40.
Why? I thought you said the Titans were a risk.
They're a risk, but like at the worst, if Malik Willis goes 35, you still have your pick of Howell and the other guys. So, but my thing is, if Malik Willis is truly, you would have been okay with taking him at 6. If he falls to the
Then we
second
need
round,
to go after him at 34. Then
you need to do what you need to do to make sure that you get this
you
guy.
really believe that? I agree with. All right, I support that.
So I'm thinking, if we go within 40, I know late first rounders and early seconds are almost like blended to the point that their value is
It's basically the same. Yeah.
Yeah, but let's say the Panthers have a top 10 pick next year, which it seems more likely than not, especially if we all agree that as he is, unless we do something dramatic, we're probably going to win 6 to 7 games next year. So if you give up a first to get a second, you're going to have to get maybe another second back. I would need 2 2s at least if I'm depending on who I'm trading with to give up a first. I'm not getting a 4th round pick back for that. Like it just doesn't make sense to me to trade a top 10 pick pretty much just to get up and get a second. Like I said, I mean, granted, if you think about it,
Got to find a way to do it.
If you think Malik Willis will be a top 10 pick next year, it makes sense there, but it just doesn't make sense for me to just straight up say I'll give you a first round pick.
It may be possible
to get it done without giving the first.
Yeah, it may be possible. It may be possible to throw a player and a pick together, kind of like the Titans did to get their pick that they got when they gave up AJ Brown, or even the Ravens.
Y'all hear me, Cody?
The Ravens did when they.
I do a second and 2 fourths.
Yeah, who said that?
Yo,
Can y'all
it's C-Dog. Okay.
Up, hey, bro.
What's going on, man?
What up,
going on with y'all
C-Dog?
boys?
We
hey, real quick, man. Shout out to goddamn.
Watch this.
Shout out to. What you say?
I just said we've been just watching this draft, man. That's what we've been doing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Marty just got off, man. But check me out, though, man. Y'all killing me with this talk about goddamn quarterback, man. Man, fucking quarterback. We ain't got a motherfucking coach. What the fuck wrong with y'all? All right, y'all want to bring in a motherfucking quarterback for what? And even look, and then I'm telling y'all, and real quick, let me say something real quick, man. I don't know where the fuck G Baby is tonight, but man, shout out to G Baby. I fuck with G Baby. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with everybody too, man, but I fuck with G Baby too. But real quick though, man, I told Marty, man, what the fuck I about to say?
You about to shout out me?
No.
G-Baby, you gonna say you love me, Willis?
Nah, and then with the trading back, look, we don't need to trade back. Look, we fucked. Got there, everybody talking about Federer and all this bullshit. Now you just remember, trade daddy and all this bullshit. Nah, we need to sit where the fuck we at. Fuck trading up all that bullshit. Bro. For what? We should have just kept. Let me finish real quick. We should have just kept Cam Newton and got that. Then we could have been a better position or got Justin Fields last year, but we didn't. So we traded away, got them some picks for got them Sam Darnold bum ass, and we traded away some picks for goddamn CJ Anderson, who didn't even fucking play last year. So that's on goddamn trade daddy punk ass. So it's all stop talking about fucking trade up, man. We ain't got the assets to do shit. The fuck, man. We really don't, man.
You're right. I mean, you're right. Like if you think about it like that, is that by picking offensive line tonight and making a good, solid, like nobody who mad about this player, no one, not a single person in the world, is that now you need to commit to that intentional building process rather than freaking the fuck out and moving up to trade up and get up for somebody that likely ain't on the come up anyway.
Yeah, my thing is for the quarterback, man. Like I said,
C-Dog came on the show tonight, and he was ready. He's ready, dude. He came, man. Good for you for having a good energy, bro.
Hey, C-Dog not wrong though, man. Like, listen, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer.
Oh, stop! You're
oh my God!
No, man. The Panthers do not have a franchise quarterback
Get him,
for
Cody.
the 2022 season, bro.
Now, Cody.
No.
Franchise quarterback don't win you a damn Super Bowl.
Hold on, Cody. Now, hold on, Cody. Now, before you
with that one.
Well,
now, Cody.
There's a lot of
hold on.
without him.
Hold on. Hey, old man. Old man, what's your name, old man? What's your name? At the top right.
Which one? Kenny.
You talking. You be talking records.
Yeah.
You be talking goddamn records.
Yeah.
What's your name?
What's my name?
Huh?
Kenny.
What's your name?
Panther Pickle.
My name's C-Dog 1983. What's your goddamn name?
Panther Pickle.
Panther Pickle. You guys
Panther Pickle. Your ass be motherfucking tripping sometimes, man. But hold on, Panther Pickle. You be on some other shit, man. But real quick now, Cody. Now you said we need a franchise quarterback. Now, did we not have a franchise quarterback and we cut him?
We don't have one,
Look, let me finish. We cut him. We went and got a motherfucker with motherfucking gloves. You know what I'm saying? Got rid of him and went and got them Sam Darnold.
2 gloves.
So what I'm saying, look. Not Temper. Matt Rule don't need no more motherfucking quarterbacks. He need to do what the fuck what we have right now. And if you can't do shit right now, that's it. I'm not drunk as fuck.
What C-Dog is really trying to is like he's on the money with this. He's on the money with this. Is that this is and I've been trying to say this for months on this podcast is that who we picked at 6 would tell us about the vision of the team going forward in Matt Rule, right? And so we have heard a steady kind of retraction from David Tepper and them from Rule, and it's been more about Scott Fitterer, right? Like everything is like, hey, talk to Scott. That's what it's a little bit more. So we went from a universe where Matt Rule had this gravitational pull that was so strong, and it seems like now that gravitational pull is starting to shift to Scott Fitterer.
Well, they added more people in the front office too. They added assistant GM and Dan Morgan and can't remember the guy's name. Head of pro scouting. Can't remember
the orbital pull. The orbital pull. But what I'm just trying to get to is this: is that moving up aggressively and doing stuff like that right now is more of a nod to Matt Rule than it is to Fitterer. And I think C-Dog is trying to say here is that what all we're seeing right now is a more steady, longer term approach to it. Trading up into 2, while it might be the right thing, is more of a vote of confidence for Matt Rule now than it is for slow, steady freedom.
Right. Drinky Smurf up there makes a good point. So Fitterer is talking himself in circles in one of his recent press conferences, saying he wants to groom a rookie quarterback and get him in the system. But I mean, every action that we're seeing is bringing in all these mid quarterbacks.
Well, you have a plan coming into the draft. Obviously, you have your board. You want to stick to your board, but it seems like with just the tone of the press conference, Icky was their top guy in the draft, and it comes to a point that, like, yeah, you want to trade back and get picks ideally, but like, you don't want to pass up your top guy on your board just to, you know what I'm saying, just to get more picks.
Well, there's a lot of people.
It's one of those scenarios where if your top guy's there, you take them and you figure out the rest later. And right now we're trying to figure out the rest. There's a lot more time between now and the first pick tomorrow than it was the number 5 pick and the number 6 pick. You know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that, sadly to say, aren't that intelligent. They have it in their head from the day one. You got to trade back. That's all they want to do is trade back. They don't really know who they're trading back for, but they want to trade back. And then,
but look.
they're willing to give up 20 great players to move back to get a has-been or to get somebody who's not going to be good to start with.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all something I was just thinking about. This C-Dog. My bad, Eric. My bad.
You good?
But look, what I was about to say is, you know what? It was a possibility, but we could have traded out in the first round. To me, you know what I'm saying? Just everybody listen to me. Just what I'm about to say. We could have traded out in the first round, give up our whole 6th pick. I would have been fine with that. And God almighty. I would trade that. I can say all the way out of the first round, but trade I say down to 28 or something like that for like a Trevor Penning at left tackle. I would have been cool with that because he's still a board. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't NFL. He won't play this year.
Hey, let's try to figure out.
Check me out, man. Check me out, though, man. But check me out. I'm just saying. For the trade back scenario, that's the best trade back scenario I see.
We already got a player. I'm trying to.
All right, we're going to your QT now. All right, so D-Dog.
What's up with this guy?
QT0, jump up in there. Long time, man. Where you been?
Man, QT with your ass, the motherfucking hot.
I've been going to school, bro. I've been doing my realtor thing in school. I haven't really been paying attention to football that much. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. Hey, preach me about this guy. Is he good? Like, I hear everybody wanted him. You know what I mean? Like, is he? I hear something about he's a running lineman or whatever. So, did we get a good pick or not?
No, he a dog, man.
We got an excellent
fucking dog.
We got a boss.
We got
a fucking dog, man.
We got the best offensive lineman in the draft.
Well, I thought that Neil was.
I don't know. That's I don't know. Now, look, I kind of wanted Neil though, but between him and Neil, I'm good. I'm satisfied. No, I'm satisfied with either one of them. I'm good. Like I said before, build a fucking wall.
That motherfucker never satisfied.
Yeah, nigga. Cause we ain't had left tackle with motherfucking Jordan Rose. We would have got one of these motherfucking quarterbacks and still not have a goddamn weak ass offensive line. I would have been mad as fuck. Word up, I read that sorry ass fucking coach. You can't be out here with a sorry ass coach. Then my quarterback game got them blown up all goddamn game. Shit.
I saw like a couple minutes of highlights, and that's really it. You know what I'm saying? But I do know that there's a lot of
he got some nasty
coming out next year.
We're gonna get one next year because we ain't gonna do shit this year.
It's okay. Shit. It's okay. I can be patient. You know what I mean? I like my food cooked in the oven.
I'm
just mad. Got that tough to keep this motherfucker around for another year. What the fuck we keeping him around for? That's a waste of goddamn season with this lame duck motherfucker.
I'm just trying to be honest with all Panther fans. Our offensive line is much better with Kevin Kwanu than it is without him.
Yeah.
Now, real quick, I gotta say something though, Cody. What do we do with Brady Christensen now, though? What do we do with Brady Christensen now, though?
Well, the only thing that I'm trying to tell you if the Carolina Panthers had any interest in being a legitimate contender in the NFC South next year, that is not going to happen with our quarterback position the way it is right now.
Okay, not even that. Our fucking coach. You keep saying quarterback. Our coach is going to keep us from that, Cody.
Yeah,
but the quarterback.
Listen, we have to play.
Look, we can have Jesus. Listen to me. We can have Jesus Christ, sir. Jesus Christ to be our quarterback. We're still not going to do anything this season, sir, because Matt Rule is your fucking coach.
Yeah, but
who was going to go out here and out-coach Cody?
Quarterback is even more important than that, y'all.
No. Who the fuck is Matt Rule going to go out here and out-coach?
I do say
on our monthly
my whole
schedule.
thing with getting the quarterback is who's going to coach the quarterback. That was my thing too about the QB situation.
That's the point. I gotta step in.
What the fuck?
Listen to the C3 Panthers Podcast, refing y'all. I will mute everybody. Don't make me do.
I just really want Eric Bieniemy to
still
hop up in this.
All right. So here, first we got to do is this. Is some people got to slide out. Aaron Duncan, Dunk on Demand. Aaron, can you please? Thanks first of all for your insight tonight, joining us. Any last exit comment and just hit us with your tag out of here.
You can follow me on Twitter at Dunk on Demand. The YouTube channels at Unnecessary Bluntness. Somebody,
nigga, shut up, nigga, shut up. Got the QT
But Dunk on Demand on Twitter for all my outlandish takes. Unnecessary Bluntness on YouTube. I'm not trading no first round pick to get into the second, guys. And I'm also not avoiding players just because I don't like the coach. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, I don't want to draft this player because I don't like our coach. He's gonna mess it up. Like, that's it's just not a philosophy I agree with. I mean, if the coach gets fired, we get somebody else, that's fine. But I'm not gonna avoid a player just because I think Matt Rule messed it up. Let's not pick him. Or I don't want to pick him. Like, so it just don't make sense to me either. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'll be by my phone, I guess, to see.
Will the Panthers pick tomorrow or not?
Yes, I think they get into the third.
No.
So they're going to be some action. All right.
I think they get into the third.
The Panthers will not pick until Saturday.
All right, cool. All right, Aaron, thanks for your time, man. Great for coming on the show.
Y'all take it easy.
All right, I'm trying to wrap this up too as well. The 9th annual C3 draft party. Been a fun time, but I tell you this: picking offensive linemen and defensive linemen, it's like boring. That's what it comes down to. It's like this was the right move. Like we did everything right, and it's like now that's what we're all just saying this. Like, what next? I mean, like we did the right thing. Anybody, let's go ahead and give our exits out of here. Let's start with JD. You guys do a lot of work on 4-Man Rush. Tell how people who have been hanging out with us tonight can find your work.
Yes, sir. At 4-Man Rush, the number 4-Man Rush on Twitter, and we do draft breakdowns, film reviews. We'll probably have a icky film review coming here real soon, getting into the real nitty gritty of everything. And you can follow me at Panthers Den 4MR on Twitter, and y'all probably gonna be seeing some tweets from me tonight, telling these people to trade up. All right, good night, guys.
Do the Panthers pick before Saturday?
I think so, yes. I think they move up.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, let's go next to Blake Bettis.
Well, the pick wasn't sexy, but sometimes you got to lay the foundation before you can get flashy.
Hey,
so
that's right. I agree. I mean, I'm all in on that.
I feel a lot more comfortable going in with whatever quarterback, but it's not fun yet. So it's more comfortable, but not fun. I would like to see them take a swing at Malik. I think that would be cool, but if not, I'm a big proponent of taking the lumps and then regaining that capital and building that capital back for 2023.
Perfect, man. Check out Blake Bettis. All right, let's go next to C-Dog.
Man, to me,
yeah,
it was a great pick.
Last thoughts.
Man, to me, it was a great pick. You know what I'm saying? Like my man just said, you got to build a foundation, man. And I need my quarterback to stay clean. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, man, everybody keep talking about how goddamn Sam Darnold going to be the motherfucking starter. You know what I'm saying? Now, if y'all remember, they said we're going to have a quarterback competition. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't want Baker. But even if they don't bring Cam back, they bring anybody else off the goddamn streets. They can let the motherfucker at least battle it out. That's at least better than last season. So giving this motherfucker you just giving him the fucking job. You know what I'm saying? Shit, yeah, I might see what PJ Walker could do. I don't fucking know. But the night was a great fucking pick. You know what I'm saying? And we built the fucking wall. You know what I'm saying? And
build that wall.
You know, I'm just patiently waiting for Matt Rule to get fired, basically. Shit.
Tell them what's free.
Oh man, like and subscribe, man. It's free, man. Hit the motherfucking like button, man. This shit free, man. This shit be pissing me off, man. I be a lot of times I be at work sometimes watching this shit. And goddamn, it'd be like shit. Man, it might be like goddamn 100, 200 motherfuckers in here. And be like goddamn 20, goddamn 50 likes. Nah, goddamn, there's nothing to come in here. Goddamn hit the like button.
Cost a little
every time you goddamn go. Yeah, it don't cost you nothing. Every time you go to the bathroom, do number 2, you got that white ass, don't you?
Yeah, man, just thumbs up.
Like, come on, man. Like, come on, it's automatic.
Thanks for your time tonight. Let's go to Panthers Pickle. Last thoughts of the night, and what are you looking forward to? Or will the Panthers actually a yes or no question before you do that? Will the Panthers pick for Saturday?
With
we're not gonna figure get to the 4th round.
All right, so then it's a no from C-Dog. How about from you?
Yep.
Panthers Pickle?
Yeah. I think
All right.
they will.
He says they're going to pick before Saturday. Now, final thoughts, and then let's go.
I love the draft pick. I love the draft pick. I don't see how it could have got better. I think it was the right move overall. If you draft a quarterback, he was still going to have to run around to escape the consistent attacks and build up your offensive line first.
All right, man. Appreciate that. Cody Lack, final. I love this. As usual, I feel like this.
Yeah, Cadillac. Motherfucking Cadillac. What Cadillac got to say?
Cody, what final thoughts and tell them about Saturday.
Yeah, man. Listen, and Kevin Quander is a fantastic pick for the Carolina Panthers at 6. I really don't think the Panthers are going to move up into the 2nd or 3rd round.
Okay.
I really think we're going to be picking 137, and we're going to see what kind of general manager Scott Fitterer is and what kind of talent he'll be able to put on the football team, not having a 2nd and 3rd round pick. It'll be interesting, man. Listen, I'm a Carolina Panther fan until I fucking die, man. It doesn't matter who we draft. Panthers until I die. Even though I don't think the Panthers are going to be a contender.
So live.
It don't matter. I'm Carolina Panthers black and blue until I fucking die. Tony Dunn.
Passion.
Know what it is.
All right. Final comments for me are this, is that the Carolina Panthers did exactly what they were supposed to do, and that is invest the top high pick in a top quality offensive lineman. It's been a long time coming and needed to be more. We've needed to invest more collateral, more money, more picks, whatever. I don't care what the form was into the offensive line, and that's because we had Cam Newton. We could get away with it. But finally, what we're trying to do is invest, I think, in the offensive line. I want the Carolina Panthers to go slow and steady on this. I am now starting to just feel like this is let the game come to us. It's a real long shot that Matt Rule will be the coach of the Carolina Panthers in 2023. It's a longer shot that he'll be the coach in 2024. So why over speculate in a guy? Then let's play it out. And I feel like this. Sam Darnold's been made a scapegoat. Does he suck? Probably. But you know what? Matt Rule also sucks. So let's just build this the right way and do it the way they thought they were going to do 2 years ago instead of kicking the can down the road. I'm concerned. I'll trade up if you want to trade up, but I got to keep next year's first. Look, this is the 9th annual C3 draft party. I'm telling you, this is crazy, bro. We were live reacted to the draft, first night of the draft since we picked Kelvin Benjamin. Think about that. I feel like an old man on the internet. We love you guys. It's 5 hours and 15 minutes of content later. All I ask is that you check us out on Saturday. When
hit the motherfucking like button, man. Subscribe. Yep. My bad, Tony.
Hit that like.
I got to get that in there.
That sub. It's free. And check us out on Saturday on the Saturday sit-in as we get 3.
Yeah, let's go.
Pop. And Tuesdays night.
What time y'all gonna be in here, man? I gotta come back.
On Saturday, I'm gonna try and be live at around 12:30, man.
Like noon.
So that way we can react live to the Panthers and what they got going on, man. So tune into the Saturday sit-in. No Friday free for all, but the Saturday sit-in.
Saturday sit-in, bro. I love it. All right, you're listening to the C3 Panthers Podcast brought to you by CarolinaCatChronicles.com. Every Tuesday night, we're live at 9 p.m. We haven't missed a Tuesday in a bazillion years. It's time for you to be part of the community. All you got to do is hang out with us. Cody, man, with the look, He's a happy look. Cody had that beautiful face. Can you take us out of here? Is that asking? I'm gonna put him to the test. I'm gonna ask him to walk a straight line right now. Hey, Cody, can you walk us a straight line and take us out of here?
Hey, man, I can't walk 2 fucking feet if you ask me to, man. But what I will do is I'll say, keep pounding, Panther Nation. Until next time, keep pounding.
That dude's sober as fuck. That's the best answer you could ever give.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm having a wheelchair, bro. You got a wheelchair. Well, shit.
Looking for a fun way to win up to 25 times your money this basketball season? Test your skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and place your entry. You could turn $10 into $250. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/fan and use code FAN. That's code FAN at prizepicks.com/fan.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.